Chapter 991, Galaxy Calendar. Year 729. 991, Galaxy Calendar. Year 729. On Planet Three Kings. There have been many assassination incidents recently, and public security is being affected badly. The identity of the assassin is unknown, but according to our investigations, the Crimson Dynasty's shadow can be seen behind this matter. It is very obvious that Madison has failed, and his methods weren't able to fool the dynasty. An important meeting was being held to discuss recent events, and everyone present had an ugly look on their face. The continued assassinations of their government officials brought about social unrest, and many Modo citizens were living in fear. With their safety under threatened, these high officials were all enraged. A military officer with an explosive temper slammed the table and roared, "Too arrogant! Does the dynasty really think that we are a weak civilization that cannot fight back? If we work together with the other superstar cluster civilizations in the primeval Star River and refuse to listen to the rule of the three universal civilizations, we shall see what they do." "It is best to say fewer such words," someone said. The others present also did not treat those words seriously. Although all the superstar cluster civilizations had plenty of resentment toward the three universal civilizations and wanted to replace the other party, gaining independence was a path of no return. Unless they had absolute confidence, no one would support such a notion. After venting their anger for a while, they went back to the main topic and discussed how they should take care of the matter. "We must first stop any more assassinations from happening, but we cannot give in to the dynasty. They want us to admit to the crime of making use of the natives and compensate their losses in the war. They must be dreaming." "That's right. Announce that this matter has nothing to do with us. If the dynasty is able to bring out evidence, insist that the evidence was forged. Also, we must insist that the dynasty is assassinating our officials without any evidence, and make an application to the Civilization Conference to denounce the dynasty's actions. The Federation and Church will stand on our side. We will also be able to pull more superstar cluster civilizations to our side. The universe isn't ruled by the dynasty alone." Someone shook his head and said, "The Flickering World is about to be opened up, and there won't be many willing to offend the dynasty during this period. Then what should we do? We can't let the dynasty continue assassinating our officials, right? Humph, we should give them a taste of their own medicine. Since they can assassinate our officials, we can also assassinate their officials." Another immediately objected. "Assassinate the dynasty's officials? Have you forgotten what happened during the tragedy of the Pinnacles?" Upon hearing that, a look of anger could be seen on the faces of everyone present. This was a humiliation that they had not forgotten. The Beyond Grade as of the three universal civilizations were engaged in an intense battle, and because of their heavy losses, they decided to make the superstar cluster civilizations the scapegoat. Including the Modo Civilization, the three universal civilizations slaughtered all the Beyond Grade A supers in the superstar cluster civilizations before leaving as though nothing had happened. This action of theirs damaged the strength of the various superstar cluster civilizations greatly and resulted in a long-lasting negative impact. Many Beyond Grade A supers became worried about their own safety and did not dare join a superstar cluster civilization. As such, the Modo Civilization knew that they would not be able to retaliate by assassinating the other party's officials. If they did, a huge storm of blood would definitely be stirred up. The Church and Federation would not watch by the side and would work together with the dynasty to deal with them. The three universal civilizations would collaborate if it was to protect their prestige. They had already experienced this many times before and could only endure silently. Don't exaggerate this issue. The assassinations are only a small matter. The dynasty will know when to stop and won't dare push us into a corner. However, we must also fight back and control the degree of our retaliation. We cannot touch the dynasty and can only take a step back to deal with the organization of their allies. However, we can only deal with the organization but not the Beyond Grade A. I think Bayoni is very suitable. His organization is located in the primeval Star River, and it will be easy to deal with him. We will also be able to show our attitude this way. In just a short few sentences, Bayoni's bad luck was determined. To a superstar cluster civilization apart from Madison, Kasui, or Black Star, An ordinary beyond grade A was nothing in their eyes. Even a star cluster civilization would be able to get rid of a beyond grade A, not to mention a superstar cluster civilization like them. Since the dynasty assassinated our officials, we will definitely have to take revenge. As for the fact that we are the ones who started this matter and are at fault. So what? We're all gangsters anyway. At this moment, someone said with worry, what I am worried about is the fact that the dynasty may make use of this matter to restrict our entrance to the Flickering World. What are you afraid of? The Flickering World will be opened eventually. Even the dynasty won't be able to stop this from happening. If they insist on barring our entry, we can just create a huge fuss. The other superstar cluster civilizations will stand on our side. And the dynasty won't be able to endure the pressure. The Modo Civilization was not afraid that they would be barred from entering the Flickering World because of this. All the superstar cluster civilizations understood extremely well that even if the Flickering World was opened, the three universal civilizations would definitely suppress them. As such, they had formed an alliance of their own. The Flickering World was a rare opportunity, and the superstar cluster civilizations were willing to work together for this. Even if the Modo Civilization was the only party being suppressed in the Flickering World, the other superstar cluster civilizations would back them up. Although they did not like to help their competitors, fighting back against the three universal civilizations was more important. The superstar cluster civilizations understood that they would be defeated if they did not stand together. Furthermore, the dynasty was currently occupied with other things and could only use assassinations to warn the Modo Civilization. The superstar cluster civilizations had the confidence to fight the three universal civilizations. After all, they were different from other star cluster civilizations. They no longer had the space to fawn over the three universal civilizations. They could only fight and snatch. In the Limitless Financial Group headquarters, Mechanic Emperor Manison, Void Overlord Kasui, and Beast Ancestor Garutin visited Sorokin again. I wonder what the three of you need today? Sorokin said with a calm smile. Do you still remember our deal? Garutin asked. Of course. I am in charge of competing with the Black Star Army and applying pressure to him to aid all of you in getting the evolutionary totems, Sorokin said slowly. However, you don't seem to be producing much results, Kasui said. The Black Star Army was able to withstand the pressure of the Limitless Financial Group, and the organizations behind the three were not satisfied. Sorokin replied casually. I already said that it wouldn't be so easy to deal with the Black Star Army. We hope that you will apply more pressure. No problem, Sorokin smiled. However, I have already displayed sincerity, and it is now your turn. The three of them understood that Sorokin was asking them to fulfill a portion of their promises first. That isn't a problem, Manison said slowly. I shall wait then, Sorokin smiled. I also need an appropriate opportunity for my next plan. What plan? Garutin asked. Sorokin cleared his throat and slowly said, after so many years of competition, we are stuck in a stalemate, and it will be difficult to have a new point of breakthrough in the Shattered Star Ring. Thus, I have my sights set on the Flickering World. That is the core of the Black Star Army's development. I have some inside news. The dynasty will open the Flickering World in the 4th exploration phase. Many financial groups will be interested in fighting for this slice of cake at that time. He was already eyeing the opening of the Flickering World. He would be able to make use of various methods to pressure the Black Star Army at that time. Since the Black Star Army had received the benefits of obtaining a territory, they would have to take the risks of managing it. Sorokin wanted to engage on a new battlefield with the army. The Limitless Financial Group had plenty of different methods to use money to suppress the ordinary businesses of the Black Star Army within their territory. Of course, Sorokin's main objective was the growth of the Limitless Financial Group. Compared to the benefits of the Flickering World, the cost of suppressing the Black Star Army was negligible. Under the control of both parties, the conflict between the Modo Civilization and the Crimson Dynasty did not escalate further. Both parties prepared their manpower and resources as they awaited the opening of the Flickering World. Apart from a few small skirmishes, the galaxy was extremely calm. Under such circumstances, the second exploration phase of the dynasty was completed smoothly, and the dynasty started the third exploration phase. In those peaceful times, Time crept by silently, and many years went by. Without too many setbacks, the third exploration phase was coming to an end. On the 15th day of the 7th month of the 729th year of the galaxy calendar, the Crimson Dynasty finally announced a piece of news that everyone had been waiting for. The fourth exploration phase was about to start, and the Flickering World would be opened. It was like a psionic bomb being set off. The universe that had been peaceful for over a decade was stirred again. Chapter 992 Incoming Storm 1. 992 Incoming Storm 1. News of the fourth exploration phase spread through the entire universe like a storm. The entire universe had been waiting for this day for far too long, and every star field became bustling with excitement. The civilizations of the various regions all began to recruit manpower and purchase resources. The normal galactic residents also became excited. They could not wait to explore the new star fields, and many of them wanted to try their luck to get rich or migrate over. Countless troops and resources were being mobilized all over the universe. The dynasty had only announced the time, but before the official opening of the Flickering World, all the manpower and resources would have to wait in the Shattered Star Ring. As such, the Shattered Star Ring would become bustling with activity during this period. The opening of a new star field would reshuffle the current state of the universe once more. A huge tide of migrants flooded toward the Flickering World from all directions. On a red mining planet, there were many prisoners mining for resources. In the middle of a circular mountain range, there was a prison with a grayish exterior. Congratulations, you're finally out. After stepping out from the surveillance region of the prison, even the air smelt sweeter. Looking at the usually stern prison guards smile at him, Evans felt as though it had been an eternity. He could finally leave the stinky sweat-filled prisoner attire and was dressed in a simple top with light luggage in his hands. It had been a long time since he was so at ease. A floating device was stopped not too far away. This was the prison's bus that was in charge of sending the prisoners to the space dock outside the atmosphere. At this moment, there was a man in military attire standing beside the bus waving at him. Although it had been a long time since they last met, Evans immediately recognized the man in military attire. He could not help but smile and hug the other party. "I am here to fetch you. How have you been all this while? Work, eat, sleep. Every day is the same." They were both extremely excited to meet each other after so long and felt as though they had endless conversation topics. Evans sized his friend up and lamented, "Time really flies. You were only a skinny child running behind me before I went into prison. Who would have thought that you'd join the military? You have also changed greatly. Don't just stand there. Get on." Both parties then took the bus to the space harbor and took a spaceship to a colonial planet not too far away. This prison was located on a mining planet surrounded by various colonial planets. There were plenty of different prisoners housed within the prison being laborers on the mining planet. Evans' friend had already booked a room in a famous hotel and treated Evans to a good meal. It had been far too long since Evans last tasted anything other than nutrition fluid. He immediately gobbled down all the food before him and stuffed himself until he could not eat anymore. Patting his bloated tummy, Evans let out a sigh of satisfaction. At this moment, his friend took out a box and opened it up. There was a galactic communicator, a translator, and other necessities in the box. There was even a portable mechanical suit in it. "I prepared all this for you. I also opened up an account for you with 15,000 anas inside. I will accept the other items, but you can take the anas back." "I don't need it. I did receive a salary in the prison, so I have some money." Evans waved his arms. "How can that do?" His friend immediately exclaimed. "You saved my life before. If not for you, how would I have my current life? You must definitely accept my repayment." He had always been thankful toward Evans. Evans killed an evil super back then in order to protect him and went to prison because of it. The supernatural abilities of a super would enlarge the darkness in some people's hearts. They would attempt to seek a sense of superiority from ordinary individuals and humiliate or torture these individuals with their strength. They had once met such a super, and their lives had been threatened. Although Evans was only an ordinary person, he had managed to find a way to get rid of that Grady super. His good friend was already a military officer and had awakened his super gene. However, it was a pity that Evans did not have a super gene and would remain an ordinary individual for all his life. With Evans' abilities, if he has the talent to become a super, he would definitely be more powerful than me in future. It is a pity that this is his destiny. Haha, I shall accept your sincerity, but I don't need your money. Don't think of trying to repay me with material items if we are brothers, Evans said with a smile. You can come over to my place if you are willing. His friend refused to give up. You are already married. I cannot disturb you. I can try to get rid of your past record if you want to enter the military. It's all right. I am an ordinary individual and will only be cannon fodder if I join the army. Evans knew that it would be impossible for him to become a super but was not too bothered about it. He did not have the bad habit of lamenting about life. The way he saw it, rather than spend time lamenting, he might as well spend the time on practical actions. Then, what are you planning to do in the future? His friend said with resignation. Let me find a job first and talk about the rest later. Evans then began browsing the web with his communicator to view the employment advertisements. He was startled the moment he saw the advertisements. There were plenty of jobs available, but the first criteria of all the jobs was the same. Job location: Flickering World. As long as they could work in the Flickering World and were not a wanted individual, they would be hired. His friend looked over and shook his head. The Crimson Dynasty has finally announced the opening of the Flickering World, and every organization is hiring more manpower. In his memories, the Flickering World was still in the Crimson Tide era. The universe had truly changed greatly during his imprisonment. He then lowered his head and looked at the recruitment notice before nodding his head. Flickering World. Let me go and take a look then. It is finally going to open up. On the star pupil Holy Race's home planet, Psyker stood in front of a window. After the planet lighthouse incident, he had maintained a low profile to recover from his losses. After more than 10 years, the negative influence of him giving up the evolution cube was already gone, and he was still the noble leader in the eyes of many. Although he was extremely close to the Flickering World, he could only watch as Black Star and the Tyrant gained an early advantage in the Flickering World because he was a member of the church. Psyker was extremely envious and anxious. He had been waiting for this day for a long time and also wanted a slice of the cake. The way he saw it, the Flickering World was an opportunity for the star pupil Holy Race. He no longer needed to be restricted in the Shattered Star Ring. His current situation would only become worse as Black Star and the Tyrant developed themselves. As such, he needed to find a new way out for the star pupil Holy Race. As such, the Arcane Church had an excuse to interfere and support him. The more the benefits he could obtain in the Flickering World, the better for his race. As he thought about the past, Han Zhao's figure appeared in his mind. Black Star. He has also remained silent for more than 10 years. It seems like his strength has stagnated after reaching peak beyond Grade A. Chapter 993, Incoming Storm 2. Chapter 993, Incoming Storm 2. It was the day for Black Star's party again, and the Black Star Army headquarters located in the Shattered Star Ring welcomed the representatives from many different organizations. Over the past 10 years, Black Star's party had become an iconic event of the Army. Compared to the first few years, there were many more participants with many of the organizations coming from other star fields. They were all organizations preparing to head to the Flickering World. With the Flickering World about to open to the outside world, many organizations wanted to have a good relationship with Black Star, who had territory in the Flickering World. The number of explored star clusters would be increased to 9, and the Dawn Star Cluster, which was the entrance to the Flickering World, was being managed by the Dynasty. Geru, Renault, and Crown, which were explored in the first exploration phase, had been split up to the Dynasty's allies, and their basic facilities had been completed. The 5-star clusters of the second and third exploration phase had plenty of room for development, and the Dynasty was prepared to open more slots and get the various organizations of the universe to bear the cost of developing them. The Dynasty announced that the Black Star Army would be given 2 star systems, located in the Russo Star Cluster of the second phase and the Mark Star Cluster of the third phase. Only a small portion of the other allies had a territory assigned to them. Unlike the first phase, The dynasty would not give out too many territories but considered arranging various national pillars to maintain their control over the various star clusters. Within the territory of the 9 explored star systems, the Black Star Army was the organization that had the largest territory in the Flickering World, except for the dynasty. Thus, there were many organizations fawning over the Black Star Army and hoping to gain more benefits from the Flickering World. The party was boisterous and filled with individuals from many different races. It was almost as though it was a gallery to view all the different races. There were many who were joining in Black Star's party for the first time, and they gathered in small groups to chat with each other while gossiping about the various Black Star Army officers. Frubnell.com. That woman with a star cluster representative beside her is Chief Administrative Official Sylvia. She is Black Star's head butler, and I heard that she is extremely capable. The one beside her is Fleet Commander Herluz, and his student Mia is beside him. She stepped into the Calamity Grade a year ago and uprooted a traitor of a galactic civilization organization that had a Calamity Grade super single-handedly. It is said that she is the lover of Nero, the heir to the Black Star Army. Look there. That is Vice Commander Loggy, the former leader of the hidden Red Robe Abbey. He is also the principal of the Black Star Super Academy and entered the list of Beyond Grade A seeds last year. The one beside him is Tomar, a genius mage. It is said that Austin wanted to rope him in a few years ago, but was rejected by Black Star. The individual reading blueprints in the corner is Reynold, who is in charge of logistics. The one beside him is the vice head of the intelligence department, Shazik. There is also the upper echelon of the Germinal Financial Group, Iapetus. Most of the important personnel of the Black Star Army are gathered here. I think that there are more than 30 Calamity Grade Supers present. This is only a small portion of the Calamity Grade Supers in the Black Star Army. The elite Black Star Guards such as Hadavi and Fiden are all in the Flickering World. The entire Black Star Army has about 60 to 70 Calamity Grade Supers with 2 Beyond Grade A seeds. Black Star has lived in seclusion for the past few years and almost never made any public appearance. It is only possible to see him during Black Star's party. I wonder if there will be a chance to talk to him. Just as everyone was chatting, a holographic projection appeared on the stage. The attention of the guests was immediately attracted by the screen, and they all greeted the silhouette that had appeared. Your Excellency Black Star. Han Shao nodded and smiled. Welcome to the Black Star Army. With his current lifespan, a decade was no more than a snap of his fingers, and he did not seem to have aged the slightest. With the main character appearing, the plaza became boisterous with plenty of people coming forward to chat with Han Shao. Han Shao was already used to this and dealt with them with a smile. According to his memory, a portion of these organizations were active in the Flickering World. Apart from the 3 universal civilizations and superstar cluster civilizations, some neutral civilizations and civilian organizations also played an important role in the Flickering World. Because of Han Zhao's hard work, the army had gained an advantage in the Flickering World and had 9 star systems as their foundation. They could make use of their foundation to build ties with more organizations and form a large net of benefits. This was also the reason for the party today. Han Shao dealt with all those who approached him while searching through his memories to match these individuals to their organization. The banquet was a very successful one, and after sending away the guests, the officers followed Han Shao into his office. Army Commander, the Flickering World is about to be open to the outside. We need to make sufficient preparations and be prepared to fight off the various large organizations, Sylvia said. Han Shao nodded and replied, just go according to our plan. The army had been preparing for more than 10 years and had already made all the relevant preparations. When the Flickering World opened, it would also be the start of version 4.0 and the time for the player's return. At the same time, Interstar Field Transportation would also be activated for the players, and all the players would flood toward the Flickering World. Compared to the other players, the players of the Black Star Army obviously had an advantage as they had come in contact with the Flickering World during version 3.0. Han Shao had been waiting for this day for a long time. The Black Star Army now had the foundation to welcome the new version, and they would be the leaks for him to harvest. Through his hard work, the Black Star Army had become the largest private organization in the Flickering World and could provide the players with even more benefits to attract them. Over the past 10 or so years, the strength of all his officers had improved, and he had not remained idle either. He had replenished his mechanical army and perfected his dimension factory. At the same time, he had converted more first-generation mechanical lives to aid in the development of the machinery civilization. Although he still was not capable of forging a universal treasure, Han Shao would send his mechanical army out from time to time to search for opportunities to obtain some talents. He had also accumulated plenty of random reward chances. The experience that he had accumulated was all spent on increasing the levels of his skills to obtain potential points. As such, his level did not change much and he was still around level 300. Apart from this, Han Shao also searched for more energy training techniques to increase the upper limit of his energy. Because of his interface, his training efficiency far exceeded the other beyond grade and the increase in his energy level was pretty substantial. After over 10 years of accumulation, Han Zhao's foundation was no longer weak and could barely match up to his status of a peak beyond grade A mechanic. After remaining low profile for so many years, the outside world probably thinks that my strength has stagnated. I am already all prepared and only waiting for an opportunity. When version 4.0 launches, my strength will be increased rapidly again. Nero stood up and said, "Godfather, I have a request. Speak." Han Shao looked over. Nero was already an adult, and although he still had a childish appearance and was still short like before, he had a far more stable aura. Nero had acted as his right-hand man over the past few years and helped him greatly. "I wish to apply for leave to accompany my father on planet Aquamarine. I also wish to take Mia with me," Nero said. You should go back." Bennett was getting older and older. As the leader of planet Aquamarine, he was extremely busy, and Nero would apply for leave to visit him from time to time. Han Shao naturally did not stop him from doing so. After checking on the work of all the officers, Han Zhao's communicator suddenly rang. Upon glancing at the caller, Han Shao waved his arms and got his subordinates to leave the office before picking up the call. Tarakov's silhouette then appeared on the screen. "Black Star, the Flickering World is about to be opened, and you should know what you need to prepare. I am calling you for something else. Speak. You should have paid attention to the newly ascended beyond grade as over the past few years, right? One of them chose to join the dynasty, and they will head to planet Crimson Ring to meet Her Excellency Ruler. The dynasty is going to gather the beyond grade A allies to meet him. Are you planning to meet him?" Every beyond grade A that joined the alliance had the same treatment, and it had been the same for Han Shao. Over the past 10 years, a few new beyond grade A supers had risen in the various star fields. He was no longer considered a newbie. After taking a look at the information that the dynasty had sent to him, Han Shao was immediately tempted. This individual had joined the dynasty during this period in his previous life and made the same decision. "All right, I shall go and meet him," Han Shao agreed, and his thoughts began to drift. Version 4.0 is about to open up. I wonder how Gila is doing. At the same time, in the desolate universe belt, Ames floated outside the atmosphere of a planet and looked down at the boundless sea of red on the planet. The red energy swept over the entire surface of the planet like a flood, and anything that came into contact with it disintegrated into dust. The sturdy earth seemed to have turned soft, and the sea of red was still rapidly expanding. All of a sudden, the red energy shot toward the sky with a red figure emerging from within it. Her face was filled with the coldness of death. Upon seeing that, Ames smiled. "Welcome to the Beyond Grade A realm." Chapter 994, The Whore of the Beyond Grade as. Chapter 994, The Whore of the Beyond Grade as. The red energy that saturated the entire sky was quickly absorbed back into Gila's body, and the red light within her eyes dimmed. However, her aura seemed as though she was a totally new person. After 20 years of grueling training in the universe, Gila had finally taken this step. In her previous life, she had arrived at the Beyond Grade A realm earlier than this, so she had always had the potential. After transforming into a Beyond Grade A species, Gila's appearance became more refined. Her skin was cleansed and flawless, and her genes were greatly optimized. Though her growth rate could not be compared to Black Star, Ames was equally amazed by Gila's talent. Compared to those who needed centuries to reach this stage, Gila's special S-grade Esper ability had greatly shortened her journey. How do you feel? Ames sized Gila up, her eyes glowing with appreciation, as though she was viewing a work of art. Miraculous. Gila was sensing the changes and thoughtfully spoke. So, this is the world in the eyes of the Beyond Grade A. Everything feels different. Slowly experience and get used to it. We have plenty of time. Ames slightly smiled. Gila breathed out, a spark of excitement flashing across her eyes. The me now should be able to barely catch up to Black Star. I can. Return. Ames then controlled her force field, taking out the communicator and sending it to Gila's side as she smiled. Do you want to share this good news with him? Gila received the communicator, but after hesitating a few seconds, she shook her head. No, I'll surprise him by personally returning. On planet Crimson Ring, a saucer-shaped spaceship pierced through the psionic seal ring, slowly approaching planet Crimson Ring. On the star bridge stood a huge figure in front of the porthole, silently staring at the growing planet Crimson Ring. This person possessed a bright silver body, and his skin was like flowing liquid metal. One could only see a pair of metallic eyes on his face, and any other places are as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the galaxy outside the window. He was not wearing clothes and possessed no sexual characteristics. He was a newly born Beyond Grade A, having ascended just 5 years prior. He was considered a Beyond Grade A seed from the Sea of Star Spirits, and 100 years ago, he had locked himself into the core of a dying star to cultivate in a perilous method that only gave a slim chance of survival. 100 years later, like a cocoon, he broke out, transforming into a new life form born from the core of the star. He abandoned his original name, naming himself Silver Shadow, and formed his own Beyond Grade A organization within the Sea of Star Spirits. Over the past few years, he had made a name for himself and developed rapidly, forming a base of operations within the Sea of Star Spirits. Silver Shadow had accepted the dynasty's invitation, so he had traveled over to meet the dynasty ruler as well as the Beyond Grade as of the dynasty. At this moment, one of his officers came up behind him and whispered, "Your Excellency Silver Shadow, we're about to descend." Silver Shadow's voice was cold and brought with it the timbre much like a metal vibration. It was akin to an electronic sound without emotion. The officer hesitated a while before asking, "Your Excellency, if I may ask, why are we choosing to join the dynasty? Are you questioning my decision?" Silver Shadow did not even turn around. "I do not." The officer immediately refuted that. He had not joined Silver Shadow for long, so he did not dare offend him at this time. He spoke in a hesitant tone. "I just feel that the offers from the Arcane Church and the Federation of Light were much better." Silver Shadow did not deny that. With the development of the Flickering World, the attraction the dynasty has now prevails over the rest, so the Federation and the Church have to pay higher prices. It's not because they value me. Furthermore, the power distribution in the Sea of Star Spirits has reached saturation, and only the Flickering World can provide me with more room to develop. Thus, choosing the dynasty is the better option for me. However, this is not the main reason I chose to join them. Then why? The Evolution Cube, as well as Black Star. Silver Shadow paused. If not for the fact that Black Star, who has possession of the Evolution Cube, is with the dynasty, I would not have agreed to their invitation. That's right. The dynasty said that they were going to gather a few Beyond Grade as to meet you. Will Black Star come as well? If he's there, you can make your request. From what I know, those old Beyond Grade A fogies seldom appear at such affairs. The most one will see is Ernrel's bodyguard, Dark Lord Claudy. As for whether Black Star will come or not, I do not know, Silver Shadow muttered. But I would like him to come so that I can spar against him. You wish to spar with Black Star? The officer got a shock. He rose to the peak of the Beyond Grade A realm more than a decade ago and is even recorded as one of the strongest mechanical deities. While he has been silent these few years, still, I know what you mean. There's no need to say any more. The Beyond Grade A circle within the 3 universal civilizations have always ostracized newcomers. If you want the right to speak, you have to prove it through your strength. Since I must fight, I might as well pick a stronger one. The Silver Shadow turned around, coldly remarking, Dark Lord, Dragon King, and Illusory Deity. These three veterans have the highest status of the Beyond grade as within the dynasty, and directly behind them would be Black Star, who only took a few decades to reach the Beyond grade realm. He is almost guaranteed to succeed the trio and will be the main pillar of the dynasty in the future, holding the most authority. In just 20 years, to grow to such a state, I'm extremely interested in him, and if he wants me to listen to him, I must experience just how good he is. Very quickly, the spaceship landed on the political core of planet Crimson Ring, Turnimer Palace. Silver Shadow brought his officers to exit the spaceship and followed the attendants to walk into the palace. Boom! At this instant, a strong, overbearing, beyond-grade pressure burst out, viciously pressuring him. This was obviously an opening gambit by the seniors. Silver Shadow did not show any weakness, and the aura unique to a beyond grade burst out from him and pushed back hard. Bang, bang, bang. Rings of invisible shockwaves seemed to burst apart in midair. As though sensing his attitude, the beyond grade pressure receded quickly like the tide. We'll meet with the ruler first. Silver Shadow coldly gazed toward the direction of the aura before following the attendants to another location. At the same time, inside a room far away, a few of the Beyond Grade A allies of the dynasty were seated. The newcomers now are really arrogant. None of them are willing to bow their heads. Baoni sighed. That's right. Thinking back when I first fought Black. Cough, cough. Viru embarrassedly coughed twice, sneaking a look at Han Shao, who was sitting at the head using his lord's descent. Han Shao smirked and made a sarcastic remark. That time you couldn't even beat a newbie like me. That was different. You're a special case that broke all records in history, and you're even at the peak of Beyond Grade A now. Losing to you at that time shouldn't be too embarrassing, right? Viru laughed hollowly. No, it was embarrassing. Lotus Swordsman harshly shot him down. Everyone could not help but burst into laughter. Over the past few years, Han Shao had already established a deep level of friendship with most of the Beyond Grade A allies in the dynasty. Due to his strength and legendary points, he had a greater say in this circle, only behind Dark Lord, Dragon King, and Illusory Deity. He had long shed his identity as a newcomer. Among the Dynasty Alliance, only the stubborn little Tai Tai refused to admit his influence. The rest all were in awe of him. That day there were 9 Beyond Grade A present. Neither Milizaus nor Kant were there, but it was still more than when Han Shao had arrived for the first time. Freewabove.com. The last person to experience such a battle was Han Shao himself. Seeing Silver Shadow was just like seeing the him of yesteryear, coming in with as much pomp and fanfare. He was not interested in bullying the newcomers together with this group of Beyond Grade as, so he did not pressure Silver Shadow with his momentum like the rest. He chose to come because he wanted to see Silver Shadow. If he remembered correctly, this Silver Shadow was a special existence among the Beyond Grade as he had molded himself into something equivalent to a universal treasure during this life evolution, but right now this ability should have awoken yet. In the later version during his past life, Silver Shadow had an infamous nickname among the players, the Whore of the Beyond Grade as, according to incomplete statistics, during the World Tree Civilization battles, over 20 Beyond Grade as had used Silver Shadow before. Among them, the one who utilized his abilities the most was the late Bloomer Carlet, which earned him the nickname of Whore Monopolizer Carlet. While Han Shao wished to turn this public good into a private good, this sort of thinking was a bit unrealistic, so he settled for making contact with the other party first. At this time, Ravenloudy was surveying the audience. We will most likely have to do a spar later. Who's going up? I have no interest. Lotus Swordsman firmly refused. Don't look at me. Baoni waved his hands. You should know that I'm not good at solo battles. Viru hesitated a little. After the thrashing Han Shao had given him, he was no longer that passionate about such matters and ended up shaking his head. I won't go up either. Black Star, are you interested? Maximiliar looked over. I never fight unnecessary fights. Han Shao waved his hands in refusal. He did not have any intention of bullying a newcomer who should be worth befriending. Moreover, they were on planet Crimson Ring, the capital of the dynasty. He had not stationed much machinery there, and any machines that broke would need to be fixed. By the side, Kohler, who was treated like transparent glass, finally opened his mouth in resignation. Since none of you are interested, let me do it. Everyone cast their sight over, with suspicion on their faces. Without any exaggeration, Kohler was the one recognized as the most noob, even taking Bayoni into account. I'm still a pugilist class that specializes in individual battles. What sort of expressions are you guys showing? Kohler was embarrassed and angry. We're afraid of you embarrassing us, Lotus Swordsman said straightforwardly. Taking advantage of the people teasing Kohler, Han Xiao scooted over to Bayoni's side, whispering, "Have you been doing recently?" "How else can I be doing?" Bayoni replied in a not-so-polite manner. "Thanks to you, the Modo Civilization is constantly trying to suppress my race. The other day, those idiots even fired a long-range galactic missile toward my Land of the Fire Core, plowing the entire landscape for me. Are you paying for the damages?" "Nope. Speak to the dynasty for compensation. It was them who allowed me to do so." Han Xiao dryly coughed. Over the past few years, Lothair had been making waves within the Modo Civilization, assassinating target after target. He had already thoroughly offended the entire civilization many times over. Modo naturally vented his anger on Bayoni, who was an ally of the dynasty. In those few years, he had been beaten black and blue, an innocent bystander dragged into the affair. While Lothair was cautious in handling matters, it was not as if he experienced no danger. Treading the thin line between life and death had allowed him to grow rapidly. While there was some measure of luck involved, it was not as exaggerated as Phidon and Nero, and more of relying on his own skills to escape the situation. His assassin society was developing quite well, having already nurtured a group of interstellar killers. On paper, it was a bounty hunter organization within the black market, but in secret, they were Han Zhao's shadowers. After chatting for a while, Silver Shadow's aura suddenly drew closer. Everyone instinctively knew that his talk with the ruler had already ended and put on a serious expression. Swoosh! The doors opened, and two people walked in. One of them was Claudia with a passive expression. He walked up until he reached Han Zhao's side, taking a seat at the head. The other was naturally Silver Shadow. He stood in the middle of the room, surveying the area and the beyond grade as present. Finally, his gaze stopped on Han Zhao's avatar. "You're Silver Shadow from the Sea of Star Spirits?" Viru was the first to open his mouth, pretentiously sneering. "You don't seem to respect us much. Why should I respect you?" Silver Shadow indifferently replied. By the side, Kohler coldly laughed. "How arrogant. Pity this place is the Crimson Dynasty. The dynasty does not allow such prideful characters to exist." Hearing this, Han Xiao immediately cast a glance at him. Why does that sentence sound so familiar? Silver Shadow turned to Kohler, and after being silent for a while, he finally said, "There's someone like you in the dynasty? I've never heard of you." Kohler's gaze turned frosty. He was originally only pretending, but having been insulted, the person in question could not suppress his rage. Within the Beyond Grade A circle, status and authority are earned by strength. I believe you understand this rule as well. Kohler pushed his hands against his kneecaps, leaning forward. You've come to the ruler's side as an ally of the dynasty, but you haven't earned respect among us. Do you dare you spar against me? You? Forget it, you're not my opponent. Silver Shadow's tone was calm, as though he had just spoken a fact. Without waiting for Kohler to continue, he turned to look at Han Xiao, leisurely saying, "If I must spar, I will of course choose someone stronger. Black Star, do you have the guts to fight me?" Han Xiao was stunned in place. Why did it suddenly become my problem? I only came here to support you. The eyes of everyone present lit up, and a look of interest crossed their expressions. There were people who, after stepping into the Beyond Grade A realm, felt that their strength had no limits and would like to leapfrog to directly challenge those at the peak. This sort of mentality often appeared in the Beyond Grade so people did not find Silver Shadow to be weird. It was just like how a newborn calf might dare to challenge a tiger. The spirit of daring to challenge someone stronger was also a good mentality. Han Xiao was about to decline, but he discovered a notification on his interface and immediately swallowed his words. Glancing at the notification, he almost let out a cry. Silver Shadow had initiated the battle, which directly triggered the mission for battling against the Beyond Grade A. Just as had happened against Heber and Manison, not only was the experience reward good, he even had the chance to draw a skill from the other party. After so many years of research, Han Shao was now more aware of the trigger mechanism for such missions. If the other party took the initiative to request a battle, then the rate of the mission appearing was insanely high. Right now, while there were only a few people within this room, they could all be considered big shots within the universe, so there was sufficient influence to activate the mission. This newcomer is too generous to actually give me a skill the moment he showed up. Han Shao could not help shaking his head. Alright, no need to be aggressive. I can agree to that. Silver Shadow nodded before suddenly saying, just sparring itself is pointless. Shall we have a bet as well? Han Shao was curious. What do you want to bet? I wish to borrow the evolution cube. If I gain the advantage or even win in this battle, please accede to my request. If I lose, I can fulfill any request you have of me, so long as it does not cross the line. Done. It's a small matter. Han Shao nodded. He did not lose out in any way. At this moment, the cold-faced Claudia opened his mouth. Go fight outside the psionic seal ring. Don't fight near the mother planet. Hearing this, Han Shao suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. You seem to have also said this the previous time, and it was even the exact same wording. You just came here to be a referee, right? Ernrel stood by the window at the office within Turnimer Palace. She raised her head to see a group of Beyond Grade as rising like spaceships, disappearing beyond the horizon. Ruler, have Black Star and the rest left? There were several other upper echelons within that room, consisting mostly of advocates of the evolution cube being handed over. Among them was the Hawk faction Bekarodi, as well as Ludwell, who previously owed Han Shao a favor. Ernrel turned around, indifferently commenting, It seems that Claudia said they went beyond the psionic seal ring to battle. That, Bekarodi mused for a while before saying, Your Excellency Ruler, what do you think of our plan then? Ernrel's brow creased. God's ability is indeed the first of its kind, but we can't even do anything with our techniques. Are you sure of the success? Right now, no. Bekarodi shook his head. He only told me that, as long as he reaches the Beyond Grade A level, his Esper ability will allow him to analyze the principle behind the evolutionary energy. You also know how miraculous the powers of Espers are. Beyond Grade A, Ernrel shook her head. He thinks that he will reach that realm for sure? Even so, how long does he even need? Not sure. We can only wait. Hearing this, Ernrel could not help but fall into silence. Seeing this, Bekarodi could not help but push some more. Your Excellency, this is a good chance. Black Star has already proved that it is nigh impossible for the dynasty to obtain the evolution cube from him. We cannot use any domineering methods against him, but if we can dissect and analyze the energy ourselves and replicate it, Black Star will have no excuses. This is not offending him, and he has no grounds to forbid us studying the evolution cube, so even if he's dissatisfied, he can't do anything. I know. Ernrel's brows were still furrowed. But God's request is for him to come into contact with the actual body of the evolution cube. If his goal is discovered by Black Star, this may anger him. This is a small risk, but we're not trying to snatch the cube, so it isn't so serious. Furthermore, God has always been someone our dynasty supports, so it is natural that we provide him the quota for the evolution cube. Ernrel was still hesitant. The evolution cube was Black Star's, and the dynasty could not snatch it, but it would be a different matter if they managed to create one themselves. From a personal viewpoint, Ernrel did not have any problems with Black Star and was even pleased with his performance. However, as the ruler, she had to consider the issue from the standpoint of the dynasty. The benefits of the evolutionary totems were too great, and they had to be recharged every decade or so. Allowing an outsider to monopolize it was not something the dynasty was comfortable with. This is not necessarily to snatch away the interests of Black Star, but to prevent the outcome of Black Star losing the evolution cube someday. It's better for the dynasty to study the mystery of the evolution cube in advance as a backup. Bekarodi struck while the iron was hot. He makes sense. Ludwell added. Speaking of whom, Ludwell had owed Han Shao a favor, but in previous years, he had taken the initiative to invest within the Shattered Star Ring, suppressing the Limitless Financial Group, which was in a way repaying his favor. Today, he did not go against Beccorotti but rather supported this plan. It was not because he had issues with Han Shao but rather from a professional viewpoint. The success rate of this proposal seemed quite high. Ernrel thought for a while longer before sighing and replying, Beccorotti, Black Star will come over later. You can use your name to invite him to discuss the matter of exchanging the evolution cube with something else one last time. If he still rejects, then put that plan into motion. Remember, the fewer people who know about this, the better. This is especially so for Black Star. If he finds out, he will definitely think of ways to prevent it. Hearing this, Beccorotti and the others in the room had expressions of joy and immediately nodded in response. Understood. Chapter 995, Exchange 3 for 1. Chapter 995 Exchange 3 for 1? It did not take long for the whole group of Beyond Grade as to arrive outside the Psionic Seal Ring, and the group chose an uninhabited area for the battlefield. Han Shao and Silver Shadow separately from the group, facing each other. The other Beyond Grade as stayed outside the battlefield and chatted animatedly, with Lotus Swordsman even building a mental network for them to communicate. To actually choose Black Star as his opponent, I'm not sure how long this Silver Shadow can last. Viru shook his head. Even if he beat Kohler, his authority would be second last. Lotus Swordsman indifferently replied. Instead, he might as well choose Black Star. As long as he can pose problems for Black Star, the effect will definitely be better than fighting Kohler. Kohler frowned. While this is the truth, can you be less hurtful in your comments, my friends? Raven Loudy pondered. Silver Shadow seems to have quite a lot of confidence. Maybe he has some special talent. I heard he's a pugilist, but he looks more like an Esper. I've checked through his history, and his speed is the astonishing factor. I heard that he even has some special flying skills, allowing him to continuously accelerate to warp speed. It seems like he has a void bloodline. Maximiller pointed to Silver Shadow in the distance. Furthermore, look at his body surface using microscopic vision. The seemingly smooth silver surface is actually covered with extremely small mana circuits, which most likely come from the Beyond Grade A mages of the Sea of Star Spirits. Hearing this, the Beyond Grade as all adjusted their vision and entered their microscopic view, and they discovered that there was indeed a dense energy circuit covering Silver Shadow, much like a semi-invisible tattoo. There are several Beyond Grade A mages residing within the Sea of Star Spirits, but such an insane way of inscribing magic circuits should belong to the Secret Master of the Elderly Association. While the Secret Master is one of the controllers of behind the scenes of the Galactic Black Market, he belongs to the neutral faction. Still, his fees are not cheap, so it seems like Silver Shadow must have bled quite badly. Raven Loudy got unhappy. What Elderly Association? It's called the Ancient Ones. Lotus Swordsman was focused on another point, and she squinted. He has too many enchantments on his body. To be able to withstand such a load, his fleshly body should be quite strong. Oh, this is indeed the case, Bayoni said in resignation. However, no matter how strong his fleshly body is, can it be stronger than Black Star's? Good point. With Han Shao as a shining example, no one was surprised anymore when they saw any meat shields. Speaking of which, ever since his battle with the Mechanic Emperor, Black Star has not fought anyone in the past 20 years. After reaching this stage, he most likely won't be able to maintain that startling growth speed. Viru shook his head. Even Claudia, who was usually silent, could not help but say, upon reaching the limits known to man, climbing further will require one to break through the limits into a whole new path. Throughout history, there were many who tried and failed. It's more difficult than it seems. As they chatted, Han Shao and Silver Shadow also began their battle. The mechanical host carrying Avatar floated in the universe with a small mechanical army. Its dark armor flickered constantly with blue and gold mechanical force. He, the mechanic, stood still while the pugilist Silver Shadow was the one who took the initiative to put some distance between them. This sort of situation was rarely seen, but everyone shared a glance, their eyes twinkling with laughter. In the entire universe, it was probably only the mechanic black star that no pugilist dared to face head-on. From afar, Silver Shadow circled around Han Xiao, looking for openings and opportunities to attack. Looking at him making circles around him, with no intention to attack, Han Xiao could not help but open his mouth. "How long are you going to circle me? Come and attack." Silver Shadow did not reply, only continuing to circle around. He gradually accelerated, flying faster as his body began to blur. He was akin to a silver comet, leaving behind a series of silvery afterimages like a flaming tail of a meteor. Through his void vision, Han Xiao could clearly see that the speed of Silver Shadow was not only fast. The space around him had distorted slightly, constantly warping at the rear to form the shape like a tidal wave, which allowed him to ride the waves to provide additional acceleration. At the same time, there was a familiar void energy fluctuation coming out of Silver Shadow, which proved that the other party also possessed some void genes. Han Xiao was quite clear of the general abilities of Silver Shadow. At the Beyond Grade A realm, Silver Shadow had a few obvious characteristics. One of them was speed, or his ability to maintain near warp speed for prolonged distances. At his peak, he could even reach actual warp speed. The second was that his body was extremely tough and nearly indestructible. The third was a rare racial talent. And his fourth was the Hor effect. Silver Shadow did not have a high HP count, but his defense was extremely exaggerated, to the point that even Heber could not compare with him. This was related to his attributes as a living universal treasure. Due to his various special abilities, Silver Shadow's actual combat capability was pushed up to the level of Heber or Viru despite him being a new Beyond Grade A, above the likes of Kohler and Baoni. He was probably only weaker than Maximiliar, Ravenloudy, and Lotus Swordsman, who belonged to the middle ranks, as he had a great shortcoming in his spiritual attributes. As one of the dynasty's allies with the strongest combat capabilities, Han Xiao carried himself calmly and did not mind allowing Silver Shadow to display all his means. After all, the other party was someone who had a special role. It was worth it to allow the other party to play his own style and obtain more authority to speak within their circle. It was not that Han Xiao was arrogant, but he knew his baseline. He had already calculated the entire battle scenario time and again in his heart, and the conclusion was set. Just with his current strength, he had enough ability to control the entire battle situation. He did not need any fancy moves to deal with Silver Shadow. He just needed to F201, and everything would be settled. With such an overwhelming advantage, how could he lose? No matter how flowery the opponent's skills were, a raise of his hand would be enough to annihilate them. Thus, Han Xiao patiently waited for Silver Shadow to speed up, only occasionally letting his machines shoot from a distance. Finally, Silver Shadow felt that he was sufficiently warmed up and suddenly turned around, shooting like a beam of light straight toward Han Xiao's mechanical troops. With permission from Han Xiao, the battle AI Sparta immediately responded, opening the space-time stabilizer to lock down the area. With the increase in spatial stability, Silver Shadow's speed was affected as part of his speed came from the distortion and warping of space. Even so, his speed remained quick, to the point that Calamity Grades would not be able to discern where his true body lay, only seeing a silver streak. Relying on his high speed, Silver Shadow started to clash against the machinery. The psionic cannon's shots mostly went wide, and the few that contacted were stopped at the psionic energy matrix shield that was formed from his silver pugilist flames, unable to penetrate. After fighting for a while, Silver Shadow turned and rushed toward the psionic shield of the mechanical troops like a silver comet. Before impacting, the silver comet suddenly changed, splitting up like a cluster warhead and turning into hundreds of tiny silver meteors. They scattered in all directions in an instant, bypassing the limited area of the shield and penetrating the mechanical troops' formation. Each subbody was a silvery liquid-like metallic substance, which were reduced versions of Silver Shadow and all part of his body. This was his racial talent, which was brought about by the mutation within the star nucleus. His body could achieve the effect of splitting itself on a nano level, as well as freely take on all shapes and sizes. Furthermore, the split selves also possessed a considerable fighting capacity. Because his total overall strength remained unchanged, the combat capability of each smaller self would depend instead on its size. Silver Shadow's void genes allowed him to use the void dimension to obtain energy to boost each smaller self. Silver Shadow's universal treasure talent brought him insane defense, which would not be differentiated by size. So, even if each smaller self did not possess the same strength as its main self, it was nigh indestructible, which was his advantage. Because of this special skill, within the suffering pugilist class, Silver Shadow was akin to a billionaire in a society, not needing to bow to anyone to survive. A few of the split selves rushed through the mechanical soldiers at great speed, but due to the separation in strength, the attacks were fast but could not pierce through the armor of the mechanical soldiers, only leaving traces on the surface. The majority of his selves merged together again, turning into a childlike version of Silver Shadow, and went straight to Han Xiao. Han Xiao's avatar did not move, only releasing a faint blue arc from his eyes. Virtual Paramount struck directly into Silver Shadow's soul. The next moment, Silver Shadow lost control of his body, barreling out of control. Even his smaller selves lost control and were easily captured. Han Xiao twisted slightly, avoiding Silver Shadow, and reached out to grab his ankle, pulling him back. Silver Shadow's weakness was spiritual attacks, but Virtual Paramount did not just contain a mental attack but also the difficulty of virtual technology. It would take Silver Shadow a long time to escape from the skill normally, not to mention that Han Xiao's virtual technology and level suppression would only increase the difficulty. Nanomechanical tentacles extended from behind the avatar, firmly binding Silver Shadow with 3 layers. At the same time, the tentacles were outfitted with electromagnetic, space, and other control devices. Disc-shaped miniature cannons popped out from Han Xiao's shoulders, suspending over Silver Shadow. From afar, the mechanical army also caught up, turning their weapons toward the restricted Silver Shadow, and released the reverse psionic shield, locking Han Xiao and Silver Shadow within the small confined area. In this manner, even if Silver Shadow wished to rush out, he had to break through the shield in order to gain distance to accelerate. Silver Shadow finally got out of the shackles from Virtual Paramount and received great mental injuries in doing so, being inflicted with many negative statuses. The moment he regained consciousness, he discovered that he had been fully bound up. "Do you want to continue?" Han Xiao communicated within the mental network with a jovial tone. "This sort of battle can't hurt me." Silver Shadow struggled for a while before realizing that it would be hard to extricate himself. He then decided to pull out his head, separating himself from his body and turning into a miniature version of himself. "I know, your body is extremely durable, and my troops can barely harm you." Han Xiao nodded and smiled. "However, just this point is not enough to gain the advantage against me. Believe me, I have sufficient experience in this regard." In fact, he was the natural counter to Silver Shadow. If he had utilized the spacetime amber with Silver Shadow's smaller frame, it would have been easy to encase and seal him within before slowly weakening him. However, this was only his avatar, so the spacetime amber was not with him. Silver Shadow sighed before hiding his arrogance and nodding. "You've won." He originally wanted to rely on his high speed and the ability to split up his body to gain the upper hand for a while. He had no confidence in being able to defeat Black Star, even if this was just an avatar. But the offensive that he had been preparing for a long time was dissolved by Han Xiao easily, and he ended up falling straight into the grasps of his opponent. This allowed him to feel the disparity between their abilities. With more than half of his body currently trapped by Han Xiao, it was pointless to continue fighting. Furthermore, Black Star had given him face and allowed himself to display his strength. Silver Shadow understood that clearly and did not wish to fight for a lost cause. While he wanted a strong opponent, he would not seek ridicule needlessly. Hearing this, Han Xiao released the restraints, and Silver Shadow regained his original body. Han Xiao laughed. "Now you owe me one. What will you have me do?" Silver Shadow asked. Just remember it for now. I'll look for you when I need your help." Han Xiao thought about it before deciding to shelve the matter. He actually wished to research Silver Shadow's body, to activate the universal treasure hidden attribute, but they did not have that good of a relationship. To suddenly suggest such an absurd thing. This was a dangerous topic for all beyond grade so it was better to cozy up to him first. This was not a one-off matter, so a better relationship would allow him more usages of Silver Shadow if need be. In the past, Carlet was a good friend of Silver Shadow's, so he was about to enjoy such personalized service free of charge. Speaking of which, Carlet should have entered the Dynasty army right now. While he was still far away from the time he was supposed to take shape, it was unknown if history would change due to Han Zhao's interference. Okay, I'll remember it, Silver Shadow nodded. If you have time, you can come over to the Shattered Star Ring or Flickering World to look for me. If you have any problems, I can help too. Han Zhao laughed in return. Silver Shadow nodded quietly, accepting Black Star's friendliness. Black Star sounded like an older brother right now and was just lacking the words, "I'll protect you." He felt a little emotional in his heart. All the other Beyond Grade as were trying to make things difficult for him, but only Black Star was different. This was the attitude that the future pillar of the dynasty should have. Seeing that the battle had ended, the rest of the Beyond Grade as flew toward them. The result of the battle was not out of anyone's expectations, but the calmness with which Black Star had handled this battle left everyone sighing in awe. In just 20 years, Black Star's bearing no longer gave one the feeling of a maverick who did not stick to conventional means but rather a straightforward suppression, easily pulling it off. While they did not cross swords, everyone could judge what would happen to them if they were faced with Silver Shadow's skills. Their conclusion was that while Silver Shadow might be a newcomer, his combat capabilities were good. Even Kohler or Bayoni might not be able to win. This was especially so for Kohler. He was secretly thankful that Silver Shadow did not accept his invitation to spar, or else it would have been really embarrassing. However, Black Star could deal with Silver Shadow so easily. It represented the gap between their realms. Other than Claudia, the respect that the other Beyond Grade as had for Han Zhao deepened. Upon returning to the spaceship, the group set up to return to planet Crimson Ring. While Han Zhao chatted with Silver Shadow, he summoned the interface and saw that the mission of fighting against Silver Shadow had already been marked as completed. However, he did not settle it immediately, instead choosing to wait until he returned. He had to molest Phaidon before he drew his reward. This ritual could not be skipped. Once they returned to planet Crimson Ring, they exchanged communicator numbers before Silver Shadow bid his farewell, returning to his quarters to rest. Han Zhao was about to release his lord's descent, when a member of the dynasty's army approached him. "Your Excellency Black Star, Mr. Bekarodi requests an audience with you." Bekarodi? Han Zhao knew that this guy was the most important leader of the Hawk faction, totally not in line with him. They did not have many dealings, so he curiously asked, "What is he looking for me for?" "He wishes to discuss with you the problem of the evolution cube." Han Zhao was surprised. Over the past few years, the Federation and Church did not stop their pressure, which caused many of the dynasty's upper echelons to question the ownership problem of the evolution cube. Bekarodi was one of the hardcore supporters of the dynasty owning the cube. That much Han Zhao knew. "Then what does he wish to talk to me about?" Han Zhao was a little curious and nodded. "All right, please lead the way. Please follow me." The dynasty officer guided Han Zhao to a government building, passing through layers of restrictions, before they arrived at a secret conference room. Han Zhao went in and saw an old yet majestic dynasty official seated at the head. His skin was stretched, the wrinkles deeply carved, and his nose a little big. With his dead-set eyes and mouth, he looked like a stubborn man. "Nice to meet you, Black Star. I'm Bekarodi. This should not be our first time meeting." Bekarodi squeezed out a small smile. Han Zhao sat on the other side of the conference table as he replied, "It's the first time we've met in private though." He had only seen this person during the meeting of the senior officials of the dynasty, but they had not communicated much. "I'm not a person who likes to talk nonsense, so I'll get straight to the point." Bekarodi supported his hands on the table and spoke in a deep voice. "The dynasty hopes to exchange items for your evolution cube. The conditions can be freely raised by you. Wanting to exchange for my evolution cube?" Han Zhao's eyes moved. In fact, such signs had appeared a long time ago, but this was the first time the dynasty had approached him directly. "This should not be your personal intention, right?" Han Zhao gave a smile that was yet not a smile. That's right. I hope you understand. This is no personal grudge, and the reason we did not do so in the past was because the evolution cube was not worth much. However, the evolutionary civilization blueprints that were in the ES God's hands used the cube as the core of their technology, so its importance has changed. The dynasty hopes to obtain such a strategic universal treasure, but we had not asked you up till now because of the ruler's support for you. Han Shao nodded. This was understandable. As a civilization, there were a lot of points to consider, and they would only be reassured if they could hold the strategic level object in their own embrace. Not to mention the Crimson Dynasty, be it the Federation or the Church, as long as the evolutionary totem as well as a bunch of related techniques appeared in their hands, they would also make the same choice. If he was a beyond grade A of the civilization, the rest would probably have forced him to give it up directly, rather than talking conditions. Since he was an external ally, the dynasty could not force him to hand over his items, or it would result in a negative impression. For the advanced civilizations, a beyond grade A was merely used as a tool for war, and the civilization itself was the main character of the universe instead. However, to a beyond grade A, there were few who were actually willing to help a civilization to the end. They were merely exchanging services and benefits. Letting me make conditions at will, this is really generous. Han Shao smiled. There should be an upper limit though. How about you make an initial offer? Good. Bekarodi nodded. The dynasty is willing to use a universal treasure to exchange for your evolution cube. Han Shao shook his head. You've already said so yourself. The evolution cube's meaning has changed. Wouldn't a one-to-one exchange be detrimental to me? You're mistaken. It's not a one-to-one. Bekarodi smiled before dropping the bombshell. 3 universal treasures in exchange for the evolution cube. This is a sincere offer from the dynasty. What do you think about it? One F2A should be describing a macrobot in StarCraft that was so powerful that all it needed to do was to press F2, select all armies, and then A attack, to win any battle. Chapter 996, Tricky Question. Chapter 996, Tricky Question. 3 for 1. Han Shao jumped in surprise. It seemed like the dynasty was prepared to bleed. Just by the amount, they indeed were expressing their sincerity. A universal civilization would naturally have the technology to craft universal treasures, and with their many years of accumulation, they should have a lot in stock. Bekarodi tapped on the table, and a screen popped out in front of Han Shao. This is the exchange list provided by the dynasty. You may choose any 3 of them listed. Han Shao glanced at it and immediately knew that the universal treasures on the list were not the complete inventory of the dynasty. Thinking about it, he then opened his mouth to ask, what if I want other universal treasures from the dynasty? If you wish to exchange for those outside the list, then there will not be the privilege of 3 exchanging for 1. Furthermore, there are important assets of the dynasty that cannot be taken out for the exchange. I hope you understand this point. Other than that, if you wish to customize a universal treasure, you may suggest it to the dynasty. However, it needs to undergo a review, Bekarodi said. That's within my expectations. Han Shao nodded. Just think about it, the 3 for 1 could not be without conditions, and they would definitely not use their own strategic-level universal treasures to acquire his evolution cube. Whatever they were willing to exchange was those they opened to everyone, which was also the universal treasures not too important to the civilization. The importance of universal treasures was dependent on their specific role. From Han Zhao's perspective, they were akin to magical items, with the top being held by strange, unsolvable mysteries such as the space-time amber. There were also many kinds of man-made universal treasures, such as Austin's Palace of Hidden Spells, Bayone's Land of the Fire Core, or the Arcane Church's 10,000 Deity Scepter. The evolution cube was the core of the technology from the evolutionary civilization, and this technology had since been lost, only leaving behind a series of technological applications. With the legacy from ES God being revealed, many advanced civilizations would also have obtained the data, which meant that whoever obtained the evolution cube would inherit part of the core technology from a quasi-universal civilization, completely exclusive to them. This was naturally of great significance. Han Shao pondered while scanning the exchange list again, secretly analyzing the pros and cons. In his previous life, during the World Tree Civilization War, the 3 universal civilizations took out large stacks of universal treasures to equip the beyond grade as with, including quite a few universal treasures that he had seen on the list today. Among them, magic and mechanical equipment occupied the most of them, and the majority were meant for individual scale battles, such as armor, melee weapons, or special devices. A small part of them would be special-purpose universal treasures, most of which Han Shao knew about from his previous life. For example, there was an item called the Shadow Lantern, where the wick was made up of the source energy fragment of the shadow dimension, and the light it emitted was pure shadow. It possessed many special effects, with the main effect to open the dimension portal and transform the area into a dangerous dark dimension, changing the existences of everything in the area, as well as inviting shadow creatures from beyond. Another example would be the Key of Destruction. This was one of the defining technologies of the Crimson Dynasty, which could be mass-produced and even used by ordinary citizens. Its effect was to remotely call upon the firepower of the various armies of the dynasty. However, this required the dynasty army to cooperate. Most of the dynasty's armies were equipped with a Key of Destruction. When activated, a special secondary dimension would be opened, and the armies would launch a cannon salvo, which would be temporarily held in the secondary dimension and transported over to the summoner. The summoner would then release it to attack at their desired location. The range was extremely wide, enough to clean up everything in the area. However, because it was an indiscriminate attack, it was only used as a last resort. Compared to the multidimensional sky opening transportation device, the Key of Destruction was not as flexible and was affected by space-time stabilizing anchors, magic, or psionic seal rings. However, it had its advantages of being portable and high-volume production. As long as the operating procedures were known, even mortals could use this, but this was not a good that could be sold, and the dynasty would only give this out during special missions. When caught unaware, even beyond grade as could be killed by the volley of firepower. Throughout the exploration era, the dynasty used this technology to kill many of the original pioneers, leaving them without a complete corpse. However, with the development of space technology, the Key of Destruction was now slightly outdated, and everyone knew to guard against this trick of the dynasties. In addition, there were also miscellaneous items, such as golden blueprints left by the previous Beyond Grade A mechanics or magic equipment forging diagrams from mages and so on. The dynasty had a lot stashed away and wanted to exchange their unused stuff for the evolution cube. As for what the dynasty did not study or understand, it would naturally not be included in the list. Han Shao initially wanted to take advantage of this loophole, but it was a pity that the other party did not give him a chance. After patiently waiting for a while, Bekarodi asked, "How is it? Have you made your decision?" "Oh," Han Shao breathed out before shaking his head. "This is too sudden, and I've not thought about it properly. I can't give you an answer now. Give me some time to consider." "That's fine." Bekarodi nodded, and his tone grew a little heavier. "I believe, after serious consideration, you will make the best choice and not disappoint the dynasty's faith in you. I hope you can make your decision before the Flickering World opens. We'll see depending on the situation." Han Shao nodded before standing up, following the secretary out of the room. Leaving the government building, he headed toward his small base that was used for storing his machinery while thinking about the pros and cons. The first would be with regards to the interest. If he handed over the evolution cube, he would receive 3 universal treasures. According to the list, he should obtain all combat-related universal treasures, but there was always the opportunity to acquire another strategic-level universal treasure instead. Han Shao had always felt that it was pointless to only have combat-related treasures. It would be good if they gave them away for free. However, that was just his wishful thinking. There were also other benefits, namely that the Black Star Army would not have to stand on the cusp of the storm, and Sorokin's limitless financial group would not continue to make trouble for him. There was also no need to worry about any potential attacks from both the Federation and the Church, which could mean a long period of stable development. Given that their previous grudges were not counted. Han Shao also assessed the effects of losing the evolution cube. This was a unique strategic-level universal treasure, and while it possessed no combat power, its effect could be reflected in all aspects of development for a faction. If this were to be handed over to the dynasty, the Black Star Army would lose its faction's special product, and its attraction to players and other characters would inevitably decline. A good example would be Silver Shadow. The latter would not have been so interested in him if not for the evolution cube. With the Flickering World as a foundation, his interest group derived from the cube at the start had also stabilized, but the business of the evolution cube was still an important pillar in the army's finances. Handing over the cube was tantamount to transferring the frightening profits of the evolutionary totem to the dynasty. The expansion and maintenance of the Black Star Army required a huge amount of funds to constantly flow in, and without the transactions of the evolutionary totem to support them, the army would shrink and even slow its expansion. Phoebnovel.com. While they had to abide by the covenant and seek the dynasty's permission to use the evolution cube, he still possessed its ownership. Once his ownership was lost, the meaning would be different. This would mean that other organizations would no longer need to cooperate with the Black Star Army, instead directly bypassing them to work with the dynasty. The Black Star Army would be kicked out of this game, which would impact their various businesses. The financial losses were not limited to just the transactions of the evolutionary totem. Moreover, if he wished to use the evolution cube in the future, he would have to buy the right with money or contribution points. At the same time, without the uniqueness of the evolution cube, the Black Star Army would also drop in influence. No matter how good his prestige was, he could not provide people with what they wanted. To sum it up, the growth of the Black Star Army would become several times more difficult if he handed the cube over. Han Shao did not know if the dynasty had any hidden intentions to restrict the Black Star Army from growing. Did they feel that it was enough to allow his organization to grow to such a point? By reason, it would not be the case, but the thoughts of those above were always hard to speculate. The Mechanic Empire was a good example. While the Federation did not regret it, if they had a chance to start over, they might not wish for the Mechanic Emperor to grow to such an extent, making him difficult to control. But if he were to reject the dynasty's suggestion, there would also be trouble. From Beccaroti's words, Han Shao smelled a different meaning within. Was the dynasty eager to obtain the evolution cube so that it could sell the totems publicly? After the Flickering World opened, countless organizations would enter and inevitably cause friction with the dynasty. If they began selling the totems openly, the pressure would decrease, and their control of the Flickering World would become unbreakable. If that was the case, then rejecting the proposal would mean disrupting the strategic deployment of the dynasty, which was tantamount to him being ignorant of the bigger picture. Beccaroti had already displayed the sincerity of the dynasty, with polite words, and even shown a sincere attitude. However, in reality, this was merely a facade, and they were forcing him to hand over the cube. If he rejected, the upper echelons of the dynasty would feel that he did not know what was good for him, incurring dissatisfaction. Han Shao believed that if we refused to hand the cube over, the dynasty would not give up easily and would likely take some unknown follow-up measures. It was impossible to steal from an ally, but underhanded moves would be set down one after another. What a difficult problem for me, Han Shao sighed, unable to choose. When the evolutionary totem appeared, he knew that the future would be troublesome, but the dynasty had helped him bear the pressure and had lasted for 20 years. Finally, this trouble had still appeared. I need to carefully think about this. I'll contact Erinrel in the next few days and find out about her stand. Not long after Han Shao left, a figure walked into Beccaroti's conference room. It was God. After accumulating enough military merits over the years, God had been sent back to the dynasty, formally focusing on his training with the same batch of calamity grades with potential. The birth of a beyond grade A was full of uncertain factors. Even a universal civilization could not mass-produce them, so the basic method was to spread the net as wide as possible and cultivate a large number of calamity grades. Due to the huge talent pool as well as their advanced training methods, the conversion rate would not be null, but their output was also not fixed. It was the method through which Dark Lord Claudi had been trained by the dynasty into a beyond grade A. God was wearing a special dynasty officer uniform but with no rank markings on it. His figure was still skinny, no different from the him over a decade ago. "You're here, sit." Beccaroti glanced at him before nodding. God sat at where Han Shao had originally sat and lightly smiled. "How was the discussion?" "No idea. It would be good if Black Star agreed. That would save us a lot of trouble. With such good conditions, I believe he will not reject it. Black Star is a smart person, and smart people know their circumstances. God smiled. It's difficult to say. Based on the character analysis by Heroic Soul, Black Star is a typical profit-seeker. 3-1 may not be able to impress him, and the probability of rejection is at 63%. Bekarodi shook his head. Let's not mention him. In short, whether he agrees or not, we still need your ability to analyze the principle behind the evolutionary energy. Haha. I'm waiting to be sent. God laughed. I know that your abilities are unprecedented, but how confident are you that you can use your abilities to analyze the evolution cube? Don't wait till the end before telling us it's impossible. Right now, there's no chance, but if I reach beyond grade A, I would probably have a 70 to 80% chance. So, when can you reach beyond grade A? Bekarodi asked. God only smiled. Seeing this, Bekarodi knew that there was no answer to this question and shook his head. So long as you know it in your heart, that's fine. If you can unravel the mystery of the evolution cube, this would be a great contribution to the dynasty. In addition to your promotion, the dynasty ruler will also pay more attention to you. He firmly supported the evolution cube being handed over and could only rely on Sorokin to put pressure on Black Star. But because of the Black Star Army and Germinal Financial Group's cooperation, there were not many results. It was only when God appeared that Bekarodi saw a new hope. As a direct potential super cultivated by the dynasty, many factions were attracted to God. But the one he was closest to was Bekarodi's Hawk faction. They had invested in him from an early stage. After pausing for a while, Bekarodi's words turned sharp. Let's set this aside for now and talk about the primal chaos mysterious energy. This is information revealed by God's legacy, and this mysterious energy is very dangerous. If you cannot become the host, even a calamity grade can be annihilated. Isn't your idea too risky? There's no risk. Bekarodi frowned. Are you sure that your Esper ability will allow you to control the primal chaos mysterious energy at the calamity grade? It can. Furthermore, this power will allow me to reach beyond grade a much faster. God replied. Humph, you'd better be right, Bekarodi said in a deep tone. Primal chaos mysterious energy was from God's legacy, but it did not fall into the hands of the dynasty. The fact that you obtained it from other sources and handed it to us is good. When the time comes, if there are any other organizations that want to fight for the primal chaos mysterious energy, the dynasty will also interfere. I've already submitted your application, and whether the dynasty will allow you to use the primal chaos mysterious energy in the end is up to them. That's right. God laughed. Chapter 997. A Simpleton's Killing Move. 997 A Simpleton's Killing Move. After releasing his doppelganger, Han Zhao's consciousness returned to his main body, and the scene in front of him changed back to the room where his divine mechanical throne was located in Black Star Palace within the Flickering World. He took off the evolution cube that he wore around his neck, looking carefully at it. The small silver square reflected the gleam of light. It's been 20 years since I got you from Psyker's hands. Han Zhao touched the cube, and from the icy cold touch, a sense of intimacy rose from his heart. According to the incomplete legacy of the evolutionary civilization, Han Zhao had long resonated with the evolution cube, forming a soul connection. If he passed this over to the dynasty, he also did not know if the dynasty would request for him to cut off his soul connection, letting someone else like Dark Lord Claudia form a connection. Shaking his head, he buried this thought before putting the evolution cube back around his neck. He left the room to find Fiden. From the surveillance shown by Philip, Han Zhao found Fiden as well as the other older officers in the recreation area. He took a floating vehicle, arriving outside the Black Star Guard's exclusive recreation room. As he walked in, he could hear Hadavi's delighted voice. I can feel it. A few days ago, my Esper ability rose a bit once again. There have been some minute genetic changes in me, and I feel that a small corner of the door to beyond grade A has opened. Aurora turned to look at Fiden. How many times has he said this? Fiden laughed. About 233 times. That's right. Every day you talk about how you're about to reach the beyond grade A realm, but it's been a decade, and there's still no change, Aurora added. You may not believe me, but every time I finish sparring with the army commander's apostle weapons, I show some improvement, even if it's only a small bit. Hadavi snorted. The spar? More like being beaten up. Phaidon waved his hands in dismissal. So what if it's being beaten up? My Esper ability is like that. Hadavi was not angry. At least I can now last longer than all of you. After all, I can be considered Black Star's trump card. Now that he was already a peak calamity grade super, only the powerful attacks of a beyond grade A could stimulate his cells to improve further. After the first of his apostle weapons, Psionic Prime, was born, Han Shao had handed the task of beating up Hadavi to his apostle weapons. With the improvement in his abilities, the combat prowess of the apostle weapons naturally increased. Since they were able to fight against beyond grade A supers, they could naturally thrash calamity grades. Thus, Hadavi would always run over to them to seek abuse. Because of his superior defense, he could remain in the hands of the apostle weapons for a long time, surpassing other guards. After receiving more than 20 years of beatings, Hadavi had been steadily progressing, and his combat power had significantly improved. As a beyond grade A seed, he had always boasted about being the top warrior in the army. This moment, everyone heard footsteps and turned around to see Han Shao walking in. They all stood up in respect. Sit. I just came over for a look. Han Shao waved his hands before walking over to Phaidon, his hand grasping his shoulder. Again, Phaidon spoke in resignation, only using his hand to hit Han Zhao's chest as a token of resistance. After so many years, he had already gotten used to it. The friendship of men was simple. The more they touched each other, the better their relationship would get. With the rise of Black Star's prestige, there were more and more officers who felt cautious about Han Shao. In the army, only a few old friends, including Phaidon, could be so casual in front of him. After Han Shao was satisfied that he had gotten enough luck, he turned around to look at Aurora before asking, "How's the accumulation of life energy?" Aurora smiled, and the entire room seemed to be wrapped with sunshine. "It's quite huge, and I can feel that as long as I train for another half a year, I'll step into the calamity grade." Upon hearing that, Han Shao nodded. Aurora's Esper ability was that of life, and thus her life energy was increasing every moment, resulting in the transformation of her body. Not only would her physical fitness become better, her genes would also naturally optimize, and she would maintain her youth forever. At grade B, her abilities were upgraded in a different manner. It was difficult for her to train her life energy. She had to wait until the total amount reached the standards of the next level. This approach had its advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that progress would be slow. Every day, only a certain amount of life energy would be generated based on one's level. Because Aurora had created many life potions, her life energy had not yet reached the calamity grade, so she rarely did so anymore. But the benefit in this approach was that there was almost no bottleneck for her in the long term. As long as her life energy reached a certain standard, she could advance, which meant that it was only a matter of time for her to advance to beyond grade A, but it might take hundreds or even thousands of years. Speaking of which, Gila functioned through grabbing the life energy of others to strengthen herself, while Aurora shared her life energy with others and slowed down her own growth rate. Both their abilities and advancement modes were diametrically opposite. "That's right. Uncle, when will my sister return?" Aurora could not help but ask that. "I don't know." Han Shao shook his head. "A few days ago, I sent out news to them, but they didn't reply, nor did they pick up my call. They might have run off to some dangerous place where there's no signal. Sigh, it's been so many years. I miss my sister." Aurora scrunched up her face, looking a little depressed. "Me too." Han Shao nodded. "Me three," Hadavi added on. The duo immediately glared at him, with an expression of, "What has it got to do with you?" on their faces. Hadavi crossed his hands and coldly snorted. "She left 20 years ago and is still hogging the title of captain. Phaidon is only a stand-in, and I'm still the deputy, without being able to challenge her position." "Oh, it's like that." Aurora sighed in relief, patting her bouncy chest. "I thought you had something for my sister. Your sister is so aloof. How could I like her?" Noticing Han Zhao's gaze, Hadavi trailed off and coughed. mumbling in a small voice, "And how could I dare?" When he first joined under Black Star, Hadavi did not have many qualifications, so he was willing to serve under Gila as a deputy despite being a beyond grade A seed. However, so many years had passed, and Hadavi was considered an old-timer now. His capabilities had improved, and he had influence and qualifications. Furthermore, Gila had been gone for 20 years straight, so he felt that he had the right not to be under any other calamity grades. He wished to have a higher position, becoming the captain of the Black Star Guards. This was also good for his reputation in the universe. The title of Captain of the Black Star Guards was just like the chief vanguard official for Bloodshed Land, and there was a bonus in terms of influence. Hadavi was someone who sought authority and strength, so he considered this as well. All right, when Gila returns, as long as you can defeat her, you'll be the new captain. Han Shao laughed. Okay, you've said it. Hadavi perked out. After some idle conversation, Han Shao left the room. As he walked down the corridor, he opened his interface and selected Silver Shadow's Beyond Grade A mission. Mission. Silver Shadow is complete. You have completed all the mission requirements and received 24,500,000,000 experience. You have received Character Summon Card Silver Shadow. Character Summon Card Silver Shadow. Comet Rush. For a short time, plus 15% DEX, plus 45% move speed, and plus 300% acceleration. Upper cap for move speed is removed, and one can accelerate endlessly. Lasts for 12 seconds. Number of times used, 0/4. You have received a reward. Draw one of Silver Shadow's skills. Ability/talent. Tip: Silver Shadow is a pugilist, so some of the abilities and talents are adjusted according to your class. Randomizing. Complete. Please select one from the 5 options below as the reward. 1. Charge Endless Potential ability. Your next melee attack will grant additional damage based on the sprint distance. The greater the distance, the higher the damage. There is no upper limit, but at the same time, your body will suffer from the recoil, being damaged for 70% of the total damage inflicted on the other party. Consumes 200 energy and 3,000 stamina. Cooldown, 240s. Remark: to strike the enemy or to strike yourself, that is the problem. 2. Dark Energy Extraction ability. You can draw upon the dark energy within the universe, recovering 15% to 25% of your energy each time. Consumes 800 stamina. Cooldown, 24s. 3. Nuclear Force Structure Reinforcement Talent. Your cells will undergo particle structure reinforcement, gaining 12% immunity to all physical damage. You are immune to true damage, armor piercing, shock, and other special attacks. Non-immunity, converted to normal damage. 4. Self-Refresh ability. Remove all negative status affecting you. Does not work on silenced and energy-locked states. Consumes 300 energy. Cooldown 420s. 5. Repeated Critical Strike ability. Passive skill. When you accelerate, your body's melee crit rate and crit damage multipliers will rise, providing up to a maximum of 80% crit rate and 375% crit damage. The effect is constant when you maintain your speed. When speed is reduced and peak speed is not restored within 2.5s, the effect will begin to irreversibly decline after 8 seconds and return to 0 in 4s. A cooldown of 120s will be applied the moment it hits 0. Remark: life is like exercising. Start running, don't stop. The quality this time is quite good. Han Shao was satisfied. There was even a molding talent, and the other skills were all good. Apart from his touched luck, the main reason was that the average quality of Silver Shadow skills was high. Taking a closer look, Han Shao first ruled out Dark Energy Extraction. The pugilists required a lot of energy, but he had a more efficient manner of gaining energy through being beaten. Generally speaking, Han Shao would want to choose molding talents where possible, but Nuclear Force Structure Reinforcement only provided damage immunity, which would duplicate the ability given by the Germinal organization leader. As for the 12% of absolute physical resistance and immunity to shock, armor piercing, and so on, it was a good effect, but the cost-to-performance ratio was not good. Since Han Shao was already tanky, the defense improvement would be weak. Furthermore, He had trampled upon little Tai Tai the last time and obtained his legendary fixed damage reduction, which was enough. After thinking for a bit, he finally made a choice. You have acquired the skill. Charge, endless potential. This suits me better. While repeated critical strike was good, it was limited to only one's melee crit rate and had to be triggered by speed. This was suitable for Silver Shadow's combat style, but not too much for Han Shao. In contrast, Charge, endless potential was very fierce. It provided unlimited additional damage according to sprint distance, but one had to bear 70% of the damage inflicted. It had great power and side effects. This was a move that would result in a Pyrrhic victory where no one would benefit. However, the great mechanic Han was a unique character unseen in this world. With his ability to recover energy from taking damage and use the energy to recover his HP, not only was his skull thick, he was not afraid of recoil damage. Furthermore, he was a mechanic and he need not even go personally to battle. Just by having one of his avatars rush forward to hit them, all danger was gone. This was even more suited for him than Silver Shadow. What a reliable ability. I finally got my hands on a fierce attacking skill. Silver Shadow is really generous to give me such a good welcome gift. Han Shao was extremely satisfied. This brother is interesting. I'll have to look after him more in the future. Chapter 998 Storm Rises and Falls. 998 Storm Rises and Falls. My current combat style is perfect, not only tanky but with powerful burst strength and lots of crowd control skills. The size of my mechanical army is huge, and it can carry out tactical cooperation with hundreds of thousands of troops. There are also high-leveled machines such as the mechanical host as well as apostle weapons, and my mental resistance is also high. I have virtual paramount as a spiritual attack, and my void bloodline also gives me unique skills. Analyzing his current cards, Han Shao felt that he was getting quite overpowered, having developed a comprehensive spiritual and physical enhancement. Among the 5 big super systems, the Espers had the highest battle power in the beginning, but in the endgame, the mechanics and mages would shine. Compared to the other 3 systems, mechanics and mages utilized knowledge as the source of their power and had very comprehensive abilities, leaving few shortcomings. For mechanics, their low HP and mental resistance would be considered their more prominent weaknesses. However, in Han Zhao's dictionary, there was no low HP or weak mental resistance. Having compensated for them, there were no weaknesses and he was basically an all-rounder. But now he had the skill Charge, endless potential. This sort of super high explosive single target skill would make the fighting method more perfect because when they were fighting, Han Zhao's main body or his avatar would usually be roaming around and would not immediately step forward to engage in a melee entanglement. With his potential accumulation skill, the distance he traveled could be converted into damage, which gave him more strategic options. He gleefully admired this ability for a while longer before turning off the interface. Returning to his room, he suppressed his joy, taking out his communicator. After a few deep breaths, he dialed the private line of the dynasty ruler to find out her stand. After a few rings, Ernrel's delicate face appeared on the screen. It seemed that she had expected Han Shao to contact her. "Black Star, you're here? Your Excellency ruler." Han Shao went straight to the point. "Do you know about Bekaroti's matter?" Ernrel nodded. Glancing at her calm expression, Han Shao confirmed his suspicion that the dynasty's decision-makers wanted him to turn the cube in, and even the ruler was standing on their side. Han Shao paused for a moment before saying, "Do you have any suggestions? I also hope that you can hand over the evolution cube. This concerns an important strategy of the dynasty." "Is the important strategy to sell the totems publicly? If I pass over the cube to you, what I'm losing is a huge amount of profit." Han Shao tested the waters. Ernrel shook her head, slowly explaining, "The dynasty has no intention at the moment to sell the totems to the public. This decision was based on our consideration of risk. For you, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. The Federation and Church are increasing their pressure, and while the dynasty is holding the majority back, as long as you hold on to the evolution cube, it's hard to guarantee that they will not take the risk again to launch a new sneak attack. I believe that you understand this too. In your hands, the evolution cube is a hot potato. Dealing with you is much easier than forcing the dynasty to compromise. If the cube is handed over to the dynasty for custody, the enemy will face no chance. You seem to have very little confidence in me. Han Shao raised a brow. I thought you were always optimistic about me. I indeed am optimistic about your future, but you're still one person, Ernrel replied. After their last lesson, if the Federation and Church act, they will definitely bring out the likes of Manison and Kasui peak beyond grade as of now, you're still not an opponent for the Mechanic Emperor himself, and if the other peak beyond grade as are added, the risk is too big. This makes sense, but since they chose not to act over the past few years, it's hard to say so in the future too. Han Shao was still undecided. The situation is now different. Beyond grade as are generally distributed in different star fields, so when mobilized, we can receive warnings and prepare in advance. However, when the Flickering World opens, it will be an excellent opportunity for the Federation and the Church. The entire universe's beyond grade as will rush to the Shattered Star Ring, and with so many people gathering, it will be easy to gather high-level combatants to quickly attack your base camp. Because they have a legitimate reason to gather them, it will be difficult for us to be on guard. Han Shao stroked his chin. Indeed, due to the news of the Flickering World about to open, all sorts of organizations had begun to gather within the Shattered Star Ring. This naturally included many beyond grade as from the other star fields. In the past, all these beyond grade as were distributed in various star fields, so it was difficult to gather them to deal with him. However, with the opportunity, the situation would naturally turn more dangerous. It could be foreseen that during this period, the originally chaotic Shattered Star Ring would become much worse. Whether or not he as the local tyrant could withdraw the chaos, it was really hard to say. Seeing that Han Shao did not speak, Ernrel continued in her attempts to persuade him. Black Star, although the future profit of the evolution cube is huge and it is disadvantageous to trade it, it's still better than losing it. Let me think about this. Han Shao nodded. For the time being, he decided not to burn all his bridges. There's no need to give me an answer soon. Ernrel suddenly changed the topic. I have something I need you to do as well. What? Right now, the Dynasty is building an interstar field stargate to link the Shattered Star Ring and the Flickering World. Before we officially open it, a large number of organizations within the entire universe will flock over, which will impact the star field. I need you to maintain law and order, suppressing all foreign organizations and beyond grade A to prevent chaos. Han Shao was quite interested in this. But I remember that the Shattered Star Ring belongs to the Federation in name. That's right. However, our dynasty is stronger in the region, and maintaining stability is beneficial to us. I don't want any incidents to happen and affect the opening of the Flickering World. You could actually speak to Heber for this. The tyrant doesn't have your prestige, and only you have the qualification to suppress all the incoming beyond grade as. Hearing this, Han Shao could not help but laugh. To think that the dynasty ruler, who sat above all others, would be so well versed at bootlicking. His interface released a notification, which was displayed as an additional faction mission regarding the main storyline of the Flickering World arc. The requirement was to maintain the stability of the Shattered Star Ring before the opening, and the reward was quite satisfactory, giving him experience, contribution points, anas, and resources from the dynasty. Alright, I'll take helm in the Shattered Star Ring, and I hope that the other beyond grade as will show me some face. Even without the mission, he would still do the same. The Shattered Star Ring was where his army was currently camped, and stabilizing his backyard was compulsory. He would not allow any outsiders to run rampant in his leak field. This was especially so for those newly minted beyond grade as, during this time, they would need to perform great deeds that would cement their influence and prestige. After hanging up, Han Shao breathed out and activated Lord's Descent, sending his consciousness to his Machinery Civilization's planet. Since he was going back to hold the fort, the troops remaining in his headquarters were not enough, and a new wave of reinforcements was needed. It was just nice that the Machinery Civilization had already developed for over 20 years stably and was walking on the correct track. He was going to pull the group of apostle weapons back. The scene in front of his eyes changed again, and he was now inside a mechanical palace, with the mechanical host sitting on the throne of the palace. Han Shao had left a mechanical host in the Machinery Civilization to facilitate himself coming over to take a look now and then. Thus, Psionic Prime and the rest had built a palace hall that resembled a sky-reaching pagoda, tens of thousands meters in height, and had enshrined his mechanical host within. Manipulating his avatar, Han Shao walked out of the palace and stood there overlooking the entire planet. He saw an endless lineup of mechanical cities, and countless mechanical life forms were flying in the sky. This was the main planet of the Machinery Civilization, Planet Apostle, which was much better than a decade ago. After more than 20 years of constant development, the Machinery Civilization had completely transformed this planet, building countless facilities on the surface and underground. With their strong productivity, they had even started to develop the planets nearby. At the same time, like tree branches growing leaves, their population swelled up. This would be the future source of Han Zhao's mechanical army. Speaking from the scale of a civilization's progress, the Machinery Civilization's speed of development was akin to traveling using a hyperdrive spaceship. However, compared with the Black Spirit race, the latter's development was not slow either. After years of study, batch after batch of scholars and researchers had appeared within the Black Spirit race, and they had begun to integrate the knowledge from various fields taught by the army. Due to the special characteristics of the Black Spirit race, once someone had learned a piece of knowledge, they could quickly spread it out. With the resources and equipment generously provided by the army, the Black Spirit race did not need to accumulate their production efficiency and could directly apply any acquired knowledge. Thus, in just 2 decades, they had directly entered the electrical age from the tribal age, completing a triple jump. The horrifying talent of the race had begun to emerge. In his view, if the Black Spirit race had started at the same point together with the Federation and the Church, it might have been the 4th universal civilization. The talents of the Black Spirit race were almost entirely focused on learning and education. To slightly exaggerate, this was a race that was qualified to use the prosperous saying of, "Everyone can be a dragon." As for the Kundi race, they were still undergoing their cultural transformation, but Han Shao had also allowed people to give them something good. At this moment, the inner circle of the Kundi race had already shown signs of people worshipping the machinery faith. Although their tragic battle a decade ago had left behind some wounds and they had not fully converted to this religion, the roots had already taken hold. As Han Shao gazed around the planet, in a short time, more than 10 black dots appeared from afar, heading over. Behind those black dots, which were his apostle weapons, there was a huge mountain-like shadow slowly approaching. This was the giant King Kong, famous for his size, and his height was exactly parallel to the gate of the sky-reaching pagoda where Han Shao was located. "We greet our Lord." Psionic Prime led the apostle weapons and flew into the gate, stopping in front of Han Shao and saluting. In the recent years, Han Shao had utilized all his apostle weapon slots, expanding the team. Because of perfect mechanical sense, as well as a series of talents and abilities that increased the upper limit of his skills, his apostle weapons numbered more than 12 now. Gazing at them, he discovered that the apostle weapons now had better weapons and armor than they had 20 years ago. At the same time, their source energy had also grown. All mechanical life forms could grow as they could upgrade themselves. This was especially so for the first generation of mechanical life forms, which contained the purest mechanical life tinder. Psionic Prime, Silver Flash, Mad Sky Hunter, Scarlet Flame, Gold Sovereign, Formless Ghost, Heaven-Suppressing Banner, and Purple Sky Spirit. Bring your troops with you and return to the headquarters in the Shattered Star Ring. I might require you guys to fight. Han Shao passed down the command. Understood, Psionic Prime responded. To him, Han Zhao's words were akin to divine doctrine. At a Stargate border of the Shattered Star Ring, a fleet with the symbol of the Arcane Church slowly exited the Stargate. Nowadays, beyond grade as everywhere were flocking to the Shattered Star Ring. This fleet was dedicated to escorting a new Beyond Grade A who had joined the Arcane Church a few years prior. Red Devil, Tolian, once a wanted criminal from Silver Arm, had reached the Beyond Grade A few years back. He was then recruited by the Arcane Church, and his previous deeds were wiped clean. With the support of the Arcane Church, his Silver Arm had a place in the universe. In the conference room of the flagship, a portion of the Beyond Grade as of the Arcane Church were within the room, but only Tolian was there with his main body. Haha, it seems like I'm the first to arrive. When will you all get here? Tolian laughed. Soon. You and Psyker had better wait there quietly for us. Sun Hunter had a small stature, but his voice was mighty like a booming cannon. What's the use in just waiting? Tolian's eyes gleamed. Since there's nothing to do, I'll find someone to spar. He had just entered the Beyond Grade realm not too long ago. As a newcomer, he did not have any outstanding battle records, so upon reaching the Shattered Star Ring, he felt the urge to prove himself. Don't try to do anything funny in the Shattered Star Ring, Kasui coldly interjected, his voice wispy. It's his territory. Show him some face. The Shattered Star Ring of the past only had Heber, Austin, Ames, and Psyker, which made it a remote and weak place. Not enough for a peak beyond Grade A like Kasui to notice. But things were different now. With Black Star rising vigorously, he had become the representative of the Shattered Star Ring, holding the fort in the name of the dynasty. There was a certain level of prestige given toward a peak beyond Grade A, and the other beyond grade as were willing to show Black Star some face and behave themselves in the Shattered Star Ring. Even as fellow peak beyond grade as none of them wanted to rile Black Star up for nothing. The moment Black Star was mentioned, a few of the beyond grade as present showed uneasy expressions. They were the participants of the Planet Lighthouse battle and had eaten a loss when facing Han Shao. The feeling of being trapped in spacetime amber was not a good one. That was especially so for Dylan, who let out an involuntary shudder upon hearing Han Zhao's name. Haha, you've only been defeated once, but you're already afraid to this point? Your Excellency Kasui, it can't be that even you are afraid of him, can it? Tolian knew about this matter and could not help but laugh sarcastically. As a wanted criminal in the past, he was not someone to lie low. As soon as this remark came out, quite a number of beyond grade as looked a little embarrassed, coldly snorting. I'm not afraid of him, Kasui calmly stated. But now isn't the time for us to fight. I advise you not to provoke him. I'm not that foolish. Tolian waved his hands. Relax. I'm not so arrogant as to choose Black Star as the target. Then, who do you want to spar with? I can't defeat Black Star, and Heber belongs to the dynasty, which is also troublesome to provoke. Psyker is weak, but he's still one of us, so that only leaves the other two. Tolian's eyes flashed in excitement. Austin always hides in his palace of hidden spells, and I should not be able to defeat him, but as for Ames, she should be easy to deal with. I'll use her as my stepping stone and let her become my beyond grade A battle record. Chapter 999 Return. Accepting the Battle. 999 Return. Accepting the Battle. A small spaceship was flying through the universe at warp speed, resembling a gleam of white light against the dark backdrop. The spaceship was on autopilot with only two people in the cabin. They were Ames and Gila. Gila sat in a precarious position, her eyes closed and her hands flat on her knees. Her fingers were continuously moving as she controlled wisps of death energy to flexibly swim between her fingers, training her control over her power. Opposite her, Ames reclined on the sofa with a hand on her head and the other on her waist. Watching the death energy move, Ames could not help but sigh. You're really working yourself to the bone. Even at the Beyond Grade A realm, you're continuously training. Gila opened her eyes, her tone indifferent. Beyond Grade A is not the endpoint, and there's no limit to my path ahead of me. I cannot be satisfied with just this. I feel that you should still rest a little though. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Ames shook her head in resignation. She was very satisfied with this disciple of hers, but her desire to grow stronger was so intense that it made her, as the teacher, seem like a lazy bum. I'll always have time to rest in the future. Gila shook her head. When I return, I will definitely spar with Han Shao once and test out my current strength. Thus I cannot rest now. However little I can improve, it's better than nothing. Relax. Based on what I know of Black Star, he will definitely not let you lose too badly and damage your self-confidence. Ames laughed. With a flick of her finger, she opened the star map. We only need 2 more days to arrive at the Interstar Field Stargate of the ancient Star Desert. Then we'll arrive directly at the Constellation Corridor. We can use Black Star's identity to borrow the dynasty's channels, which will save us a lot of time. Before she could finish her words, the communicator beside her started to ring. It's Black. It's actually Old Man Aesop. Ames was surprised after giving it a look. She originally thought that it was one of Han Zhao's desperate serial calls, but it turned out that it was her teacher on the line. Sitting up, Ames activated her force field to bring her communicator over before answering, and Aesop's face appeared. What do you want? Where are you guys now? When are you returning to Floating Dragon? Aesop asked. We're still at the ancient star desert, almost reaching the Stargate. You should still make it on time. Aesop relaxed. Try to hurry. I've foreseen that, in a while, the new Beyond Grade A of the Arcane Church will come over to challenge you, and you need to step forward. This was really insane. Tolian only had the thought, and Aesop had already sensed the changes in the world. The powerful ability of this old man surfaced once again. A flicker passed through Ames' eyes, and she laughed harshly. A new Beyond Grade A challenging me? I know that person is probably looking to gain a battle record. To pick me when there's 5 of us within the Shattered Star Ring. Does he think I'm that easy to bully? While Floating Dragon was stationed by planet Aquamarine, allowing the Black Star Army to aid them, this was a battle between Beyond Grade As. Since the other party was targeting Floating Dragon, the Black Star Army had to receive the permission of Ames before they could help. But such a small matter could be settled on her own, and she did not intend for Black Star to step in. After hanging up, Ames found Gila staring at her. Ames looked at her and immediately understood what she wanted. What? Are you interested? You're my teacher. So this time, let me help. Gila nodded, and a cold gaze flashed across her eyes. She had originally intended to directly head toward the army to give Han Xiao the good news after arriving at Shattered Star Ring. But with such a situation, she changed her mind. The other party was also a new Beyond Grade A, and such an opponent was not commonly found. It was a good time for her to test out how much she had grown. On one of the islands around Floating Dragon, a group of newly recruited supers were practicing in the square, and the current commander of the Floating Dragon Island field team, Vilna, was supervising them. It had been more than 20 years since Floating Dragon Island anchored itself to planet Aquamarine. The main island continuously expanded, along with its subordinates and troops. While they could not compare to the scale of the Black Star Army or Bloodshed Land, they could be considered a passable Beyond Grade A organization. Correspondingly, the scale of Floating Dragon's officers also expanded, and the work for everyone was becoming more and more arduous. Vilna had taken over Han Zhao's post and helped manage Floating Dragon to the best of her abilities. While her temperament was mild, she could be fierce and strict when needed, so this batch of new recruits did not dare slack off, fully engrossing themselves in exercise. Beep beep. At this moment, the communicator on Vilna's wrist rang. It was Aesop. The moment she picked up, Aesop did not even greet her, immediately shooting out commands. Gather the fleet and set down a defensive formation. So fast. Vilna stuttered but did not hesitate, immediately calling out all her subordinates to assemble the fleet. Ames had specifically instructed earlier on that if she were not present, Aesop would be the highest in command. Thus, under Vilna's instructions, Floating Dragon's armed forces finished assembling, surrounding Floating Dragon in a tight defensive array. There were a lot of people thinking that something serious had happened, but after a long while, everything was still calm with no new orders. There's nothing. What are we going to do now? Was it just a drill? Just as everyone was getting confused, an abrupt change took place. All the spaceships within the fleet let out warning alarms as a humongous fleet appeared on their radars, rapidly drawing closer to them. The next moment, streams of light could be seen from the distance, and an armed fleet appeared on the outer space of planet Aquamarine, each marked with the insignia of the Arcane Church. Arcane Church. Vilna's expression changed as she jumped. Her reaction was mild, as the other Floating Dragon members were showing even more exaggerated reactions. All of them panicked, as though facing their mortal enemy. Floating Dragon was different from the other organizations like Black Star Army, which regularly had dealings in the universe. Thus, seeing such a scene would easily ruffle them. However, it was not just Floating Dragon. Even the observatory post on planet Aquamarine was also alarmed. The observers scrambled to send the news back to their headquarters, and this information was quickly uploaded, skipping through all the layers of authority, directly to the decision-makers where Bennett was. The Arcane Church have come? In the administration building at planet Aquamarine, Bennett also received a shock. As the leader of a civilization protected by the peace treaty, the Black Star Army, the Crimson Dynasty, and Floating Dragon Island, he was not afraid that the Arcane Church had any malicious intentions. However, such an abrupt visit left him with a bitter taste in the mouth, and the lack of a diplomatic etiquette showed that the other party did not have any good intentions. Thinking about this, Bennett immediately sent an order. Invite Black Star's avatar. His voice had just sounded, and he found out two figures had suddenly accelerated quickly toward the sky. Raising his head, he saw Nero and Mia shooting up toward the sky, taking the first step to check on the situation. At the same time, Tolian was staring down at the defensive troops from his main flagship, pouting. "Sigh, I thought I could scare them a little and look at them scramble and panic, but they seemed to have already known that I would come. Was the stealth function rendered invalid? Or is it the legendary Aesop's ability?" Shaking his head, Tolian did not bother to think so much. This sudden appearance was just a passing evil thought of his. After all, he still had to publicly declare his challenge. Turning to the commander, he said, "Send out the broadcast. Announce my intention." The commander nodded before moving on to carry out the tasks. The arrival of the Arcane Church's fleet was imposing, causing both planet Aquamarine and Floating Dragon to be on alert. After some negotiations, both sides reached a consensus, with the Floating Dragon fleet giving way to allow Tolian to land on Floating Dragon Island with a spaceship. The spaceship landed on the main island, and Tolian walked out with large strides, setting foot on Floating Dragon Island. Surrounding him was a group of Floating Dragon warriors bearing arms, with visibly nervous expressions. There was no helping it, for he had announced his identity and intentions a moment ago, and without Ames helming Floating Dragon, everyone felt nervous at having to face an unfriendly beyond grade A. Tolian swept them a glance before coldly saying, "I want to speak to the commanding officer." The crowd moved, parting to allow Aesop and Jenny to step out. Jenny was impassive as she said, "I'm the chief administrator of Floating Dragon. Her Excellency Dragon Emperor is not here at the moment. You've come at a bad time. I don't care if she's present or not. You just have to give me an answer. Does she dare accept my challenge?" Tolian stood with his arms crossed, revealing a high and might pose. "I cannot make that decision." Jenny shook her head. "Then you should just shut up, Baldy. Contact Ames and have her answer me." Tolian was not polite at all. He had a different temperament to most beyond grade as, while he had been reformed, he still carried the air of a wanted criminal, arrogant and brash. Baldy. Jenny froze for a moment before flaring up. "My hairline is just a little high. This lady here is not bald. I have hair." At that moment, Aesop blandly replied, "I've already contacted Ames. She has indicated that she will accept your battle." "Oh, you're Aesop?" Tolian turned to look at him with an interested expression. "I've heard your name, and everyone says you're an immortal species with a good ability. How about it, would you like to work for me?" "You don't have the qualifications." Aesop slightly smiled. While he was not a beyond grade A, his bearing was more regal and dignified than Tolian. "Tisk." Tolian only snorted before ignoring him. He raised his voice. "Since Ames has already agreed, I'll wait here until she arrives." "What are you waiting for? Aren't you going to prepare a room for me?" At this moment, a few figures flew up from planet Aquamarine, landing on the main island of Floating Dragon. Among them were Nero and Mia, and the rest were the machinery troops that Han Shao had left on planet Aquamarine, which included a mechanical host carrying his lord's avatar. Seeing that Black Star was there, the soldiers all heaved a sigh of relief. The prestige that Han Shao had left behind on Floating Dragon Island had continued to this day. In the eyes of many of Floating Dragon's members, their ally Black Star was sometimes more reliable than their own boss, Dragon Emperor. Han Zhao's consciousness had already descended as an avatar, and he sized up Tolian before muttering in a puzzled tone, "What? Are you tired of living already?" He had guessed that the new beyond grade as would cause problems, but he did not expect them to jump the gun like this. To run all the way to his mother planet, were they seeking death? His current identity was different from the past. If one provoked him, he would not mind getting rid of a beyond grade as super from the arcane church. Since the dynasty had tasked him with maintaining law and order, nothing set an example like killing another. "It's you." Tolian eyed him before lightly saying, "Your Excellency Black Star, I'm not here to go against you. This matter has nothing to do with you." "Oh, what an arrogant attitude. People like you I've already killed numerous of." Nothing much to add another to the list, Han Shao thought. He had read all the material on the new beyond grade as that the dynasty had shared with him, and he recognized this guy as Red Devil Tolian who had joined the arcane church. His strength was ranked around the middle of the beyond grade but he had a streak of self-confidence, making him think that he was the best. It seemed a miracle he had not gotten beaten to a pulp yet. There was a wide variety of beyond grade A personalities, from those like a big brother such as the Mechanic Emperor or Dark Lord, and there were also old foxes such as Sorokin, lazy people like Ames, and Heber who was prideful. There were also people like him, who could not hide his handsomeness even though he stayed low. "Dragon Emperor is my ally. Since she's not here, how about I play around with you?" Han Shao tilted his head. "It's all right." Tolian raised his hands up, an arrogant expression still on his face as he said, "I can't beat you." Han Shao was stunned. "With that expression, I thought you were going to say something insulting. Could it be that those were the most courageous words you could squeeze out with that expression? Directly blocking me like such. What a clever little brat you are." Han Shao had intended to teach this Tolian a lesson, but to think that this person had seen through his ruse and arrogantly rejected it. While Tolian might appear very impulsive, he knew his limits clearly. He understood that it was not good to provoke Black Star, who was at the peak of the beyond grade A realm, so he decided to only challenge Floating Dragon and nobody else. At this moment, fluctuations could be seen in the space not far away, and the Palace of Hidden Spells jumped out of the void. Seeing this, Han Shao froze. "Austin, why is it you? How are you everywhere? You really know how to join in the fun." However, Austin did not come over to watch a scene this time. After his Palace of Hidden Spells arrived, it created another rift, and a small spaceship flew out, landing on the dock. Schwa! Freebnovel.com. The door opened, and long, smooth legs appeared. Ames and Gila descended from the spaceship one after another. Ames smiled and explained, "Just rushing would not have cut it. So I called Austin to help out." Han Shao could not help but raise his head, and he saw that at the peak of the Palace of Hidden Spells, Austin sat there like a little kid, with 2 fingers pointing up and twiddling around, making a ridiculous greeting to Han Shao. "Show off," Han Shao grumbled. After a quick greeting, Ames noticed Tolian, and a smile appeared on her face. "So, you wanted to challenge Floating Dragon? Aren't you asking the obvious?" Tolian snorted. Ames nodded before taking a step back, allowing Gila by her side to step out as she smiled. "If you wish to spar with me, that's fine, but you've got to win against my student first. She's part of Floating Dragon." While Han Zhao's avatar was present, Gila had not glanced at Han Shao once after touching down. Her gaze was fixed on Tolian with an indifferent expression. Tolian was surprised. He looked over her, remembered the previous material he had seen about Black Star Army, and snorted. "I recognize her. She's an officer under the Black Star Army. Just a mere calamity grade. Are you sending her to die or to humiliate me?" However, just as he spoke, the surging death energy burst out from Gila like a tsunami, exploding with intense energy fluctuations rising into the sky. Boom! Shockwaves spread, and the land around them cracked. Everyone steadied themselves in a hurry and refocused their attention on Gila, who was cloaked in death energy. Fright and amazement filled everyone's eyes. This level of energy fluctuations belonged to a new beyond grade A. Chapter 1000 Goddess of Death. 1000 Goddess of Death. Beyond grade A. Tolian's expression warped with horror. all newly born beyond grade as would have their records taken by the advanced civilizations, so he knew of all their abilities and weaknesses. However, Gila was not on the list, and thus, it totally disrupted his momentum. Gila had just stepped into the beyond grade realm and had only just displayed her skill for the first time in front of people, so no one had any information on her. But today would be the day the goddess of death was truly born. Nero's figure jerked, and a look of happiness crossed his face. Sister Gila has broken into the beyond grade realm. While they had not seen each other for years, Nero had always remembered how Gila had shown him grace by giving him the death spirit mark 1. Seeing that Gila had finally taken that last step, he felt happy for her and could not wait to share the news among the Black Star Army officers. "She's the Gila that you guys always mention?" Mia asked with a look of excitement while tugging on Nero's sleeves. Mia had joined the army after Gila left, but she always heard her name coming out from all the important officers, including Nero. In her mind, Gila appeared to be a mysterious character. This was the so-called, no longer in the martial world. Yet the martial world would ring of one's tales forever. Today, Mia finally got what she wished for, to see Gila in person. She was indeed as everyone described her. Looking at the strong aura being released by her body, Mia was instantly won over. It was exactly in line with her imagination of how a strong female warrior should be. In Han Zhao's past life, Mia had been a follower of Gila's, and now, meeting for the first time, it was just the same as before. She totally worshipped Gila. Feeling Gila's aura, a sense of relief surfaced in Han Zhao's heart. Finally, the goddess of death that I'm familiar with is back. She indeed didn't let me down. Austin also froze for a moment before a genuine smile appeared on his face. He looked as though he was about to watch a good movie. The 6th beyond grade A of the Shattered Star Ring. Damn, this is going to be lively. While everyone was reeling in shock, Tolian's expression slowly changed to an ugly look. The situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. He had thought that his opponent would be Ames, but suddenly, a new beyond grade A had popped out. While Ames was a veteran beyond grade A and would be stronger, the material compiled about her had clearly explained her strengths and weaknesses. This was very important, and now that his opponent had been changed to an unknown beyond grade A, it was harder for him to deal with it. He had seen Gila's files before, but that was 20 years ago, and she had even undergone an evolution. It was unknown what new abilities she had developed. "You, don't waste my time. Fight or not." Gila's eyes were shining with an ominous red light, her aura suppressing everything around her. She ignored everyone else around her and was only focused on her target. She had always been decisive in her matters and never liked to waste time spouting bullshit. All right. Tolian's personality meant that he would not think too much and quickly agreed. Both were beyond grade so whether he won or not, it would still be a battle record for him. At this moment, Han Zhao, who was standing by the side, indifferently spoke. "If you want to fight, move further away from planet Aquamarine. If even a single blade of grass on the planet gets destroyed because of your battle, you can forget about leaving today, Tolian." "Humph, I wouldn't dare." Tolian coldly snorted. He knew not to lay hands on Han Zhao's mother planet. If not, even if the other party shredded him to pieces, the arcane church would not make a sound. Both sides reached a consensus, and everyone pulled away to a location further from planet Aquamarine for their battlefield. There was only Gila and Tolian on the battlefield. Both faced each other, their auras rising rapidly. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two, holding their breath and watching the battle. At the next moment, both of them moved. Tolian's body swelled, and muscles bulged out as bone spurs emerged from his skin. A pair of curled devil horns grew on his head, and 2 pairs of bat wings spread out from behind. His back vertebrae also lengthened and divided into 3 jagged tails. His entire being turned into a red creature resembling a demon. His muscles were bulging and knotted, covered with bone spurs. His skin was covered in mysterious lines, and it lent him a cruel visage. "He's a pugilist?" Seeing this, Ames raised her brow. "Nope, a mage." From a side sounded a voice. Han Zhao's avatar had flown over, and he was reading out Tolian's information. "He possesses a demon's lineage, and this bloodline got elevated during this sublimation to beyond grade A. Just now, he utilized the true liberation unique to the demon race. That red body is his true form and also the origin behind his nickname, Red Devil. He's a mage that leans toward transfiguration and melee battles, as his racial talents have brought him extraordinary resistance and extreme regeneration, a relatively rarer breed. His combat style should be a bit similar to Milizau's of the dynasty. I see. Ames nodded before turning and lightly smiling as she teased. Long time no see. Are you still doing well? Very. Han Shao nodded and joked. Did you miss me? Why would I? Ames laughed before turning back to look at the battlefield. On the battlefield, Tolian completed his transformation before charging forward aggressively, heading straight for Gila. At the same time, a cluster of dark blue mana poured out of him, turning into spells that buffed his body. He continued to grow, and at the same time, a colorful magic circuit appeared on his skin, raising his attributes. He did not know what new abilities Gila had obtained, but her core power would not change. Based on the data 20 years ago, Gila was a mid-range combatant, with an Esper ability that controlled a certain type of energy, so he chose to engage her in close combat. The demon race's true liberation brought him strong resistance and regeneration, and various magic shields on his skin supported his flesh and muscles. If needed, he could even use it to support a long-range spell artillery. Ames' power was focused around control and restraint, and she did not have high lethality. In his opinion, his combat style would restrain Ames, so his chances of winning would not have been low. Only because of this did Tolian have the confidence to challenge Ames. Seeing her opponent rush forward aggressively, Gila did not retreat, instead choosing to advance, wrapping her dark red death energy around her entire body and shooting forward like a comet. Boom! The sound of an impact echoed in everybody's heads as they slammed into each other. A dark red shockwave exploded at their point of contact. Just comparing strength, Tolian, who was blessed with an amplification spell, had the absolute advantage, directly flinging Gila away. However, instead of taking the chance to follow up, Tolian suddenly froze, as though finding something strange. Gila did not stop, stabilizing her body and shooting out rays of death energy from her finger to overwhelm Tolian. Shield! Tolian woke up from his reverie, and his gestures rapidly changed as he covered himself in a mana shield shaped like a tortoise's shell. The countless death energy arrows hit the shield, collapsing every layer. Bang, bang, bang. Every shot that struck the shield would bring with it a mental shock, which was pressuring to every spectator on the scene. The mental shock did not require a medium and would sound in the minds of everybody near the source. Gila's death energy was equipped with multiple damage types and contained both physical and mental attributes. At her level, there was even true damage, so it was difficult to defend against. Tolian did not take the attacks passively, however. He continued to advance toward Gila while blocking. While Gila was good at mid-range attacks, she did not adopt any hit-and-run tactics but faced him in a frontal battle. The figures of the two continuously collided with each other, flying out again and again, leaving behind hundreds of afterimages that were hard to tell apart. Gila was always someone who gave her all in every battle, so the intensity of the battle gradually progressed beyond the scope of a spar. Han Shao was paying attention to the battle, but Nero suddenly flew toward him with Mia tagging along and asked with a voice full of concern, "Godfather, Sister Gila doesn't look too good right now, does she?" "You're thinking too much," Han Shao said before chuckling. "Isn't it so? Sister Gila gets sent flying each time. Her melee battle abilities are below her opponent's, but she does not engage in hit and run. Isn't that a bit?" Han Shao smiled as he shook his head. "Carefully observe Tolian's body. He's not doing as well as you think." Hearing this, Nero squinted. The speed of a Beyond Grade A was too fast to see clearly, and it took a while for him to notice the abnormal state of Tolian. Dark red death energy was coiled all over his body, full of corrosiveness, just like gangrene. It was constantly eroding his mana but could not be removed. Han Shao patted Nero's shoulder as he explained, "The time at which they entered the Beyond Grade A realm only differs by a few years. To a Beyond Grade A, such a short amount of time is negligible in terms of their improvements, so their actual combat ability should be in the same tier. Don't look at me. I'm an exception. And within this tier, Gila's Esper ability has an absolute advantage. He was not even the least bit concerned about Gila. Among those spectating, only he knew just how perversely strong the beyond great Gila was. Controlling death itself, this was an Esper ability that was part of the super high-risk Esper abilities. He knew full well that after arriving at the beyond great realm, Gila's Esper ability would undergo a qualitative change. The intelligence regarding Gila's abilities in his past life was overflowing, and it was all teased out using players who threw their lives away. Firstly, upon reaching the beyond great realm, Gila had obtained an exclusive passive ability. Every time her death energy struck her target, a stack of a special status, Death's Erosion, would be added to them. Death's Erosion had a total of 15 stacks, and the first stack would reduce all enemy recovery skills by 20% and defense by 15%. Reaching the fifth stack would result in a 40% decrease in their recovery ability, a 25% decrease in their defense, and the random elimination of a buff every 10 seconds. The 10th stack would result in a 60% decrease in their recovery ability, a 35% decrease in their defense, a 10% decrease to all attributes, the random elimination of buffs, and the collapse of their cells, reducing their HP by 0.8% every 20 seconds. At the 15th stack, an 80% decrease in their recovery ability, a 45% decrease in their defense, a 20% decrease to all attributes, the elimination of all buffs, and a loss of 1% of their HP every 12 seconds. And when all 15 stacks were placed, Gila could release a special skill without any prerequisites. She could completely detonate all Death's Erosion stacks on the enemy and immediately make a death judgment. The conditions for death judgment were harsh, and generally, they could not be applied to targets that exceeded their level. However, even if the judgment failed, it would still have an effect where it would directly shave off 20 to 30% of the enemy's total HP and reduce their max HP by 8 to 12 HP. After detonation, Gila could immediately apply a new round of Death's Erosion after a short cooldown, which was extremely scary. If the enemy wished to stop the stacking of Death's Erosion marks, then they had to disperse the death energy settled in their body. If they did not have similar skills, then they had to rely on their own resistance. The duration of Death's Erosion depended on the resistance of the target. The higher the number of stacks, the longer the retention time would be. The first layer usually lasted for only 3 seconds, but at the third layer it would last for 8 seconds. Furthermore, forcefully resisting would only allow the layers to drop down one by one instead of them completely disappearing, making it extremely hard to completely get rid of. In addition to this core skill, Gila's death ability had also obtained the passive property of Vampiric, which could turn 10 to 20% of the damage she dealt to a vital target into her own HP. Group battles against her would be tough, as the more enemies she had, the faster she would regain her HP. In addition, every time her death energy hit a target, there would be 3 seconds of aftereffects, which would hit her enemies with 50 to 70% of her base damage. Lastly, after Gila was promoted, she had also developed a special ability that was useless against the player's yet lethal threat to any others. That was to use her death ability to deprive the cell vitality of a living person, reducing their upper limit of cell divisions, causing them to lose their life force. Because of this ability, the vast majority of Beyond Grade, as in the universe, treated her like a viper, not willing to fight with her. If you hit me, I'll lose 1 second of my life, literally. Who would dare spar with you? However, other than Han Shao, no one in the universe knew of this point. Even Tolian, who was sparring against Gila, was clueless. Boom, boom, boom. The fighting was getting more intense, and the surging mana waves and death energy collided again and again, exploding against each other in a burst of energy. Tolian might initially just have wanted to spar, but against the strong attacks of Gila, he could no longer keep his aces hidden and continued to raise his strength. Now, the situation was no longer under his control, almost shifting to a life and death battle. If an onlooker did not know that both of them had met for the first time, they would probably think that the two had some deep hatred, where one could not live if the other was alive. Crazy woman. Tolian was furious, to the point that his attacks got wilder and fiercer. Even though his magic shield could ward off most attacks, his body would still be occasionally hit. As the Death's Erosion stacks grew, he began to discover something weird. Not only were his recovery abilities restrained, but the effect of the amplification spell applied to him seemed to be getting weaker, and his body seemed to be unable to bear the magic energy used for transformation. Moreover, since he had stacked up more than 10 stacks, he discovered that his cells were continuously being destroyed, his injuries rapidly increasing. He could barely maintain his current state with his suppressed regeneration. Her Esper ability is too strong. Tolian's heart sank. While he had also dealt Hela some injuries, they seemed to recover in the blink of an eye, and it was him that seemed to be getting worse because of the death energy raging in his body. This newly emerged Beyond Grade A had such a high combat capability. In that case, Tolian's eyes grew cold, and mana condensed in his hands. This was followed by a mass of blood pouring out of his fingertips, and they mixed, turning into a strange purple blood flame. By the side, Austin suddenly narrowed his eyes. As a master mage, he recognized the spell. The demon race's unique advanced forbidden technique, polluted blood. Not good. Austin felt his heart clench. This was a forbidden technique, and it transformed the blood of demons through a special method to become polluted and full of inferior genes. This would pollute the blood and genes of the other party, causing irreversible damage to them. This power was not strong, but it was very damaging, a unique method of the demon race. He knew that Tolian's usage of this technique would not help his battle situation, but it would contaminate Hela's genes instead. His intention was insidious. Hela also sensed the danger with her instincts, immediately retreating, but Tolian raised the purple flame and pursued her. The distance between the two continued to shorten. "Don't blame me," Tolian had on a vicious expression. Because Hela was a Black Star Army officer, he had been worried of provoking Han Shao and did not intend to do so in the first place. But now that he was truly angered, he did not care about being lenient, and he was determined to use more damaging tactics. As a former wanted criminal who had slaughtered surface civilizations for pleasure, he had no moral standard to begin with. Seeing that she could not get rid of Tolian, Hela squinted before shooting out a highly concentrated blast of death energy that pierced through his magic shield, hitting his chest squarely. At this moment, Tolian's body suddenly expelled a large amount of mana, and his cells eroded by the death energy could no longer bear the amplification effect. Thus, all his buffs disappeared. Wah! Tolian's expression changed. But before he could react, Hela raised a hand, pointing toward him from far away, and squeezed her fingers together abruptly. Reaper of Souls. The full 15 stacks of Death's Erosion immediately detonated. Tolian's heart tightened, and a life-threatening instinct sounded in his mind. He felt that the death energy in his body had been agitated, and like a bomb ignited by a fuse, it exploded within his body. The next moment, intense pain penetrated his body and soul. Boom! Under the gazes of everyone present, before his attack could reach Hela, his body burst apart into a mist of blood. One Hela and Aurora blessed Nero with their powers when he first visited them in Chapter 794. Chapter 1001 First Battle Victory. 1001 First Battle Victory. A fog of purplish-black blood spewed out from every single pore of his body as he seemed to simultaneously explode into fireworks. The forbidden technique was directly cancelled. Shwa! The next instant, Tolian flew out from the blood fog before quickly retreating. His expression was one of horror, and he was dripping blood everywhere, looking extremely tragic. In that instant, he had felt the shadow of death. Ever since he entered the Beyond Grade A realm, Tolian had never felt his life being threatened so strongly. However, this attack seemed to have awakened his memories, allowing him to feel the taste of fear again. Just that one attack had evaporated almost 20% of his HP. A Beyond Grade A's total HP was usually around 2 to 3 million, so this was a heavy blow. There were even negative status effects, as the explosion of death energy almost made his cells completely collapse. This terrified Tolian to no end. Hela's Esper ability was far beyond his wildest imagination. At this moment, Tolian looked at Hela from afar, full of trepidation in his eyes. Death's erosion had resulted in him obtaining heavy injuries, but with the detonation, the stacks of Death's erosion had also been cleared, so Tolian's regeneration went back to normal. The injuries covering his body gradually healed, and his HP increased. However, his max HP had dropped by about 10%, and it was an irreversible decrease. Gila would not sit back and let her opponent recover, so she borrowed the chance while Tolian was in a confused state to stun him, stopping his retreat before launching a storm-like barrage, her death energy sweeping across the sky. Tolian could not understand how Gila's Esper ability worked, so he could only play a cat-and-mouse game, retreating whenever Gila approached. He did not dare advance aggressively like before, opting to only throw spells from a distance while brushing up on his shields, not willing to be hit by the death energy once again. The situation instantly reversed, the pursuer becoming the pursued. Tolian ran away while Gila chased after his butt. The power of this move also gave Austin a nasty shock. Such a fierce newcomer? What can I say? He had worried that Gila would be tainted by the polluted blood, but he did not expect the tides to turn in just a moment. If it was me, Austin could not help but substitute himself in the battle and found that he would probably not have gotten off easily. Although he had various spells to remove any negative statuses, the erosion of the death energy was endless, and no matter how many times it was purified, the energy would still be attached to his body. The only solution was to not get hit by her death's erosion. In this case, while some beyond grade as would not lose to Gila, they would fear the repercussions of their actions, and this would affect their performance. Tolian was currently in this state. After being frightened by Gila's burst attack, he became extra careful, choosing to be more defensive. If he forced a close combat, he would expose his body, so it was better to kite her. However, his range would not outstrip hers. Thus, there was no way to win at all, placing him in a difficult situation. Tolian secretly cried. This time, he had really kicked a metal plate. Gila, however, did not care about her opponent's psychological tricks. Since Tolian was defending, she took the chance to attack and use Tolian as a human target. Boom, boom, boom. Magic shields continuously shattered, like layers being peeled off an onion. It looked as though Gila was single-handedly thrashing Tolian. But it seemed that despite his ragged state, this beyond grade A mage Tolian was not just for show. Supported by his massive mana reserves, magic shields continued to appear, barely blocking Gila's frenzied attack. This has become a war of attrition. Whoever's strength is greater will win. Although I'm in a passive state, it's not as if I have no chance of winning. I'll see if her energy is higher or mine. Tolian felt his spirits being boosted. The true liberation of the demon race allowed one's cells to generate more energy, and with both of them being new beyond grade as, he believed that his species had the advantage and could hold out for a longer period. Gila's brows furrowed as she also realized this point. The expenditure in battle is not on my side. With her death energy being so powerful, the expenditure was naturally huge as well. Gila did not have many energy regaining skills, and her main recovery method was to recover her energy through killing. Because it was a spar, there were no soldiers to turn into her nourishment. She had not entered beyond grade a long ago, so she did not have the time to learn many energy training techniques. Thus, her energy limit was her restraining factor. With a thought, Gila changed her tactics, and the death energy gathered in her palm, turning into a vortex-like shape. She exhibited a new skill, Abyss of the Dead. A weird spiritual wave suddenly spread out, and all the people around saw stars as their vision swam. Their surroundings disappeared, replaced with only themselves, trapped within darkness with only a small beam of light at the top, as though they had fallen into a deep well. Arg! From below, countless screams pierced the ear. When one looked down, all they would see was translucent gray faces, containing all sorts of creatures and possessing all shapes and sizes, packed together. Every face was contorted in pain and horror, screaming in different tones. The sea of faces was endless like the ocean, and this lent a strange type of horror to the scene. This would give most people a shock to their mental states, maybe even causing insanity. These faces were all from the soul fragments of people killed by Gila. Their essence was integrated into her powers to help her grow, and the residue of the soul fragments would be deposited, forming this abyss of the dead. At this moment, the faces suddenly stopped screaming, their eyes staring straight ahead. They all repeated a single sentence in uniform, forming a grand sound wave, much like an ethereal, everlasting echo. Merge with us. Be one with us. The next instant, countless hands stretched out from the sea of faces like tentacles. They were connected to each other like links in a chain, and they continued to extend and thicken, clinging to everyone's legs as they grabbed them and pulled them down. Let me go! Help! Don't grab that place! A sense of falling could be felt, and many screamed as they struggled. The next moment, the scene in front of their eyes shattered like glass. Many of the people who had covered their eyes hurriedly opened their fingers, observing the surroundings through the gaps between their fingers. They discovered that they were back to where they had been originally, as though everything that had just happened was an illusion. Everyone broke out in cold sweat. However, these spectators were all only affected by the aftereffects, and Tolian was the true target. It was unknown what horror he saw, but his entire figure was frozen stiff, and he had halted all actions, just as though his sanity, one, was completely depleted. Upon getting a closer look, everyone was shocked to discover that there was actually an ethereal shadow coming out of Tolian. This was his spiritual body, and he was being pulled out and struggling madly in midair. If the onlookers could see his status bar currently, they would discover that he was being spammed by chaos, fear, and stun statuses. The death energy naturally came with a spiritual attribute, and Gila had obtained a unique attacking method for the spirit. The Abyss of the Dead skill was a mind control technique that could pull out the soul of a target. Both sides would wage a war of mental states, causing the other party to temporarily lose control of their body. As such, his magic shields were not replenished, and the countless death energy rays directly bombarded Tolian's body, smashing his body into a bloody mess. Stop! Tolian's spiritual body was still struggling to get rid of the Abyss of the Dead, and seeing this scenario, he could not help but feel his heart breaking. That was his own body. Being unable to control it, he could only watch his opponent ill-treat it. Seeing that he was about to turn into meat paste, he got anxious. Gila, however, turned a deaf ear, as though she had made up her mind to make some Tolian meat sauce this very moment. Seeing this, Tolian felt his heart chill. He immediately screamed, "Stop! Stop! I surrender!" He only wanted a good battle record and was not willing to risk his life to this extent. Gila narrowed her eyes before twirling her body. A burst of death energy burst out, directly knocked Tolian away and canceling the effect of Abyss of the Dead. Tolian's spirit got rid of the restrictions and returned to his body. The next moment he was completely racked with pain, and his spirit was even weaker, obviously having received heavy injuries. With such injuries, it might take me several years to recover. Tolian's expression was ashen, and he immediately retreated while glancing warily at Gila, as though afraid she would pursue him. Seeing this, Gila took in the death energy back into her body before glancing at Tolian and transmitting her thoughts in an icy tone. Scram! Hearing this, Tolian was furious, but he was afraid of Gila and dared not attack. Gila, right? I'll remember you. He gritted his teeth and flew back to the arcane church's fleet. To say that he was not frustrated would be a blatant lie. Tolian actually wanted to earn some accolades for himself and use Ames as his stepping stone. But he had ended up as someone else's stepping stone, giving them a glowing battle record. This trip was nothing but a pure waste, and his mental state even got injured, which would take a long time to recover. Since he had already lost, and in front of Black Star at that, he did not dare say anything. If Black Star actually took his arrogant words seriously, then he would definitely not be able to live. You're not stopping him? Ames threw Han Shao a glance. He already lost. Let's not make things difficult for him. Han Shao shrugged. Tolian was a strange combination of reckless arrogance and cautiousness. Since he did not make things difficult for Han Shao, his serious injuries from Gila were enough. Just the reduced lifespan would give Tolian endless regret in accepting her challenge. Since the other party was on the receiving end of bad luck, Han Shao was in a good mood and could not be bothered to pick a fight. Glancing at Gila, who was slowly flying back, Han Shao laughed as he spoke to Ames. The news of today's battle will soon spread out, and other forces will soon know that there's another new beyond grade A in the universe. It's finally time for you to experience a headache. Ames smiled. What headache? Hee, remember how you wanted to create an independent group right after you reached the Beyond Grade A realm? Do you think that Gila will stay by your side? Ames' mouth curled up. Do you think that a Beyond Grade A will willingly follow under you? 50-50. Han Xiao did not deny it. Even if she chooses to be independent, our relationship will still exist, and we're still allies. The worst scenario is still good news. At that moment, a portal appeared beside them, and Austin flew out with a smile. Congratulations, Black Star. Your officer has risen to Beyond Grade A, and there are now 6 of us in the Shattered Star Ring. I think Psyker is going to shut himself in this time. Hasn't he already shut himself in for a long time? Ames laughed. As they chatted, Gila slowly landed on the dock and walked over. Austin's eyes lit up, and he went up to introduce himself and converse. He loved meeting new people. Gila and Austin could be said to be acquainted, but due to the difference in power levels, they only had an impression of each other. Now, they were finally communicating on equal footing. She responded with a few cursory words, still maintaining her cold attitude. But Austin did not mind, and after laying his foundation of friendship, he bade farewell to everyone. Han Xiao gazed at the closing portal and could not help thinking to himself, the movie watcher is finally gone. At this moment, Gila turned her head over to see Han Xiao's avatar. Pausing for a moment, she commented, I'll come to you for a talk when I return. I'll wait for you in the headquarters. Han Xiao nodded. He knew that Gila wanted to discuss her future. For an old friend like her, it was unsuitable to talk about such a matter with his avatar. Gila nodded and turned to leave. She felt that there was nothing worth discussing with the avatar. A hunk of metal could not compare to the hunk in real life. Fruobnovel.com. At the same time, Bennett received the report that the enemy had been repelled by Gila and heaved a sigh of relief. Reading the report, the ease on his face turned into gratitude. Gila has also become a Beyond Grade A. That means there are 2 Beyond Grade as that appeared on Planet Aquamarine. What are the odds? This is the fortune of Planet Aquamarine. Bennett could not help but sigh. Thinking of the old enemy he had spent half his life fighting against, he felt complex. While you certainly did many wrongs, to have someone like you responsible for nurturing 2 good seeds for our planet, your merit is incalculable. For those of you who want to know more about sanity, check out the game, Don't Starve Together. #not sponsored. Chapter 1002 Spectate. 1002 Spectate. Because of the Flickering World, countless organizations were gathering in the Shattered Star Ring. This star field was currently the liveliest place in the universe, attracting the attention of every corner of the known universe. Tolian's battle was not kept secret, and the intelligence of this battle spread rapidly along the all-encompassing quantum network channel. In just a few hours, the entire Shattered Star Ring exploded in commotion. The birth of every Beyond Grade A was a big event in the universe. After Black Star, the Shattered Star Ring had finally ushered in its 6th Beyond Grade A. The news came too abruptly, and none of the organizations were prepared. Everyone started to urgently collect information about Gila's past in order to understand the new Beyond Grade A. Before this, due to the long period she spent in cultivation, she had few records in the universe and did not receive much attention. Her most representative identity was that of the captain of Black Star Guards, and even then, she had disappeared from her post for 20 years. Now, she had quietly stepped into the Beyond Grade A realm and returned, showcasing her strength to the entire universe and leaving a convincing record. Tolian, who joined the Arcane Church a few years prior, was no weakling. He had taken the initiative to earn fame but ended up as a stepping stone for the other party's rise. To beat another Beyond Grade A newcomer meant that her immediate combat capabilities were considerable for her level, and while her promotion speed did not match up to Han Zhao's, it was still much higher compared to the average time taken to promote to the Beyond Grade A realm. This meant that she had high potential, and her achievements would not stop there. The location of Shattered Star Ring had always been remote, and it was the bottom level in terms of Beyond Grade A standard in the major star fields. This situation had improved somewhat with the birth of Black Star, and the promotion of Gila to Beyond Grade A had improved its status once more. Frubnov.com. However, compared to the birth of a newcomer beyond grade A, the major organizations were more concerned about her identity. Her identity and statuses were both unordinary. Intelligence reports stated that not only was she a member of the Black Star Army, she was also the disciple of Ames. She was related to two big shots and was even born on planet Aquamarine, the same place as Black Star. Upon seeing her birthplace, everyone was stunned. Planet Aquamarine. Decades ago, this was still a backwater surface civilization, and it suddenly gave rise to two beyond grade A supers just like that. What sort of mysteries did this planet contain to be able to produce so many outstanding people? This is no dogsh asterisk T-luck. Even if they were to count all those in history, these two would probably be the only pair of beyond grade as that belonged to the same hometown. Her unique status and identity were the reason all the organizations were shocked. Everyone's primary concern was how this birth of a new beyond grade A would affect the current situation. Given that Gila's identity as an officer of the Black Star Army, the other organizations were all aware that the Black Star Army would undergo a new round of personnel shuffling and might even split, with Gila choosing to go independent. What would Black Star do? With this mentality, everyone was watching where this situation would lead. On planet Heber, that Gila has stepped into the beyond grade A realm. The chief Vanguard official Fosters jerked his head back as he dumbly looked at Jord, who was reporting the news. That's right. It was just yesterday when she defeated Tolian of the Arcane Church. The news source has confirmed this. Jord smiled bitterly. It happened too quickly, so when the news was delivered to him, Jord got a shock as well, leaving him speechless for quite a while. How could this be? Fosters muttered to himself irresolutely, his expression a mask of incredulity. Several decades ago, the two of them had represented their respective factions in a duel but were called to a stop before they could determine a winner. He had always treated Gila as his opponent but did not expect that the person he had once again identified as an opponent would throw him far behind. The first was Black Star and then it was Gila. Fosters could no longer hold in his depression and began to wonder. Could it be that the Black Star Army had a secret method to raise beyond grade as the threshold for him to step into the beyond grade A realm was still far away, yet his opponents had all already crossed it? This sort of feeling was not good at all, and Fosters only felt a sense of powerlessness. At the same time, with the Tyrant's Palace Hall, Heber was discussing the same topic with Sorokin's consciousness. An important officer of the Black Star Army has risen to the beyond grade A realm, and the greatest possibility is that they will now have an additional ally. This will cause Black Star's power and influence in the Shattered Star Ring to expand once more, which is not good for us. Sorokin had a resigned expression. He had not planned for such an unexpected scenario at all. Another person related to Black Star. Heber was a little unhappy, feeling sour in his heart. How was it that Black Star had such good luck to be able to recruit such good talents? I'm obviously also a beyond grade A, but why don't I have any powerful officers under me? I don't have enough intelligence on my hands on how to restrict Gila. I need to spend some time looking for her weaknesses. I'll send my men to work on this. Sorokin spread his hands out. Let's wait and see. Suit yourself, Heber nonchalantly replied. Among the star pupil holy race. Another one. After seeing the news, Psyker gritted his teeth, his 7 eyeballs looking as though they were about to explode from anger. After the incident at Planet Lighthouse, the standing of his race within the Shattered Star Ring had not been good, but now came along another beyond grade A ally of Black Star. Black Star served the dynasty, so he stood on opposing sides to him. While Heber was not a friend of Black Star, his position remained the same for this matter. In addition, the other 3 beyond grade as were more or less related to Black Star. No local beyond grade as were on his side, and the number of enemies had increased from 4 to 5. F***ck your mom. How can anyone continue to stay in this broken place? Psyker's mentality was on the verge of collapse. While the outside world was in chaos, Gila left Floating Dragon alone, heading toward the headquarters of the Black Star Army. This time, Ames did not accompany her. She was forcibly stopped by Jenny to stay on Floating Dragon Island and complete her administrative duties. Planet Aquamarine was quite close to the Army headquarters, so she did not require much time to arrive there. Han Xiao, who had returned from the Flickering World not too long ago, was already waiting for her. The moment she entered, Gila felt a difference in atmosphere. Everyone in the Black Star Army knew that she had hit the Beyond Grade A realm, and everyone focused on her along the way, staring in awe and curiosity. Her eyes did not deviate, however, first going over to find Aurora. She walked straight into the officers' resting room, where many of the older officers awaited her. Congratulations on reaching the Beyond Grade A realm. The moment she stepped in, everyone smiled as they congratulated her. Thanks, Gila nodded. While she was cold by nature, she was not someone impersonal. The atmosphere in the room was harmonious, and at this moment, a deep voice suddenly boomed, suppressing all the other voices. Captain, you're finally back. I really missed you. Hadavi stepped out from the crowd, immediately stepping forward toward Gila with a sycophantic expression. You missed me? Gila looked suspicious. She did not remember her relationship with Hadavi being so good. Not just me. In the past 20 years, everyone in the Black Star Guards has missed you. Without your leadership, we were lost. It's been a tough journey for you, and you're probably tired, so why don't you sit down for a while? Don't tire yourself out. Hadavi appeared extremely passionate, and one could imagine a dog wagging its tail at the place where he stood. Everyone was stunned by his performance. I swear this isn't what you used to say. This abrupt change in expression was even better than that of the face-swap operas. Phaidon raised his brows and spoke in a joking tone. Is that so? Why do I remember that you seem to have said that you wanted to challenge Gila to resign from her position the moment she returned so that you could take her position as captain? In fact, your chance is here. Nonsense. I never said such words. Hadavi put on a righteous expression. Gila, don't listen to such rumors. They're trying to create a rift between us. Whenever I mentioned you during this period, when wasn't it to praise you? Don't listen to those people who are envious of our relationship. He got a big shock when he found out that Gila had risen to the Beyond Grade A realm, and he immediately wished he could take back all the words he had spoken in the past few years. The other party is already a Beyond Grade A. Snatch her position? Do you think I'm insane? What? You say I'm a coward? Bullsh**T. How could this be called being a coward? This is called tactical retreat. Everyone was stunned. To lie like that without even blinking. His skin was indeed the thickest. Is that so? How come I don't seem to believe any of that? Gila snorted. As they were chatting, Aurora walked into the room and called out in joy. Sis, you're back. Gila turned to look at Aurora, and her eyes immediately softened. She walked up to Aurora, sizing up her sister, before releasing a barrage of questions. How have you been? Have you been eating well, sleeping well? While she knew that Han Xiao would definitely take good care of her, after the Germinal organization was destroyed, she had not separated from Aurora. She could not help over imagining things every day, fussing over Aurora. The sisters talked for a while before Gila reluctantly separated with Aurora for the time being. She knew that Han Xiao was still waiting in his office for her. Upon reaching the army commander's office, Gila pushed the door open and saw Han Xiao seated behind his desk and smiling at her. You're here. Han Xiao nodded. Congratulations. I've fulfilled my promise, not returning until I've reached the Beyond Grade A realm. Gila nodded, sitting opposite Han Xiao. I knew you'd achieve that. I never doubted you. Han Xiao sized up Gila, discovering that she had become more perfect as a whole. And I know that you would definitely believe in me. They smiled at each other. I would be glad to listen to you talk about your experience, but we can put that off first. Now let's talk about formal matters. Han Xiao pointed toward the table as he stared at Gila. He slowly said, now that you're a Beyond Grade A, tell me, what are your future plans? Do you wish to become independent? If I choose to be independent, will you support me? Gila turned the question back. We're friends, so I will not force you to work for me. If you choose to be independent, I'll support you to the best I can, helping you to develop your own Beyond Grade A organization. Han Xiao knocked on the table as he smiled. Hearing this, Gila did not immediately reply, but a hesitant look crossed her face. The room descended into silence. Chapter 1003 Double Beyond Grade as 1003 Double Beyond Grade as. As time passed, Gila pondered in silence. Han Xiao waited with a smile on his face. He was in no hurry. After quite some time, Gila slowly breathed out. I choose to be independent. Han Xiao's brows rose. All right, then I shall have Sylvia. Before he finished, Gila cut him off and added, but not now. Han Xiao's face twitched. Seeing the teasing look in her eyes, he felt funny and speechless. Kiddo, you dare tease me? If you enjoy not finishing your sentences, why not go write a book? Gila sighed before speaking from the bottom of her heart. In the past, I lacked a sense of security. I always wanted to keep up with you, so my only goal was to become stronger and stronger till I had enough power to protect myself. Now that I'm finally a beyond grade A and can protect myself in most situations, I haven't really thought about what I should do next. So I might as well stay in the army for now. If I change my mind in the future, I'll think about it by then. Gila had already thought about this matter on the way back. What should she do after she had the power of a beyond grade A? She had no idea. In the past, in order to become stronger, most of her time was spent in battle. She never stopped to appreciate the beauty of the universe. At least for now, Gila did not want to form her own organization. Furthermore, thinking back on the path she had taken to get there, Han Xiao had given her way too much help. Without his referral, there was no way Ames would have taken her as her student. God only knew when would she have been able to become a beyond grade A. After owing Han Xiao so much for so long, feeling like what she did in return was almost trivial, she absolutely did not want to split off as soon as she became a beyond grade A. Her personality would not allow her to always owe Han Xiao so many favors. Back then, Black Star did indeed form his own organization as soon as he became a beyond grade A, but he had already made huge contributions to Floating Dragon, so he was in a good position to do so. Gila felt like her contribution to the army was far from what Han Xiao contributed to Floating Dragon in the past, so she could not shamelessly do the same as Han Xiao. Most importantly, Gila knew how to kill and how to fight, but not how to form and operate an organization, nor did she want to waste her energy on such things. She had really inherited Ames' talent in this respect. She would rather use these times to strengthen her power. She was not interested in forming an organization right now. From the way she looked at it, with her strength and her close relationship with Han Xiao, her position in the Black Star Army would basically be above all but one. If she wanted a force of her own, staying in the already enormous Black Star Army was better than spending time building a new organization. Furthermore, the Black Star Army was now at the top of the organizations in the Shattered Star Ring, so it was not suitable for her to create a new beyond grade A organization since she would not be able to obtain too many resources. After hearing Gila's explanation, Han Xiao laughed and said, "Okay, then stay in the Black Star Army for now. My promise will always be effective. If you want to split off and become independent one day, I will still help you." Gila nodded. "You're already a beyond grade A, so it's no longer suitable for you to be one of my Black Star Guards. Let's see, I shall officially make you the Vice Army Commander of the Black Star Army. Your position will only be below mine and no one else, including Logi. You will be involved in the most important decisions made in the army, and you will manage some of the daily functionalities such as mining of resources, arming the divisions, and so on. You will be given the power to command part of the army's fleet, as well as have the position of the commander of the Black Star Guards. However, you will not be part of my personal guards." With just a few sentences, Han Xiao promoted Gila and gave her a lot of power within the Black Star Army. After all, her value was now different. Even if Gila did not need it, he had to give it to her. One reason for this was to show that Gila was very important to him and to emphasize the relationship between her and the army. Another was to prove to the outside world that he followed the rules of this industry. Han Xiao was very content about keeping Gila. freewebnovel.cm. He had thought of multiple scenarios, and Gila choosing to stay was the best outcome. This was the first beyond grade A officer in the army. Having one or two beyond grade as in one organization were two completely different concepts. In the past, the army only had me to hold the ceiling. With Gila, she will be able to take care of many things for me, and it's also beneficial to increasing the influence of the army. Vice Army Commander? Whatever. Gila did not care about positions much. Suddenly, she pressed onto the edge of the table, leaned slightly forward, and said with a passionate look in her eyes, "We'll talk about these things next time. I have a request. Let's have a fight." "Sure," Han Shao agreed. "But not today. You have only just returned to the headquarters. Let's get to that after you rest. Spend some time with your sister. I'll need to take care of some matters too. In a few days I will fight with you." "Okay." Gila nodded and suppressed her heart that was filled with anticipation for the time being. Ever since she became a Beyond Grade A, she had been eager to discover how large the difference between the two of them was. After chatting for a while longer, Gila left the room and went to see Aurora. The two of them had endless things to talk about after not seeing each other for quite many years. Watching Gila leave, Han Shao smiled. This time, the communicator suddenly rang. He looked at it and it was from Urnrel. "For the dynasty to contact me now, it's probably about Gila." Han Shao pondered for a moment before picking up the call. "Your Excellency, what made you call me with your extremely busy schedule?" Han Shao smiled as Urnrel appeared on the screen. "I heard one of your officers became a Beyond Grade A. Congratulations." Urnrel nodded. "Haha. Her name is Gila. She's not just my officer but also an old friend. Her and I—" Han Shao raised his brows and said, "Oh, almost forgot. You guys definitely have her information. Have you spoken with Gila?" "Coincidentally, I was just done speaking with her." "And how did it go? What's her plan?" "She doesn't want to form an organization because she thinks it's too troublesome. So she's decided to stay here and assist me." "I see." Urnrel paused, stayed silent for a moment, before slowly saying, "I have something to ask of you. Go on. If possible, I hope you can convince Gila to join the dynasty." As expected, Han Shao smiled and did not speak. His relationship with Gila made the dynasty feel that they had a very high chance to obtain a new Beyond Grade A ally, so they looked for him directly to make the first move. Seeing that Han Shao did not reply, Urnrel then asked, "What do you think?" "No problem, I will try to convince her, but I can't promise I'll succeed," Han Shao replied. "I understand." Urnrel nodded. She would not force it. This time, Han Shao changed the topic and said, "By the way, since you contacted me, I have something to report to you. You asked me to maintain the order of the Shattered Star Ring, and I have an idea that can be used during such times. However, it's quite an impactful one, so I need the dynasty's support. Tell me about it." Due to the Flickering World, the Beyond Grade as of the various star fields will gather in the Shattered Star Ring, which will make up to at least 90% of all the Beyond Grade as in the entire universe, Han Shao slowly said. "Since that's the case, I might as well take the lead and invite these people to gather in one place, hosting an enormous party for the Beyond Grade as of the entire universe and having a chat with everyone. This way, I can come to an agreement with all of them at once to not cause problems in the Shattered Star Ring." Hearing Han Zhao's idea, Urnrel started thinking. This would basically be equivalent to inviting all the Beyond Grade as in the entire universe, which would indeed be way too impactful. These people were all symbolic individuals of their various star fields. If this succeeded, it would be more than enough to cause a sensation throughout the universe. It might even be written in history as a memorable major event. As for what Black Star would gain from it, it was rather clear. First, it would save him time and energy to resolve the matter of star field stability at once, be it with negotiation or showcase of power. Furthermore, if he could really gather all the Beyond Grade as together, as the host, Black Star's influence would increase tremendously. It would be proof that all these Beyond Grade as were willing to give him face. "How confident are you in being able to gather all of them?" Urnrel asked. "About 50%. "Really?" Urnrel somewhat doubted him. "Most Beyond Grade as are smart. They know very well that answering your invitation means they're indirectly helping you make an even bigger name for yourself. The dynasty's Beyond Grade as are no problem, but can you ensure that the Federation and the Church are willing to give you face?" "I can't promise, but—" Han Shao chuckled. "I think my face should be somewhat useful. As for those I'm not able to invite, I'm going to need the dynasty's help." "All right, it's worth a try. I'll have some people assist you." Urnrel thought about it and approved of this plan, expressing that she would provide assistance. Then I shall thank the dynasty in advance. Han Shao smiled. He then suddenly said, other than that, I have something else to say. Go on. About the evolution cube, I've already thought about it. Han Shao shook his head. I'm sorry, but I don't plan to use the evolution cube to exchange for something else for the time being. The truth is, I've read through the list the dynasty gave me many times, but sadly, there's no universal treasure in the list I'm really interested in. I'm very appreciative of the fact that the dynasty is very sincere in this matter. But I've made up my mind. Ernrel stayed silent for a few seconds before slowly saying, No problem. We won't force you. If you changed your mind, contact me anytime. The two of them then chatted for a while more before ending the call. Han Shao played with the communicator, thought back about the conversation, and nodded. After thorough consideration, he had decided to decline the dynasty's proposal and keep the evolution cube. The dynasty wanted ownership of the evolution cube to completely control the business of the evolutionary totems, which just so happened to be exactly what he wanted to control as well. This was a conflict of interests. Even if the dynasty would not be happy about it, he had to keep this crucial business in his hands. Instead of relying on others, he preferred to rely on himself. His good relationship with the dynasty was not because of sentiment but because he was useful to the dynasty, and that was the foundation of the army. Declining the proposal might make the dynasty unsatisfied, but there was absolutely no chance it would destroy their relationship. The dynasty still needed him. The act of first mentioning the plan to gather all beyond grade as before his decision about the evolution cube was also a small test to see the change in attitude of the dynasty. In order to control something, he had to have enough strength to match up to it. Indeed, the dynasty was undoubtedly a giant, but the current Black Star army also had enough power to keep this profit in its hands, even more so with Gila's return. The root cause of the pressure from the Federation and the Church was the dynasty forbidding the sale of the totems to outsiders. However, if that was no longer the case, the answer to whether the Federation and the Church would want the dynasty or the dynasty's allies to control the cube was extremely clear. They would rather have the dynasty's ally to have the profit made from the totems than have their direct competitor control the business. Although, on paper, both these cases would still mean that the dynasty was the one benefiting from it, the ownership of the profit was completely different. The dynasty will definitely make some moves privately. Let's see what they're going to do. Han Shao shook his head. The next day, an announcement was made in the Black Star Army. The 6th beyond Grade A of the Shattered Star Ring who defeated Tolian, Gila, will become the Black Star Army's Vice Army Commander, not splitting off and forming her own organization but continuing to stay in the Black Star Army. Countless organizations were paying close attention to the matter. As soon as the news was out, the entire star field was shocked. Everyone knew that since the Black Star Army had double beyond grade as, their influence would surge drastically. Although Black Star could easily thrash multiple ordinary beyond grade as alone, to the galactic residents all around the entire universe it was a world of difference. Many organizations with ulterior motives were looking forward to Gila splitting off, but things went the complete opposite direction from what they hoped. They could not help but feel disappointed. You're a beyond grade A, yet you are satisfied with being below Black Star and working for him? Can you have some backbone? Why not learn from your seniors and form your own organization? Damn it, there must be a way to split them up. On the other hand, to the partners and members of the Black Star Army, this was undoubtedly good news. Knowing that Gila was staying, the entire army was thrilled. With one more beyond grade A behind their backs, the army members were so much more confident that even the way they walked became prouder. The influence showed very quickly. The army's appeal to high-standard talents became much higher. Seeing that Han Shao seemed to really have cultivated a beyond grade A, many supers could no longer sit tight and only watch. Among which, the most affected ones were the neutral beyond grade A seeds, as the chance of becoming beyond grade as was lethally attractive to them. Somewhere in the Shattered Star Ring in an arcane church fleet. The conference room of the main fleet was filled with projections of the arcane church's allies. Tolian was the only one present and sitting in the middle. You're saying that Gila's Esper ability has extraordinary damage to living things, and when it exploded you were heavily injured in one hit. That's right. It was really painful. Also, she could even damage my mind. I'll have to rest for at least a few years. Tolian clenched his teeth. Tolian was furious about losing to Gila. Not only did he lose, he even suffered damage that he could not easily recover from. It was mainly the damage caused to his mind, which needed to be dealt with slowly. Before he recovered, his control of spells would be reduced, and he would not be able to fight at his peak power. After resting for a few days, he had contacted the others today and reported Gila's ability. Kasui slowly shook his head. The Black Star Army has obtained a new Beyond Grade A with extraordinary potential. His organization has become stronger again. Many people were frowning because of this. Among the three universal civilizations, the Arcane Church was the one that did not want the Black Star Army to become stronger the most. After all, they had suffered a huge loss during the Planet Lighthouse battle, and many people there held grudges against the Black Star Army. At this time, Sun Hunter suddenly looked at his communicator. Black Star sent me a message. What did he say? Kasui turned and looked over. He sent an invitation to us, asking us to go to his place as guests, Sun Hunter said with a strange tone. Us? Yes, he's inviting all the Beyond Grade as of the Arcane Church. Other than Kasui, the expression on everyone's face changed, filled with shock and confusion. Inviting all the Beyond Grade as of the Arcane Church? What is Black Star doing? Is he itching to get beaten up? If it were others, they would think that this was basically suicide. But since it was Black Star, the people there believed that he could really just be itching to get beaten up. Chapter 1004 Face. Chapter 1004 Face. Your Excellency, do you think we should go? Someone asked. Kasui kept silent for a few seconds before slowly saying, since Black Star invited everyone, this isn't a private matter, so it depends on the Arcane Church. I'm guessing we'll have to accept the invitation. Why should we? The Arcane Church and the Black Star Army are not friends. So why does Black Star think he's worth this much respect? Tolian complained. Kasui shook his head. I can somewhat guess what method Black Star is going to use. His reason is to maintain the stability of the Shattered Star Ring, and if we don't go, he'll target us afterward. And we're scared of him? Someone said furiously. We're not, but the Black Star Army has an enormous force in the Flickering World, so the Church won't want to mess with him. Furthermore, the Church has to think of Psyker. He lives in the Shattered Star Ring and has nowhere to run. If Black Star wants to find someone to settle the issue, he's going to get it, Kasui said calmly. Sun Hunter squinted. But if we all respond to his summon, it will increase his reputation and influence drastically. And he's not even hiding the fact that this is his goal. There's no way the upper echelons don't know about this. Furthermore, will the Beyond Grade as of the other organizations be willing to be used by Black Star? The Dynasty is definitely giving their full support to this, and the Federation might agree to it too, Kasui said. The Federation of Light might agree? Tolian doubted. Kasui looked at him. The Shattered Star Ring is, after all, the Federation's territory. At the same time, the Federation of Light has received Han Shao invitation and immediately gathered their various allies to discuss it. Black Star wants to host a large Beyond Grade A meeting. His intentions are clear. Do we have to help him build his reputation? With his two arms crossed and two other arms placed on the table, Sieran said with a cold and disdainful expression, although he's a peak Beyond Grade A, isn't he overestimating himself too much? What, he thinks that everyone else has to give him face. He was a crucial ally of the Federation of Light, a member of the elderly celebrity group who held a very high position in the circle of Beyond Grade as his position was equivalent to the Dynasty's Milizaus or the Church's Sun Hunter. Another Beyond Grade A turned to look at Bader, the president of the Federation, and asked, what are your thoughts on this? Maintaining the stability of the Shattered Star Ring isn't a bad thing to us, Bader said slowly. Even without the Dynasty leading this, I wasn't planning to cause trouble. The development of the Flickering World is about to start, so there's no need to cause unnecessary conflict. So, since we never wanted to cause trouble, there's no need to respond to Black Star, right? Someone asked. I'm still considering it, the Chief Elder said. From the way things are looking now, there's indeed no need to give Black Star face and help to increase his influence. This contradicts our strategy to pressure the dynasty for the past few decades. I think that we can help Black Star a little. This time, someone actually spoke for Han Xiao. From what I see, the pressure we've applied all these years has been quite effective. In addition to some special reasons, the dynasty opening up the purchasing right is just a matter of time. Everyone turned to look at this person with different expressions on their faces. This person's name was Hades, a relatively new Beyond Grade A. He had joined the Federation rather recently and never had any notable achievements, so his position was plain. No one expected him to suddenly express his opinion. It seemed like he had a source of intelligence unknown to others. You said that there are special reasons that are going to cause the dynasty to open up the purchasing rights of the totems? What inside information do you know? Bader questioned. Just some trivial pieces of intelligence. It was clear that this was a perfunctory response, and Hades did not want to say anything. Seeing this, Bader was a little unsatisfied. Knowing that continuing to ask would not result in anything, he asked, "Then, why are you saying we should help Black Star?" "Simple," Hades said. "The evolution cube is the core of the evolutionary totem business. If the dynasty opens the totem purchasing rights one day, our demand will be met. In that case, if the dynasty is the side who own the cube, not only will we not have any chances, but the dynasty will also receive the most of the profit made by it. Comparatively, it's better to continue letting Black Star keep the cube. Therefore, we can help Black Star to increase his position and reputation, preventing him from breaking under pressure and giving the dynasty the evolution cube. Sounds logical, but since the totem purchasing rights are not open yet, whatever you're saying won't make a difference. Helping Black Star now is going against our strategy to pressure the dynasty and will only cause more trouble for us. If you can prove that the dynasty will definitely open the purchasing rights for the totems, tell us the inside information you have. Only then will your proposal be meaningful." The chief elder's thoughts were very clear. "I have reliable sources. The information is definitely trustworthy." Hades shook his head and still did not plan to explain. This time Manison, who had been watching from the side and not saying anything, turned his head and calmly said, "Do what you guys want, but I'll accept Black Star's invitation." The others were shocked. They all looked at him, many confused. "Don't you have conflicts with Black Star that are yet to be resolved? Isn't your relationship with him not good?" Sieran asked. "That has nothing to do with you," Manison casually waved. "I think that this is a festival and I want to make it happen. Usually, the Beyond Grade as are all staying in their own territories. Since this rare opportunity has come up for us to gather in one star field, we should all meet." Everyone sized Manison's expression up but could not see through his thoughts. They were all confused and did not understand what Manison's intentions were. Logically, Manison and Black Star were competitors, so Manison should want to suppress him as much as possible. Why would he help him? No one knew what he was thinking about. Looking around at the others, Manison shook his head in his mind. He was not worried about this matter increasing Han Zhao's influence, as an increase in regular reputation would not impact their position in the machinery faith. The believers only cared about mechanical abilities and the result of battles between mechanics, nothing else. Therefore, he did not care if Black Star became more famous. However, this was also not because Manison wanted to help Han Xiao. His main goal was to indirectly increase the position of all the Beyond Grade as in the universe through this event. Beyond Grade as were already at the top of the universe, but he felt that it was not enough. In the eyes of the advanced civilizations, their value was more focused on strategic intimidation and killing each other. It had been like this for many years, and Manison wanted to improve this situation. If all these Beyond Grade as were gathered because of this opportunity, once the advanced civilizations thought about how much power they had if they came together, the advanced civilizations would be more fearful to them. Thus, they would be more important to the advanced civilizations. This would cause some implicit impacts, but overall there were both pros and cons. Nonetheless, there were more pros than cons to Manison. He had already looked beyond what he had now and planned to bring more benefits to the standard that the Beyond Grade is represented. In other words, Manison was consciously increasing the ceiling of the entire industry. Of course, it was mainly for his own benefits. He also did not mind that Han Xiao was the one leading this festival. Although they were competitors, they also had similarities with both being mechanics. With Black Star gaining more fame, more people would be attracted to becoming mechanics, which would be beneficial for the machinery faith. This way, as the man at the top of the mechanics, Manison would also benefit from it. Of course, if he was the one leading it, he would benefit even more. However, Manison was not a petty man. Since Black Star was the one who suggested it first, he did not bother taking that away. Furthermore, Black Star had the excuse of maintaining the order for the star field, while he was in no position to gather all these people. Compared to the Church and the Federation, the Beyond Grade as of the Crimson Dynasty reacted much more positively. Milizau's tutade. Black Star's ways of obtaining profit are really superb. Everyone shook their head and chuckled. All these Beyond Grade as gathering in the Shattered Star Ring was initially a bad thing that would impact the stability of the star field, yet Black Star saw an opportunity and turned it into a good thing. Everyone knew Han Zhao's goal in doing this. Not only was it to increase his reputation and influence, but it was also to confirm his position as the head of the Beyond Grade as in the Shattered Star Ring. Also, it just so happened that the Black Star Army recently revealed a new Beyond Grade A, so Black Star could ride this wave to further solidify the position of the Black Star Army. Another clearer and more direct influence of this would be that the Bloodshed Land's competitiveness would be reduced. The Limitless Financial Group would also be heavily affected and would no longer be able to cause any trouble to the Black Star Army in the short term. Black Star's methods really are creative. He must be having fun. Kant smiled. He had turned into an adorable little black pig the size of a palm. He was sitting right up with his two back legs split like a man sitting with legs closed. His two short front legs were barely crossed. The dynasty is publicly expressing their support. I wonder what Heber thinks about this. Baoni chuckled. It's not that the dynasty doesn't care about him. He just isn't strong enough, Claudia calmly said. In the Bloodshed Land, Heber and Sorokin's doppelganger sat opposite each other. With the Black Star Army obtaining a new Beyond Grade A, Black Star made his move as expected. He wants to completely solidify his position in the Shattered Star Ring. This is an open and direct move. I can't do anything about it. If he succeeds, more than half of the results we achieved all these years will be lost. Sorokin shook his head with resignation. He knew that Black Star was not one to easily let go of opportunities. As he expected, Black Star used the heat brought by the new Beyond Grade A in his army to make a move. Due to how sudden this was, he did not even have enough time to complete the investigation on Gila, so of course he could not counter this. Furthermore, Black Star had invited all the Beyond Grade as this time, so the result was not something he could interfere with. The only thing he could do was watch. Heber did not reply immediately. He stared down at the invitation envelope in silence. Your Excellency Heber, are you planning to reject Black Star's invitation? I don't recommend it. Heber looked at him before slowly saying, Reason, the dynasty's stance is very clear. They're supporting Black Star. If you refuse, you'd be going against the dynasty, and that's not a good choice. Sorokin shook his head. If everyone else in the dynasty goes and you don't, you'll stand out way too much. By then, it won't matter if you go. Not going will be even more embarrassing. I don't need you to teach me. Heber snorted. What about you? Are you going? Of course. Sorokin smiled. After all, Black Star and I are just business competitors. We have no hatred for each other. Furthermore, I'm in no place to insult him. He did not like to stand out. Following the crowd was more beneficial to hiding himself. Your skin is so damn thick. Heber could not help but complain in his mind. It's a shame. If only you and I were the ones to lead this festival. Sorokin sighed. Maybe us Beyond Grade as know the reasoning behind this and won't think it's a big deal. But to the outside world, it's like we all basically responded to Black Star's call. If the Black Star Army was listed, just this one event will make his market capital rocket. As for now, me joining this festival should increase the Limitless Financial Group's market capital a little too, Sorokin thought. Not caring about Sorokin, Heber looked at the invitation envelope again. He was not willing to watch Black Star solidify his position as the head of the star field. Sadly, after the lesson he learned last time, He knew that he was no match for Han Shao, so there was nothing he could do. Among the star pupil holy race. He even invited me. Psyker was shocked and confused. Honestly, he did not want to accept Han Zhao's invitation at all. But the problem was, he did not dare reject. Black Star was too strong now. Psyker's race was right in the Shattered Star Ring. If he made Black Star lose face, what if he found a reason and charged right over there? Even though the hatred between the two of them was immense, Psyker had lived on with the shame and grown low profile without doing anything. He did not dare to mess with Han Shao. For a beyond grade this is way too shameful. Move! I have to move house. Psyker roared in his heart. This was the second time he had experienced a breakdown this month. Han Shao sending out invitations was not announced to the public, but rumors of it still surfaced. Usually, things happening between these beyond grade as hardly ever got leaked. However, the various media outlets of the Shattered Star Ring somehow got the news from somewhere and sent people to the Black Star Army to ask around, wanting to follow up on the story and make it into a huge deal. The clearest indication of that was the new scenery at the Black Star Army headquarters. A group of extremely persistent reporters who were chasing after army members to ask questions. Han Shao did not stop it. It was clear that the dynasty had secretly leaked this. Since they were hosting a festival, building it up was unavoidable. Only then would the impact of it be maximized. freewebnov.com. He initially wanted to do it himself, but the dynasty did it for him and saved him some trouble. There were still some days till the day of the meeting, and most of the beyond grade as had yet to arrive. Han Shao told Sylvia to prepare for this while he paid attention to the responses of the beyond grade as from all organizations. Originally, he prepared some methods to convince some beyond grade as, however, unexpectedly it went smoother than he thought. Most people agreed, and it seemed like he did not have to use those methods at all. It turns out that without me knowing, my face is already this valuable. Han Shao was pleased. After so many decades in the universe, my face has ascended to a new realm. Since things were going so well, he had nothing to worry about. Other than the benefits everyone knew he would get from hosting this festival, he had another goal that no one knew about. Legendary point. The sources of legendary points were extremely complex, and one was doing all kinds of major things. Han Shao estimated that this would most likely give him a universe legendary point, and even political asset was possible. Furthermore, he could use this opportunity to find out all about these beyond grade as and memorize the attributes interface of everyone. As he thought about the plan, his room door suddenly opened. Gila walked in and immediately cut to the chase. It has already been 5 days. I've rested enough. Let's do it. It had been 5 days since Gila returned. She had been looking forward to the spar, and she had gone to his room again. Alright, let's have a fight, but not in the headquarters. Let's head into space. Han Shao then stood up. He had agreed to this before, and he had no reason to decline today. Chapter 1005 Trounce. Chapter 1005 Trounce. As a new Beyond Grade A and the new Vice Army Commander, Gila had been receiving a lot of attention recently. The more famous she was, the more it would benefit the army. Therefore, Han Shao was not going to damage her reputation. Hence, the spar between the two of them was completely private, and Han Shao did not need to improve his reputation by beating Gila anyway. The two of them quietly left the Black Star Army headquarters and found a desolate planet. Han Shao then used some anti-detection devices to draw out a battlefield. Here will do. The two of them landed on the lead-gray surface. Han Shao raised his hand and opened the secondary dimensional army box. Groups of mechanical soldiers swarmed out and machines spread like a tide. With him there, he could use all his troops, which was an enormous amount. Even though he did not summon his whole army, it still quickly filled up the ground and the sky. Psionic Prime and some of the apostle weapons who had returned from the Flickering World stood in a row at the front of the army. Han Shao then summoned a Lord's avatar and shifted his consciousness within before sending his original body away from the battlefield. Sparring was one thing, but he had no plan to cut his lifespan. Going there himself was to express his seriousness, and changing into an avatar was being cautious. Gila squinted, not saying anything as she approved with silence. Although she hoped that Black Star could use all of his strength to fight her, She knew that there was something strange about her ability, and she did not want to cause any unknown damage to Han Xiao. Furthermore, Black Star's avatar was difficult enough to deal with, as well as those apostle weapons on the side. After stepping into the Beyond Grade realm, despite the fact that Gila was very confident, she knew that the chance of her beating Han Xiao was extremely low. She mainly wanted to see how vast the difference between her and Han Xiao was. Gila took a deep breath. Her eyes suddenly glowed like rubies as masses of blood-red death energy flew out from her body and up into the sky continuously, painting the sky scarlet. The red energy continued to expand and seethe violently like a roaring sea, matching the size and impact of the mechanical army. "Are you ready? I'm coming." Gila entered combat mode, and her expression became calm and indifferent. Han Xiao closed the secondary dimensional army box, stretched the neck of his avatar and released his mechanical force to enhance the entire army. He then looked down at the ground he was stepping on and shook his head with resignation. Another planet gone to waste. As soon as his sentence ended, Gila pushed both her hands forward and attacked without saying a word. Boom! The death energy condensed in the air slammed down violently like the sky falling, including all the machinery at the front in its attack range. The exterior armor of all the mechanical soldiers reflected the bloody red tide. Psionic Prime looked up, slightly raised the Psionic Prime spear, and tapped the ground softly. Pa! With him as the center, a light blue psionic barrier expanded out extremely quickly and instantly shrouded the mechanical army. The tsunami-like death energy slammed onto the psionic barrier, creating a wave of earth-trembling impact. With a blinding flash, an energy wave mixed in both red and blood swept out. Rumble! The earth split open. Ashes shot up like fountains. Rifts were created. Tectonic plates slammed into each other, and mountains appeared out of nowhere. The terrain within hundreds of miles changed extremely quickly. Gila's expression changed. She did not expect Psionic Prime to be able to fight her head-on. She thought that Han Xiao would be using strategies, tactics, and the quantity of the army to win, but she never expected Han Xiao's apostle weapons to have already become this strong. Gila's eyes concentrated as she flew up the sky. She then pressed her hands down. The power of the death energy that was eroding and impacting the psionic barrier increased once again. Large cracks immediately appeared on the psionic barrier that was only barely holding on in the first place. Suddenly, with a deafening blast, the barrier shattered into pieces of light. After all, Gila was nothing like Kohler or Baoni. The apostle weapons were still not strong enough for her. The mechanical army suddenly split up and activated their own psionic shields, preparing to defend the impact of the death energy while raising their barrels to counterattack. Countless energy cannons focus-fired on Gila. The scorching light seemed to have slashed open space, leaving only light trails behind. Not many beyond grade as would be willing to take on such a powerful bombardment head-on, and Gila was no exception. Her body moved extremely quickly in midair to dodge the attacks as seemingly infinite death energy flew out from her body, forming layers of protective shields that shrouded her. Attacks from energy cannons landed on her shield occasionally, blasting open cracks after cracks. Her death energy could be used to attack and defend. There were hardly any beyond grade as who had no methods to create shields. Using the power of the dead to fight a mechanical army actually placed her at a disadvantage, as most mechanical soldiers were objects and Gila's lifesteal attribute could not be triggered, which cut off one of her crucial methods to regenerate health. Furthermore, the psychological damage of the death energy had no use on the mechanical army, which meant that she lost another advantage. Her Esper ability could only live to its fullest potential when facing opponents with life. Defense was not Gila's strong suit. After being enhanced so many times, the power of the mechanical army's attack was already completely different from the past. As soon as the army was fully utilized in the battle, Gila felt an immense sense of pressure. Han Zhao's attacks kept penetrating her shield and landing on her body. Her health bar lowered continuously, and her injuries started to build up. However, Gila's regeneration ability was strong. Although it could not be compared with Aurora, it was still quite impressive. When her level was extremely low, she already had the high-speed regeneration talent, which used the power of the dead to nourish her flesh. In terms of stats, It increased her usual regeneration speed by 500% and her regeneration speed by 1 to 2000% when using energy. Upon entering the Beyond Grade A realm, she had received even more regeneration-type abilities. Even though her lifesteal attribute could not be used, her regeneration speed was still extremely fast. She was one of those who looked very paper but was actually very tanky. In this respect, she was quite similar to Han Xiao. For the time being, she could still stand the focus fire of the mechanical army. Not bad. Looks like she won't lose very quickly. Han Xiao smiled with satisfaction while continuing to farm his distance traveled. As soon as the battle started, he had made his avatar activate Charge Endless Potential and started to keep moving around to farm the distance moved. As the ability would only activate on his next melee ranged attack and the distance traveled would be reset to 0 once he stopped moving, he could still use his army to attack while easily farming his distance traveled all the time. As his level was above Gila's, the combat information on the interface showed all of Gila's attributes, which Han Xiao browsed through while keeping himself at a distance from the battle between his army and Gila. After looking for a while, even Han Xiao was jealous of how amazing these attributes were. Compared to a fake genius like him who kept obtaining talents from here and there, Gila was truly one with extraordinary talent. She had a ton of talents, and most of them were exclusive personal abilities. After becoming stronger in the future and her basic attributes got higher, the effects of these talents would become even more overpowered. Now, however, she was far from the peak she reached in Han Xiao's previous life. Even if she finally became a Beyond Grade A, she was still no match for Han Xiao. As Han Xiao expected, Gila's Beyond Grade A talents were Supreme Power, which largely increased her Esper ability strength, and Cell Reaction Furnace, which largely increased her energy value. Although Han Xiao had to go easy on Gila to protect her confidence, he did not want to go too easy on her and did not want to drag this out. Despite the focus fire of the army being powerful, Gila was not threatened by it for the time being. What really gave her danger was the group of apostle weapons led by Psionic Prime. Each and every one of the apostle weapons was very strong individually. They were much stronger than when Han Xiao fought Ames. They were ganging up on Gila and forced her to make a lot of mistakes. Boom! Numerous waves of death energy beams were shattered halfway. Scarlet Flame, whose body was an artillery cannon, fired non-stop, shooting out countless dark energy beams and stopping more than half of Gila's ranged attacks directed at the apostle weapons. Heaven-suppressing Banner charged forward, swapping his weapons continuously and slashing open the occasional death energy beams that got to him, none of which were able to stop him for even a second. His body was equipped with countless high-technology melee weapons. He was a weapon master, and he also took the position of the head drill sergeant of the combat tactics in the Machinery Civilization. As he successfully entered melee range, he immediately rolled and jumped up, swapping smoothly between all kinds of weapons and using a set of combos like a mechanical pugilist. His mechanical body was extremely mobile and swift. His attacks looked so appealing to the eye that it was as if he was dancing. Gila had no choice but to concentrate death energy on her own body and turn her body into a weapon to deal with the pressure from heaven-suppressing Banner. Sadly, her melee combat ability was no match for a weapon master who was proficient with countless weapon styles. It was not long before she could no longer match up to the skills of heaven-suppressing Banner and was only getting beat up. Clank! Gila's hand blocked the alloy vibrating war axe, leaving a shallow red mark. She suddenly raised her leg high and kicked the axe down. She shot a highly condensed beam of death energy from her hand and blasted heaven-suppressing Banner far away. Before she could take a break, the space before her rippled, and Mad Sky Hunter appeared using teleport. He opened his mouth full of metal-sharp teeth and pounced at Gila's neck. "Go away!" Gila reacted quickly. She lowered her head and raised her hand before turning around and elbowing behind herself. As the tip of her elbow landed on Mad Sky Hunter's chin, death energy exploded, creating an impact wave and blew this mechanical beast away. At that moment, a purple shadow arrived from above, covered in a special twisted force field and dragging a lightning-like energy trail. It slammed into Gila and pushed her toward the ground. This was a muscular purple mechanical soldier filled with nanobiological muscles, covered in lightning-like energy. It was indeed Purple Sky Spirit in overclocking mode. Hela spun like a gyroscope. She tried to stabilize her body while spraying death energy to force the apostle weapons back, hoping to catch her breath. However, at this time, a little dot penetrated the red curtain and glowed before Hela's eyes. Swoosh! Hela hastily turned her head. This dot slashed past her cheek, leaving a shallow bloody mark. This dot came from the tip of a spear, and the one holding the spear was Psionic Prime. Among the apostle weapons, Psionic Prime was the strongest, and Hela did not have an easy time dealing with him. Furthermore, with the other apostle weapons also taking part in the battle, she became more and more passive. The two sides fought intensely for a very long time. The surface of the planet had a completely new look, like an egg with a cracked shell. Lava flew within rifts, and countless plates clashed toward each other, causing violent earthquakes. Who? Blood dripped from the sky. Hela was covered in blood and looked exhausted. Her specially made battle suit had holes everywhere, showing large portions of white. Melee weapons were plugged on her shoulder, abdomen, and leg. The intensity of the battle could be seen just from the state she was in. How unflinching! Han Shao tooted internally. Hela was used to going all out when fighting. Even if it was just a spar with Han Shao, she still fought with her life. Han Shao had gone a little easy and told his mechanical troops to hold back, so as to give Hela a chance to go all out. She would only be satisfied if he still beat her in an overwhelming manner in this kind of situation. This time, Hela pulled out the weapons stuck in her body. The open wounds slowly closed up and recovered. She looked around at the group of apostle weapons and suddenly took a deep breath before snapping her finger. After such a long fight, all the apostle weapons including Psionic Prime had 15 layers of Death's Erosion, and they all exploded simultaneously. Boom! Red light exploded from the apostle weapons, and they were all heavily injured. Detonating the energy had nothing to do with life force, since at its core, Death's Erosion was about the highly erosive death energy. Therefore, unlike her life steal attribute, this ability was effective on any target, including machines. The death of mechanical lives meant that their tinder was extinguished, which the erosion of death energy could definitely do. However, Hela did not lose her senses during the battle, so she would not kill Han Zhao's important combatants. Hence, she did not trigger the possible death effect, only the basic effect which wiped out a ton of health from these apostle weapons. Being heavily injured, Psionic Prime and the various apostle weapons showed flaws. Hela took the opportunity and immediately escaped, heading directly toward the Lord's avatar like a red meteor, blowing away all the mechanical soldiers in her path. This is the last attack. I see. Han Shao could see the combat information. He knew that Hela's health was close to zero. Knowing that Hela could weaken regeneration, Han Shao did not let his avatar take any of the attacks and heavily injured Hela with just his apostle weapons and the mechanical army. Now, however, he controlled his avatar to turn around and charge right toward Hela. Above the demolished earth, a black and a red meteor crashed into each other. Han Shao did not hold back at all. Charge, endless potential. S power fused entirely into his fist and slammed onto Hela's chest. Bang! It was as if the sky cracked open. A powerful impact wave exploded and blew away all the dust around. An enormous hole appeared on Hela's chest, penetrating right through. Her organs were shattered into pieces, and all the blood had splashed out together with pieces of her flesh. Hela's eyes lost focus. She fell straight down and landed on the ground, creating a huge crater. Target no longer has any signs of life. Psionic Prime looked over and was a little shocked. Lord, why you killed her? Wasn't it just a spar? Han Shao glanced at him and deactivated Lord's descent. His original body slowly landed beside Hela. Did we go overboard? The various apostle weapons quickly followed and exchanged looks. They all looked down with guilt like kids who had done something wrong. Han Shao did not say anything. At this time, waves of gray energy suddenly gathered from all directions and fused into Hela's corpse. Her eyes immediately regained life, but the dark red glow became gray. The next moment, her broken body recovered at a visible speed. Flash grew out, organs reappeared, and wounds healed. Her pale face slowly became red. Hila sat up and gasped for air. The glow in her eyes suddenly disappeared, and she started coughing severely. Cough, cough, cough. Han Xiao had expected this. With a smile on his face, he patted softly on her back. Does it hurt? Take deep breaths. Slowly. Hila had the ignore sudden death talent, which he had witnessed long ago and was also clearly shown on the interface. He knew that Hila would not completely die after dying once, and she would be fine no matter how heavily injured she was. That was why he decided not to hold back and used charge, endless potential, to beat her into the state of close death. He knew all about Hila's personality, and beating her up with full force would actually make her satisfied. She had quite the potential of having the masochism trait. After resting for a while, Hila finally stopped coughing and had a speechless look on her face. You really didn't hold back at all. I was even killed. Han Xiao raised his brows and shrugged. Isn't this what you wanted? Don't you like it? Hila snorted and did not object. Having almost been beaten to death once, Hila was not unhappy at all. Since she had gone all out, this kind of battle was exactly what she wanted. She was very satisfied with the fact that Han Xiao did not hold back. Furthermore, through this spar, Hila had a clearer understanding of Han Xiao's strength among beyond grade and she was secretly impressed. She did not expect to still be completely overwhelmed even after becoming a beyond grade A. The difference was still so huge. Hila did not become disappointed or despondent because of this. Instead, it motivated her, hoping to catch up to someone like him. It isn't that easy to succeed. No matter, it's only fun when it's challenging. Hila encouraged herself in her mind. She had always respected the strong, and she could not help but admire Han Xiao even more. I've lost, but it was an amazing fight. It was worth it. Hila smiled from the bottom of her heart. She did not have many hobbies. Fighting was one of the few. TSK. What a fighting maniac. Han Xiao shook his head and laughed. He rubbed her head and said, Can you still walk? Don't touch my head. Let's go back. Hila tilted her head and avoided Han Xiao's hand. Then she tried to stand up. However, having just recovered from close death, she was not in a good state, and her stamina was completely drained. Seeing this, Han Xiao wrapped his arm around Hila's shoulder and helped her up. Hila glanced at him and did not reject it, letting him help her into the spaceship. She even actively nudged into Han Xiao's arms a little. After this fight, the two of them became even closer. In the past, although they were close, they were on completely different levels. Now that both of them were in the same realm, they had much more common language. The relationship between the two of them quickly improved, and the awkwardness and distance from not seeing each other for 20 years disappeared immediately. Hila enjoyed this a lot. In the past, I could only look at your back. Now, I can say that I'm standing beside you, right? Information about the private spar did not leak, so it did not stir up any storm. One phenomenon that attracted the most attention in the Shattered Star Ring was that more and more beyond grade as were arriving without any signs of trying to hide themselves, leading their fleets and heading toward the Black Star Army's headquarters. The local galactic residents of the Shattered Star Ring all focused their attention on these beyond grade and the Black Star Army. They could all smell a gigantic piece of breaking news coming. Chapter 1006, The Hidden Bloody Rule. Chapter 1006, The Hidden Bloody Rule. As more and more bosses from various places arrived in the Shattered Star Ring, this star field became increasingly boisterous. Each and every beyond grade A attracted attention from countless galactic residents and organizations. They could be considered a type of idol. Other than the things they had done, one of the other important sources of their fame was Wayne cards. Every one of them had their own set of cards, and there were way too many people who played Wayne cards in the universe, so they knew these bosses all too well. On this day, spaceships circled around far away from the Black Star Army headquarters. Most of them were media reporters who had heard about the event, and about 90% of all the media reporters in the Shattered Star Ring were there. The reporters had camped there for many days, witnessing the fleets of beyond grade enter the Black Star Army's headquarters one after another. How many are already here? 27. And there are more beyond grade on their way. So many beyond grade gathering. Something big is definitely going to happen, Are they planning a coup d'etat? They were tempted by curiosity and wished they could rush into the Black Star Army headquarters to uncover the truth. As soon as the first Beyond Grade A aims arrived, these reporters were all chased out and not allowed to enter the Black Star Army headquarters. They had no choice but to linger outside and watch. Without their curiosity satisfied, these reporters seemed to have become raging monkeys. They could not sit tight even for a second. Although the dynasty had leaked some information, it was only ambiguous so that the sense of mystery would still remain. The reason that these Beyond Grade As had gathered in the Black Star Army was not explained so that the outside world would speculate and discuss the topic more. It was clear that creating this kind of suspense was extremely effective. The Shattered Star Ring had already received a lot of attention from the outside world due to the Flickering World in the first place, and this became the hot topic immediately. Everyone was filled with doubt. About 80% of all the Beyond Grade As in the entire universe had suddenly gathered. Why? The circle of the Beyond Grade As was too distant for ordinary people. Without any source of inside information, there were too many questions that remained unanswered, among which Black Star was mentioned the most. The interest the entire universe had in Han Shao increased once again. Why are all these bosses choosing the Black Star Army as the location to gather? Why can Black Star summon all of them? In the past years, Han Shao had kept a low profile and did not attract much attention. Only recently did he suddenly do something this sensational. Many people wrongly assumed that Black Star had done something secretly over the years that caused his reputation to suddenly skyrocket. It was not long ago that the Black Star Army acquired a second Beyond Grade A, and now they were gathering about 80% of all the Beyond Grade As in the universe. They were definitely planning to do something big. Almost everyone thought the same. Fruobnovel.com. At this time, 2 more fleets arrived with hyperdrive from afar, one in front and one at the back. The exterior armor on the ships had symbols of the Mechanic Emperor and the Void Overlord. It was Manison and Kasui's fleets. Quickly, record it. Even Manison and Kasui came. Black Star's face is so valuable. The 2 fleets passed by these media ships and headed toward the Black Star Army's headquarters. The various reporters quickly recorded this process. Since they could not enter, the only thing these reporters could do was record the Beyond Grade As who came and waited outside for the news to be announced. The 2 fleets flew into the Army's dock. Manison and Kasui's avatars disembarked from their spaceships. The 2 of them had known each other for a very long time, so they quickly started chatting. "You're here too. Looks like the church is also going to give Black Star face this time." Manison smiled. "Aren't people from the Federation here too?" Kasui's tone was calm. His voice sounded ethereal, as if it came from the void. "The Federation is one thing and me coming is another. My goal here is different," Manison said with an indifferent tone. Drawing the line so clearly, "You really aren't afraid of the Federation being unhappy about it?" Kasui shook his head. "Then, what's your goal? Do you remember the last time this many Beyond Grade As gathered?" "I forgot. I'm thinking the 3 civilizations have forgotten too, so I'm helping them remember." Manison's tone was casual. Kasui paused, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. "This might not be a good thing for us. The more seriously we're taken, the more we're feared. If things go wrong, it might be another tragedy of the pinnacles. The good and the bad have always coexisted. Although us Beyond Grade As belong to different organizations, we're all in the same grade, and we've always been separated. Now that we've gathered, we've attracted the attention of the entire universe. I'm sure that the other Beyond Grade As can see how much power we have together. If we can make use of this power, we can demand and obtain more things," Manison said slowly. "You're still the same, saying the same old things." Kasui's tone did not express any of his emotions. "The Ancient Ones, the mechanical race, the limitless financial group. You have plenty of resources. Sadly, when at your level, you alone aren't enough anymore. You have no choice but to make use of everyone. So, tell me, what ones are you going to form this time? Just benefiting from each other. I'm not the only one benefiting from it. All the Beyond Grade As stand to gain something. Isn't that good?" Manison smiled. "No matter what, you know me. Unless you have a way to help me complete the final God's trait transformation, Don't come to me for something like this. Kasui waved. Madison did not mind and changed the topic. Then let's not talk about this. The void specialties you gave me the last time are quite good. Can you give me more? Come on. Sure. Give the 10,000 deity scepter back first. Are you dreaming? While the two of them poked at each other, the dozen or so beyond grade as who were waiting at the dock came over. They were mostly beyond grade as of the Federation and the Church. These people had arrived earlier, but as not everyone had arrived, they were waiting in the army's headquarters and had already stayed there for some days. Since their bosses had arrived, they went out to meet up. There was only one exception. Sorokin, who stood outside the Crow alone with a big smile on his face. Why did you come to us? Madison glanced at him. Although this is Black Star's territory, the two of you are important shareholders in the financial group, so meeting you guys is what I should do. Sorokin's tone was sincere. From the way this sounded to the others, his tone totally sounded like he was trying to bootlick, which suited their impression of Sorokin perfectly. At this time, Han Shao walked over and attracted the attention of everyone. He said with a smile, "Welcome to the Black Star Army. Follow me, the rooms are ready." Black Star. The beyond grade as turned around and greeted him, all with complex looks in their eyes. Some of them had only heard about Black Star and had never met him personally, but after staying in the Black Star Army for the past days, they knew Han Shao. Most of the beyond grade as there did not actually want to go, and they only went reluctantly because of the order from the upper echelons of the Federation and the Church. However, even though they were unwilling, since they were in someone else's territory, they did not dare act too arrogantly, or they would insult Han Shao completely. Clearly, enraging a peak beyond grade A who was very capable at fighting was highly irrational. Madison nodded at Han Shao. We meet again. If I remember correctly, this should be the second time I've come to your territory. Third. Han Shao raised his brows. You forgot the fight. All right. Madison shook his head and chuckled. He did not mind. Ever since that fight, Han Shao had not made any moves for the next decade or so. Madison had already confirmed that Han Shao had admitted loss and would not challenge his position again. Therefore, he had no problems with him. He had already beaten a ton of mechanics over the years. As long as the opponent admitted their loss, he would not continue to trouble them. He had to maintain his reputation as the main god of the machinery faith. This is the Void Overlord, Kasui. If I remember correctly, this should be the first time the two of you have met. Madison turned his head and introduced Kasui. It's indeed the first time, but I've heard a lot about you. Han Shao smiled and extended his hand. I'm honored to meet you, Your Excellency Kasui. Kasui shook Han Shao's hand and said, I've been hearing the name Black Star a lot. You're a legend, too. Meeting you is also my honor. I heard you also have the blood of the Void race. I think we'll have a lot of common topics to talk about. After praising each other, Han Shao guided everyone to their own room. After the Federation and the Church's people settled down, Sorokin was the only one left. Your Excellency Black Star, it really shocked me how big your face is. So many important people are here. Sorokin seemed like he was praising Han Shao sincerely, but it sounded pretentious in Han Shao's ears. Han Shao curled his lips. I thought you wouldn't come. Impossible. I have business in the Shattered Star Ring too, and you're the top of this star field, so how can I not give you face? I know you have some misunderstandings about me since we have some competition in terms of businesses. But I personally have nothing but respect for you. Sorokin smiled brightly. We might even have the chance to work together in the future. Han Shao knew that this guy's shamelessness could match up to his own, so he was used to it. He tooted and asked, Didn't Heber come with you? He said he's going to come on the last day. Despite being the nearest to you, he's trying to object like a kid. Sorokin sold Heber out immediately. Humph. Got it. Han Shao waved and left the fake smiling Sorokin. Other than those allies who came because of the order from the 3 universal civilizations, everyone else had their own intentions. For example, Sorokin was probably there because he wanted to blend into the crowd, as well as to network with these beyond grade as that old man Madison seemed to have other goals too. The beyond grade as who were staying at the Black Star Army could be classified into three types: the Dynasty's allies and those who were on his side like Ames and Austin, the allies of the other two universal civilizations who came because they were ordered to do so, and the beyond grade as from the other factions as well as neutral beyond grade as most of them whom had come to socialize. However, the goals of these people would not impact this event too much, so Han Xiao did not mind. To Han Xiao, the main focus of this beyond grade A gathering was the waiting stage before the official meeting. These beyond grade as would be waiting for more than 10 days in their rooms, which would create a platform to communicate and socialize. Usually, due to factors such as distance and their respective factions, there were no occasions as public as this to gather so many of them together. This way, everyone could socialize together, and it would be very convenient for him to find out more about the beyond grade as he would be meeting for the first time. Not only him, everyone's circle would expand by quite a large extent, which would be beneficial to enhancing the relationship inside the entire beyond grade A circle. Han Xiao did not just want to increase his reputation and maintain order within the star field. He also wanted the other beyond grade as to communicate and socialize. He was providing an opportunity for these people to build a good relationship with each other. Although beyond grade as might have conflicts and grudges against each other, they would have no choice but to become comrades and fight alongside each other when the War of the World Tree erupted. He wanted to do something good in advance. Furthermore, if the beyond grade as maintained the state of disunity, it would also lead to some very dire consequences. There were both natural and man-made reasons that led to the calamity of the supers. I hope this meeting will cause some changes. Your Excellency President, there are already close to 30 beyond grade as who are now living in the Black Star Army's headquarters. The estimate of the final count is around 70 to 80. On the Federation of Light's mother planet, Bader listened to the Chief Elder's report with a frown on his face. Considering the various factors, he decided to let the Federation's allies attend the meeting. However, he suddenly realized that the power of so many beyond grade as gathered in one place was too horrifying. Even though they were just meeting each other, it was still enough to shock the entire universe and stir up storms. The impact of this had exceeded his expectations. There are too many beyond grade as, that's right. In a few days' time, the Black Star Army's headquarters might be the most dangerous place in the entire universe. The Chief Elder's expression did not look good either. You misunderstand. Bader looked up at him. What I meant was, there are too many beyond grade as in the universe. The Chief Elder's expression changed drastically. Bader stood up, approached the window and looked out. The lifespan of a beyond grade A is very long. Without any accidents, they would live up to 1,000 years, and there are also those eternal lives with seemingly endless lifespans. Even though the chance of a beyond grade A appearing is extremely low, compare how long it takes for their lifespan to run out to how long it takes for a new one to appear. The number of beyond grade as in the universe will only keep growing. 100, 200. One day, sooner or later, there'll be thousands of them. By that time, individual great power will be uncontrollable. The Chief Elder's expression became extremely serious. You're saying, to carry out a new cleansing? Like the tragedy of the Pinnacles? Bader shook his head. The tragedy of the Pinnacles was just an accident, but it hinted to us how to deal with the problem of beyond grade as, although the number of the beyond grade as right now is still controllable if we don't plan ahead, the day when the peak of individual power overflows will come sooner or later. Therefore, cleansing the beyond grade as is a must. However, I don't plan to do this during my term. The Chief Elder nodded. The Flickering World is very important to the entire universe right now. It isn't the time for a cleansing. If there were too many individuals with extraordinary power that surpassed even logic itself, order would no longer be stable. In his eyes, cleansing the beyond grade as had nothing to do with hatred. It was only to maintain the stability of the universe. However, this would definitely cause unrest in the short term. Therefore, it was a hot potato to any leader of the universal civilizations. No one wanted to do such dirty work during their term. To him, this was like keeping the ecological balance of the universe. This was not eliminating beyond grade as but controlling the total number of beyond grade as, keeping the ratio of individual power to collective power at a safe standard. In peaceful times without exterior enemies, the consequences of this ratio being unbalanced would be unpredictable. This was not his sudden idea. In fact, many years ago, the three universal civilizations had developed similar plans privately. However, the Beyond Grade as had never gone out of control, so they had never executed this plan. This was a silent agreement between the three rulers of the universe. I wonder if Black Star hosted this meeting because of this too. Bader thought of Manason's attitude, paused, and said with a deep voice, Manason probably guessed the inevitability of the cleanse. So he wanted to gather all the Beyond Grade as to show us their strength. Or is he trying to improve the position of the Beyond Grade as TSK, these two crafty guys? He had to admit that he did now fear the Beyond Grade as more, but there was no way to start the cleanse now, so the only thing to do was to turn this fear into showing that the Beyond Grade as were more important. Black Star, Mechanic Emperor. Do you really want to gather the power of the Beyond Grade as? Bader's eyes had a deep and unforeseeable look. Chapter 1007 Meeting. 1007 Meeting. As more and more Beyond Grade as arrived at the Black Star Army's headquarters, Han Zhao's territory became increasingly rowdy. Within a few days, there were already about 80 Beyond Grade as and their fleets gathered there. The Purple Crystal Civilization, which managed the star cluster, became nervous and secretly deployed some forces to set up defenses. It was not just the Purple Crystal Civilization. All the star cluster civilizations of the Shattered Star Ring, as well as the three universal civilizations garrisons in the star field, started to secretly deploy troops to prepare for what might happen. This many peak individuals of the universe would easily be able to turn an entire star field upside down, and they were all individuals with independent minds who carried the risk of not being controllable. These civilizations did not dare remain unprepared. As for the Godaran civilization, which directly ruled the star zone that the Black Star Army was in, all of their fleets had gathered around the star zone housing the Black Star Army's headquarters as if they were facing a lethal enemy. The things going on in the outside world did not affect the mood of the many Beyond Grade as, with Heber arriving last, the meeting began as scheduled. The meeting location was a palace in the headquarters. The ceiling with 100 meters tall, and dozens of floating thrones formed a circle 5 meters above the ground. As the gate opened, the Beyond Grade as swarmed in. The tallest was the beast ancestor Garutan, and the shortest was the finger-sized Sun Hunter. There were all kinds of appearances. They all picked a location to sit one after another. The allies of the three universal civilizations all sat around each other in their own corner, with the Beyond Grade as of the other factions in between them. After they sat down, they noticed 3 empty seats that were next to each other. Seeing that Han Xiao had yet to arrive, they casually started chatting while sizing each other up. While waiting, many Beyond Grade as had moved around. In the past, some of them had only heard about some of the others but had never met. Using this opportunity brought by Han Xiao, these people had finally met each other and made some new friends. Those who were visited most were the peak Beyond Grade as who had the highest positions and the strongest organizations in the circle. That included Manason, Kasui, Kant, and Garutan. Claudia and a few of the other Beyond Grade as who did not come to the Shattered Star Ring, of course, did not participate in this meeting. At this point in time, those who were sized up the most were the new members of the circle, those who only became Beyond Grade as in the past decade or so, such as the Federation's Hades, the Dynasty's Silver Shadow, and the Church's Tolian. After a while, 3 people walked in. Everyone stopped chatting and looked over at the gate. It was indeed Han Xiao, Hila, and Ames. Han Xiao walked forward with wide strides, came before the mechanical throne, and sat down, facing all of the Beyond Grade A. At the same time, Ames and Hila sat in the empty seats on his left and right. Many looked at Hila with curiosity. There were a lot of people who were interested in this new Beyond Grade A of the Black Star Army. Finally, the gate slowly closed. With a smile on his face, Han Xiao looked around and slowly spoke, "Everyone is here. Pardon me for the wait. I appreciate all of you being willing to take part in this meeting." While saying the standard things, he observed everyone. As he spoke, some sat tight and upright with a serious expression. Some had indifferent and careless looks, some smiled to express friendliness, and some lay back in their chairs. He could see some of their attitudes. Of the Beyond Grade as present, more than 40, including himself, were allies of the 3 universal civilizations. Most of the rest were on their own, and some were allies of the superstar cluster civilizations. Many also had multiple identities. For example, quite a few ancient ones were there. There were also a few shareholders of the Limitless Financial Group. The protector of the galactic black market, Beast Ancestor, Secret Master, and so on were here too. These were all very important people whom Han Shao had to pay more attention to. These people had very complicated relationships with each other. Some had good relationships with each other. Some held grudges against each other. Some were brothers on the surface but actually plotted against each other behind each other's backs. Some looked distant but were actually close secretly. Han Shao had moved around during the past few days too. He had managed to talk to everyone and successfully collected the combat information on everyone present. There were only a few whose levels were higher than his whose abilities he could not fully see. Still, he had the abilities of everyone else. He had obtained quite the amount of valuable intelligence. These people, however, had no idea that Han Shao knew even the color of their underpants. No matter why you are all here, I appreciate your arrival. Finally, Han Shao had finished the cliché opening and entered into the main topic. I suppose everyone has already spoken with each other, so I will save myself the saliva of making introductions. The people all looked at Han Shao, waiting for his next sentence. Han Shao softly patted the handle of his throne and said, "The reason I hosted this meeting is mainly to discuss the matter about the Shattered Star Ring with everyone." Before he could finish, a very intrusive voice sounded. "Humph! Can you represent the entire Shattered Star Ring?" The look in everyone's eyes changed slightly as they looked over at the source of the voice. The person who spoke was the Federation of Light Sieran, as well as a member of the Ancient Ones. He had a mocking expression on his face. Without any change in his expression, Han Shao smiled. There are so many civilizations and organizations in the Shattered Star Ring. Of course, I can't represent the stand of the entire star field alone. Then what right do you have to talk about this issue? Sieran demanded. Don't forget, the Federation of Light is the actual ruler of the Shattered Star Ring. We're the only ones who can speak for this star field. Not you. The other allies of the Federation did not stop Sieran. They came to give face to Han Shao, but as competitors, they were not going to make this too easy for him. Causing trouble was unavoidable. Even if they were not going to stop him, they did not want him to achieve his goal too easily. I cannot agree with that, Han Shao said slowly. I'm a local of the Shattered Star Ring, and I'm stationed here on behalf of the dynasty. Also, I'm the strongest beyond grade A of this star field. Although I can't represent the stand of this entire star field, I'm sure I have the right to speak for it personally. Furthermore, I'm not announcing some kind of order. I'm just here to discuss certain matters with all of you today. The strongest beyond grade A of the Shattered Star Ring. Are you sure? Sieran sneered. Han Shao raised his brow and slowly opened his arms. Are you questioning my combat history? Don't worry. I won't deny that you've defeated Heber, Psyker, and Ames. As for Gila, she's new, so she probably is no match for you. Heber's expression was not looking too great. He did not like the fact that his defeat was mentioned by an outsider in front of so many beyond grade as. Psyker coldly glanced at Sieran before glaring at Han Shao. He was not happy about it either. Ames, however, did not mind, and Gila's expression was like a rock, as if she did not hear anything. Then what's the issue? Han Shao asked. Simple. There's still one person who you've not defeated. The Magus, Austin. Sieran shook his head. He's just too low profile, but it's not certain he's no match for you. Without defeating him, you can't solidify your position as the strongest of this star field. Austin was stunned. Why mention me out of nowhere? Then he understood it immediately. Sieran wanted to put him on the spot, which might be an act to stir up disagreement. Although Sieran probably knew that he had quite a good relationship with Black Star, there was no harm in trying. After all, as long as the relationship between the two of them was tainted even a little, Sieran would benefit from it. I admit Black Star's the strongest in this star field. I'm no match for him. Austin curled his lips. This was the only thing he could say. It was not like he could spar with Han Shao right there. Hearing this, Han Shao nodded at Austin before asking Sieran, do you have any other objections? Nothing else. Sieran saw that Manison had given him a look, so he closed his eyes and did not say any more. Han Xiao looked around. Seeing that no one else had a problem, he said with a deep voice, "All right then, since everyone agrees that I have the right to speak for the Shattered Star Ring, let's get back to business. As the opening of the Flickering World is near, I can understand why all of you have come to the Shattered Star Ring to wait. However, I believe that everyone here knows that this many beyond grade as gathering in one star field will create a lot of unstable factors. As the peak of the Shattered Star Ring supers, I have something to say. Please do listen. I grew in the Shattered Star Ring, so of course, it's my responsibility to maintain the stability of this star field. I welcome all of you to the Shattered Star Ring as guests, but I have but one small request. I hope that while you're all here, you won't destroy the order of the Shattered Star Ring. If all of you are willing to give me face for this, I'll be very appreciative." This time, Han Zhao's tone changed into a much deeper and more serious one. "However, if anyone ignores my request, I shall see it as a personal challenge to me, and I will absolutely not let it off easily. Remember, there's still a long time till the date of the opening of the Flickering World. I hope to not have any conflict with anyone." The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The people had different looks on their faces: indifference, approval, seriousness, and many others. Although Han Xiao said it in a very nice way, the main purpose of this sentence was to serve as a threat and a warning, and its meaning was very straightforward. "I don't care where you're from. This is my territory. If you mess with me, you're not going to get away with it easily. If you want to cause trouble in the Shattered Star Ring, you'd better weigh the consequences of messing with me." Everyone there was a boss of an area, and there were quite a few who could speak for their star fields too, so many felt that these words were rather sharp. However, with the position and strength Black Star had now, he already had the right to say something like this, so no one felt it was out of place. This time, Austin smiled and said, "I'm a local beyond grade A of the Shattered Star Ring too. I also don't want the star field to become chaotic." "I agree completely with what Black Star said." "Humph, me too," Heber said reluctantly. Ames and Gila also expressed their agreement. Seeing this, Psyker had no choice but to do the same. This time, all of the local beyond grade as of the Shattered Star Ring had supported Han Xiao, expressing their intent to maintain the stability of the star field together. In a way, they had indirectly approved of Han Zhao's position as the leader. Han Xiao paused for a few seconds, saw the reactions of everyone present, and suddenly smiled. "Of course, if you're willing to give me face on this matter, I'm willing to have a partnership with you guys in the development of the Flickering World. Currently, the Black Star Army has the most territory in the Flickering World. I believe I can provide quite a lot of help." Many people's eyes sparkled. Everyone knew that the Black Star Army had a huge force in the Flickering World, and the Flickering World was their goal. If they could receive Han Zhao's help, they would naturally have an easier time over there. Before they arrived, they thought that Han Xiao was just going to intimidate them. Never did they expect Black Star to be willing to provide opportunities for partnerships. This came as quite a surprise. "We will remember what you said," Manison said calmly. "The Federation doesn't want to see people causing trouble here." Seeing that Manison had expressed his stance, various beyond grade as spoke as well. "Since both Black Star and the Mechanic Emperor say so, then nobody will cause trouble in the Shattered Star Ring. Peacefully wait for the opening of the Flickering World. There'll be plenty of time in the future. Whoever dares cause trouble here shall be all of our enemies. Black Star, I shall give you face for this. Remember your promise." Han Xiao smiled. "I'm glad we could come to an agreement." At this time, Manison suddenly changed the topic. Black Star took the lead in hosting this meeting for the sake of the star field's stability. It's a respectable act. However, you did not just gather all of us here for something this trivial, did you? Han Zhao's eye sparkled for a split second. He turned to Manison and said, "If you have anything to say, please do." "Okay, then I shall get to the point." Everyone looked at Manison with curiosity, not knowing what he meant. Manison pondered for a moment before speaking. "The advanced civilizations make use of us, and we make use of the advanced civilizations. Everyone here works for various factions. We kill and fight with each other, which is very normal. However, I think that we should not be limited to the differences between factions. That's the game made by these advanced civilizations. Sometimes we should jump out of their game and make plans for ourselves. Everyone's expression changed slightly, and the room became silent. This had always been a sensitive topic. No one expected Madison to talk about this at a meeting about regional stability, not caring about those present who were direct members of the advanced civilizations. From the moment they stepped into the territory of beyond grade A, everyone was in the same grade. Even though they belonged to different factions, this could not be changed. Madison looked around and continued. You guys know that the advanced civilizations both need us and fear us. They don't want us to have too many private relationships. An opportunity like today is very rare. As all of you have seen, we're only having a meeting, yet it stirred a storm in the universe. There are definitely countless fleets aiming their cannons in our direction. And you all know I'm not exaggerating. You don't need to emphasize the situation we're in, Kant said with a frown. I don't think this is the time to discuss this topic. It's too early. Preparing early is better than not preparing at all, Madison said coldly. So why did you mention this? Do you want all of us to form an alliance? Garutan said. Just a reminder, us forming an alliance will be the same as starting a coup d'état, Kasui said. There was one thing he did not say, which was that pillars of the three universal civilizations such as him were basically safe, so he did not want to concern himself at all. Everyone spoke one after another, expressing their opinions and discussing the matter intensely. There were hardly any opportunities to discuss something like this usually, so this event hosted by Han Xiao became a platform to exchange opinions. Don't worry, it's not time yet. What I want is just a silent agreement. Madison then looked at Han Xiao and said with a curious tone, You're the host of this meeting. You've just been listening for quite a while and did not stop us. So what are your thoughts on this? Everyone turned to look at Han Xiao. Han Xiao's position was quite high in the circle, so his opinion was relatively important. Han Xiao shrugged, shook his head, and said, I have no other suggestions. I just feel there are too few beyond grade as, that's right, too few. Madison sighed. Han Xiao glanced at him. I'm pretty sure that too few we speak of means different things. Chapter 1008 version star. 1008 version star. Like the mechanic emperor said, it's not time yet. Waiting is what we should do, Sorokin said with a smile. Yes, we need more new blood. Madison nodded. He then looked around at the new beyond grade as present and made his mechanical host send a virtual emoji. A smiley face popped up above his head in a bubble. This old man actually knows to act cute quite well, Han Xiao thought. Gila turned and looked at Han Xiao, wanting to say something, but in the end, she did not. She did not expect these beyond grade as to gather and discuss such a major topic. This meeting gradually headed in a magical direction. To Gila and the other new beyond grade as the topic these beyond grade A bosses were talking about was way too vast. They could only listen and had no right to speak at all. Will there be trouble discussing topics like this in our own territory? Gila was worried. Noticing Gila's expression, Han Xiao gave her a look to not be worried at all. Ames noticed that the two of them were giving each other looks, so she knocked on Han Xiao to make him look over and quietly said, You actually had the same goal in mind when hosting this meeting, didn't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have let Madison use your territory to say something this big. Everything is within my calculations. Han Xiao raised his brow. After the people discussed for a while, someone finally made an important remark. Although we can't form an alliance, our circle indeed needs a closer relationship, Kant said with a deep voice. The communication between us needs to be more frequent. The Flickering World will be a suitable reason for that, a neutral peak beyond grade slowly said. In the past, due to the limitations of factions and areas, the interactions between us were limited. Now, however, all our organizations will enter the Flickering World. This star field will become the platform for our communication so that the limit we had before is surpassed to a certain extent. Therefore, we need a bridge, a messenger. Hearing what this person said, everyone subconsciously turned to look at Han Xiao. In the known universe, beyond grade A organizations were not allowed to expand as much as they wanted to. They were restricted by the advanced civilizations and all kinds of rules. However, in the future, everyone would be able to enter the Flickering World, which had a very deep meaning. Even though the beyond-grade civilizations would only be building divisions there, they would have much easier access to one another to a certain extent. This would aid in the communication between all the beyond-grade as and the unite of this circle, presenting an opportunity for everyone's strength to be completely united. This needed a bridge to act as the center of the transmission of information and resources for the beyond-grade as in the Flickering World, putting everyone together like glue. The one who could do this had to have a strong foundation in the Flickering World, and the Black Star Army was the largest force in the Flickering World other than the Dynasty. The best candidate to build the bridge was none other than Black Star. When more than 70 beyond grade as stared at one person, even though they had no hostility, the pressure was still quite terrifying. Han Xiao took a deep breath and smiled. If you guys need it, I'm happy to do this. In fact, this was one of Han Xiao's goals to begin with. Although the process was a little different, he still obtained what he wanted. Part of the reason Han Xiao had been making the Black Star Army build such a strong foundation in the Flickering World was indeed to obtain this position. Since he was an individual with peak strength, he had to face this problem. Although the butterfly effect he triggered changed the storyline, regardless of whether the World Tree War happened before or after the calamity of the Supers, he had to make preparations for himself in advance. If he could be the belt of the calamity of the Supers, he would have more power. As pinnacles of individual power, unless one was the ruler, there was no such thing as absolute loyalty to a collective power. Ever since the start, the relationship between these two sides had always been making use of each other. The great mechanic Han had never even thought of giving his all to an organization. Even kids knew that eggs should not be all placed in one basket. He had to prepare to ensure his own safety. Interests between different levels of society could never be truly unified. Unless one was willing to be used like a chess piece, these complicated questions would never be simplified. The relationship between friends and foes changed regularly. The interests shared within a level of society were the most reliable agreement. Your Excellency Black Star, you really are a responsible man. Everyone nodded at Han Xiao and smiled. I want to achieve a kind of silent agreement between us all. Manison looked around and said seriously, when that day really comes, as long as someone sends a signal, I hope everyone can respond to it. That's reasonable, Kasui said calmly. Everyone nodded and achieved an agreement. They would not be forming an alliance. In usual times, they would still fight for their own factions. However, when the time came, they were willing to step up. They then chatted about many things for a whole 2 days and 2 nights. Only then did the meeting officially end. The various beyond grade as took their leave and departed from the Black Star Army. Manison walked with Kasui together toward the dock and chatted softly. The content of this meeting will definitely spread to the 3 universal civilizations, yet you didn't hide it at all. Aren't you afraid of enraging the Federation of Light? Kasui asked. Manison smiled. Even without this meeting, fear will still exist, so I might as well give them some pressure to add on to our chips. With Black Star, the Federation can't lose me and vice versa. The difference between factions limits us, but it also restrains them. Everything is possible. Kasui shook his head. When a tool starts to have other thoughts, no matter how useful it is, it might still be abandoned any time. We're no tools. Manison's tone was calm. Remember this, we represent the peak power an individual can achieve. Every single one of us is a treasure of this universe. Not only are we entities of violence, we're also precious special gene data banks. We represent the infinite possibilities of evolution itself, and we are never to be controlled or toyed with. If they want to abandon us, there will always be a price to pay. I got it. This is why you're in such a hurry. To protect yourself. Kasui glanced at him. Have you finally realized that your forces are too strong? Manison did not reply. He paused before sighing. Sadly, yes, God is no more. Although he isn't the same as us, he was still somewhat useful. If he doesn't stand against the 3 universal civilizations, God knows how much help he is to us. Kasui's tone was strange. You know his lifespan was already not long. Don't you? What are you trying to say? Nothing. It's just, he definitely knows about his lifespan more than any more. Kasui smiled. After the meeting ended, days passed one after another. the outside world gradually noticed a very strange phenomenon. All the beyond grade as who attended the meeting were keeping a shockingly low profile and did not have any conflict with each other. Initially, with so many beyond grade as gathered, instability seemed inevitable. Everyone expected this to affect the order of the star field and thought that there would be some beyond grade as fighting once in a while. However, they controlled themselves and made sure the shattered star ring remained orderly. The entire universe was shocked, triggering a wave of speculation. The reason behind this definitely lay in the meeting that Black Star hosted. What did Black Star say to make this many beyond grade as so disciplined? The rumors kept spreading. Finally, Han Shao arranged to have someone leak some inside information. Black Star gathered all the beyond grade as, representing the shattered star ring, and asked all of them not to cause trouble in order to maintain the order of the star field. As soon as the information was out, the entire shattered star ring was amazed. The countless local galactic residents felt touched. Look, how responsible is Black Star? In order to maintain order, he took the risk of gathering this many beyond grade as in his very own territory. He's basically the agent of peace with great love in his heart. A beyond grade A who's willing to speak for us. What a responsible man. Furthermore, Black Star's action was clearly extremely effective. All the beyond grade as were somehow convinced and did not cause trouble, which clearly proved that Black Star's influence was extremely strong. To have someone like this in our star field, it's a blessing for us. With this, Han Zhao's reputation in the Shattered Star Ring rocketed in a short period of time. Having done something like this, the countless galactic residents did not mind having Black Star speak for the entire Shattered Star Ring at all. The power and position as the leader of the star field was now finally approved by even the galactic residents. To the Black Star Army, this meeting was like a promotion event which increased their fame. This meeting itself was also a noteworthy event, more than enough to be written into the history books. On the internet, more and more people felt that this was a signature event before the opening of the Flickering World, and they gave it a nickname. Meeting of the Gods. You have received 2 Universe Legendary Points. Universe Legendary Point. Representative of the Shattered Star Ring, you have been recognized by this star field. In the future, you have the right to represent the Shattered Star Ring. Universe Legendary Point. Initiator of the Meeting of the Gods. After many years, the many beyond grade as have gathered once again. As the initiator of this event, you've been written into the history books. Meeting of the Gods? How about just calling it Martial Arts Tournament? In the headquarters of the Black Star Army, Han Shao could not help but snidely comment on that name after looking at the notification on the interface. Other than the name, he was quite satisfied with everything else. 2 legendary points was quite a good reward. The mission given by the Crimson Dynasty to maintain the order of the starfield was also completed, giving him a few billion EXP, as well as a decent amount of the Crimson Dynasty contribution points. Now that Gila had become a beyond grade A, he had reasons to purchase ultimate knowledges of the Esper class from the Dynasty, so he had new ways to spend the contribution points. The more Gila owed him, the easier he could keep Gila in the army. After the Dynasty's mission was completed, Ernrel personally made a call to compliment him but refused to speak about the other matter. Nonetheless, no one intended to hide it. Of course, the 3 universal civilizations knew about this. Since she did not say anything, Han Shao understood the Dynasty's stance on this. They knew that questioning their allies would do nothing, so they had an understanding with each other. There won't be any problems over here in the Shattered Star Ring now. Han Shao played around with a palm-sized pet robot. Now I'll just have to wait for the Dynasty to blow the horn of the new era. With so many beyond grade as already making a stand, the other organizations did not cause trouble either. Everyone waited patiently and peacefully for the Flickering World to open. What Han Shao did was make the star field stable. Everyone focused on making preparations as days passed. After a few months, the day finally came. On this day, the Dynasty officially announced the opening of the Flickering World. The interstar field stargates leading to the Flickering World were all activated. At the same time, a notification about the start of the new version popped up on Han Zhao's interface as well. The players had finally come online. Chapter 1009 Online. Chapter 1009 Online. At the border of the shattered star ring, interstar field stargates with the Dynasty symbol stood in the cosmic space in a row, extending outward. The Dynasty's fleets were stationed between each of the stargates. It looked like a necklace with sapphires. On the other side of the stargates were countless fleets with symbols of different organizations, almost filling up every inch of one's sight. The sheer quantity of these fleets was a rare occurrence. It was the day that the Dynasty would open the Flickering World. These were all spaceships waiting to enter. Other than civilizations and organizations from the various starfields, there were also many galactic residents who could not wait to enter the Flickering World. Some were going for sightseeing purposes, some who were looking for adventure, and there were also some who wanted to search for opportunities and earn a fortune. The time when the Dynasty would announce the opening of the Flickering World got closer every second. Seconds felt like years. Finally, the Dynasty's announcement sounded from the area communication channel and on every single spaceship present. It's time. On behalf of the Crimson Dynasty to the entire universe. The Flickering World is now officially open. The next moment, all the stargates were activated. The vortexes at the centers of these stargates started spinning, forming blue wormholes. All the spaceships moved, forming a queue that seemed to extend infinitely, entering the various stargates one after another. It was marvelous. Not far from these civilian stargates were VIP military stargates for the Dynasty's allies. Black Star's ride was in the queue. The various officers stood in the command room, looking at the person standing before them. With his back turned away, Han Shao looked through the porthole at the seemingly endless sea of ships not far away and softly asked, "Did you guys hear that?" "Hear what?" "The sound of the new era breaking through its shell." Han Shao chuckled softly. In his eyes, the interface was hovering before him. Notifications were popping up one after another. Version 4.0 activated. ViewWebNovel.com. Fetching data. Fetching data complete. Player forum opened. Welcome to Galaxy version 4.0. Flickering World. This day has finally come. Han Shao took a deep breath. This was an important turning point version. In version 4.0, the players would officially enter the stage of the fight within Galaxy. They would interfere with history and achieve notorious names such as Cancer of the Universe and the Fourth Calamity. The strength the players controlled would truly cross a limit, allowing them to enter a standard where they would have a completely different influence on the universe. With the LV.150 level limit of the version, the players would have a consistent strength of grade B+. Once the tinder of anarchism was ignited, it would engulf the entire universe. At this time, Sylvia seemed to have received some kind of report. She took out her communicator and looked at it. Her pupils then constricted, and she said with a deep voice, "Army Commander, those immortals of the army have appeared again." Han Shao finally turned around, looked at everyone, and nodded slightly. "Bring all of them over." At the same time in the Black Star Army headquarters. Before the version update, many players logged off in the Black Star Army headquarters. Once they logged in again, with countless flashes of white light, the empty hall suddenly became crowded, boisterous, and noisy like a wet market. "Galaxy, I'm back. I've already bought 10 cans of Blue Bull, brothers. Did the new version repair the bug that causes us to not be able to go naked?" There they are. I knew it. Those no-pants supporters never left. By the way, are there any new functions added? Since this is already so close to reality, why not add a function to reproduce? Creating offspring is the soul of a social system. If we could really reproduce, this would be the most god-tier game ever created. Countless players cheered in excitement. Meanwhile, at the edge of the crowd, a group of professional players logged in one after another. The members of the 4 biggest clubs of China were basically all there, as well as Frenzied Sword, Maple Moon, Bun Hit Dog, and so on. The maximum level of the new version has increased to LV.150. King Admiral looked at the interface and smiled. The difference in the cost of leveling up is way too huge. Second Prince could not help but twitch. The Black Star Army's faction interface is still here. The army did not shut down. Frenzied Sword checked the faction interface instantly. How could the Black Star Army shut down so easily? Maple Moon softly murmured. The players in the other starfields would have to worry about the faction they were disappearing after the version update, meaning all the contribution points they had farmed before that would go to waste. This was why stable factions were the most popular. The players in the Black Star Army, however, had no such worries. After 3 versions, they already had complete faith in their faction leader, Han Shao. At the end of the previous version, the army's position was already stabilized. The Arcane Church lost, ES God was defeated, and they obtained a super business called Evolutionary Totems. Even the players knew that the army would not shut down easily. At the start of the new version, the most important thing was finding out what happened during the version update as well as what the situation in the universe was now. This had already become the players' habit. Many players took out their communicators to look at the calendar and were met with shock. Wait, it's Galaxy Calendar year 729 now. It was year 709 when we logged off, right? This means that the duration of this version update is 20 years. I thought the version 3.0 update duration was long enough, but version 4.0 doubled it. Frenzied Sword exchanged looks with Maple Moon. A tint of excitement flashed across both of their eyes. 20 years. That's not a short time. How much will the Black Star Army have grown? While exciting thoughts flashed across their minds, the notification sound from communicators suddenly appeared almost simultaneously in the hall. Every player received a new message sent by the internal program of the army. They quickly opened it. Virtual screens expanded before them, all showing Han Zhao's face and playing the same recording. In the recording, Han Zhao sat up straight, only showing half of his body as he spoke with a very formal tone. Comrades on Black Star, in the past 20 years we have obtained countless achievements, especially in the Flickering World. The army now has 10 star systems as its territory, thanks to the effort of each and every member that helped to achieve the glory we have achieved today. Now, the Flickering World will be entering its 4th exploration phase and will be officially open to the public. People from the entire universe will swarm into this star field. This is a new era. We need to grab the opportunity and charge forward. I hereby send a recruitment order to all army members. The army needs you. The Flickering World needs you. The short recording ended here. The pupils of the players gradually enlarged as they received a huge chunk of information from this message. It's now the 4th exploration phase? I seem to remember the first phase not having ended when we logged off. The army has 10 star systems as its territory in the Flickering World? What's going on with that? What did the army do in the past 20 years? Everyone was extremely intrigued. What they did not know was that this recording was a cutscene Han Shao had specially made for the players to help them understand the situation quickly. This time, Hao Tian suddenly realized one thing. Wait, if it's now the 4th exploration phase for the Flickering World, is our main storyline mission still there? The various professional players realized this too. Their original main storyline mission was still in the stage of the 1st exploration phase. Due to the version update directly skipping 20 years, would their missions be cancelled? If it was gone, it would be quite a loss. They hastily opened the interface before relief flooded through them. The main storyline mission of the Flickering World was still there. The mission requirements had just changed into developing the Black Star Army's territory, as well as exploring the few star clusters of the 4th exploration phase. Although it's changed, it's still exploration. Many players shook their heads but were not excited, a little disappointed even. They were curious about the information given through the recording, but they were not very interested in the Flickering World's mission. This was because the army players had already tried this mission in the previous version. Although the goal had changed, the way to do the mission looked the same to them. Pioneering new star fields was fresh indeed, but it lacked opportunities for battles. In the previous version, many players were tired of doing the Flickering World mission and preferred to do hiring missions in the Shattered Star Ring. This was actually quite common, as the Flickering World main storyline the players experienced in version 3.0 was actually just half of what it was supposed to be. The Dynasty was the only organization pioneering, so of course it lacked battles. At this time, they were suddenly stunned upon realizing one thing. Did Black Star say, the Flickering World is now open to the public? So, the organizations from the other star fields are entering. Then, What about the players of the other star fields? Frenzied Sword immediately went online to do some research and confirmed the legitimacy of this information very soon. Not only that, the organizations of the various star fields were also recruiting supers on a large scale to go to the Flickering World. The biggest impact this had on the players was that the interstar field channels were now completely open. Compared to the last version, the players had a method to cross between star fields. The people quickly logged into the forums. As expected, all of the forum boards were frenzied by this information. Frenzied Sword understood immediately. With his eyes sparkling brightly, he yelled, "This is a world server." All the players in the various star fields would finally be able to come to the same stage, gathering in the Flickering World. What did this mean? National wars. The speculation that Galaxy Times had made about crossing between star fields became real. All the players in the hall were astonished and thrilled. Holy! It's the world server! Ha ha ha! I knew this day would come. Finally, national wars. I can't wait. The next moment they realized something else. The Flickering World would be the world server of this version, but as the members of the army, they had already entered in the previous version in advance. How much of an advantage would that be? The players were overjoyed. Oh my god! We have already marked our territory in Flickering World in the last version. We're one entire version ahead. I'm crying. I felt that the exploration was too boring and went back to the Shattered Star Ring to do hiring missions. With such a big advantage, we'll have a blast this version. The players who had gone to the Shattered Star Ring from the Constellation Corridor in the previous version all felt relieved. Had they not followed the Black Star Army back then, how could they have gained such privileges? On the other side, the players of the other star fields were in an uproar. In version 1.0, Black Star led some players in the universe in advance. Okay, we'll put up with it. In version 2.0, the Black Star Army became the guiding faction, making the Shattered Star Ring players ahead of everyone else again. Alright, we'll put up with it too. In version 3.0, the Black Star Army had a beyond grade A, leading to it being connected to a universal civilization before everyone else. Well, we will put up with it. Sooner or later, our day will come. But now, in version 4.0, the Black Star Army is goddamn one step ahead again. Are you guys dog? Why are you always the ones enjoying the most benefits? What happened to the law? What happened to the rules? Do you foo asterisk king? Still need more members? Only then did they realize that Black Star had already built a foundation for them in the previous version, and they saw what an advantage they had gained from this faction. The various army players could only praise how amazing the game experience was. With such a reliable faction, the players of the other star fields and countries could only be jealous. This was the only one in the entire universe. Now, the army players' interest for the Flickering World was never higher. Initially, many felt that the exploration game style was too boring. Now, however, as the Flickering World became the world server for the players, it would become the most chaotic and exciting star field in the entire universe. There would be countless and never-ending conflicts. This was the full experience of the Flickering World main storyline. Having this thought, Frenzied Sword and the others quickly went to research about what the Black Star Army had done in the past years, wanting to know what advantages their faction had exactly in the Flickering World. As soon as he opened the Black Star Army's records, Frenzied Sword's eyes opened extremely wide. He had made a lot of speculations and he was mentally prepared too. However, the first thing he saw was completely different from what he imagined, and it stupefied him completely. What the hell? Old Black became a god. Chapter 1010 World Server, Start of Revenge. Chapter 1010 World Server, Start of Revenge. The records clearly stated the major events that the Black Star Army had been through during the 20-year update. Frenzied Sword filtered it to be between the years 709 and 729, arranged from the earliest to the latest. And this highlighted record was the first thing he saw. Galaxy Calendar Year 710, Black Star became a mechanical deity. This term blew Frenzied Sword's fragile mind. There was only one thought in his head. Black Star has become a god. This name was very intimidating, but Frenzied Sword calmed down and did some research. Only then did he understand that mechanical deity had a different meaning to what he expected. It was the nickname of Divine Throne Mechanics, which meant that Black Star had become a peak beyond Grade A. That startled me. I thought Old Black was going to ascend above. Slightly relieved, Frenzied Sword continued to browse through, noticing another few major events in the same year. Firstly, when the first exploration phase ended, the Army received 7 star systems as its territory and became the biggest armed organization in the Flickering World. Secondly, the Germinal Financial Group was formed, starting its fight with the Limitless Financial Group in the various commercial industries. Thirdly, the plan of building super academies was executed. The Black Star Army had already built tens of thousands of super academies in the Shattered Star Ring, raising countless supers, some of which were chosen to become members of the army. In the same period, after Black Star became a mechanical deity, he had fought the tyrant once again, beating him with just an avatar. This confirmed his position as the strongest individual in the Shattered Star Ring. Not long after, the Mechanic Emperor invaded, and conflict erupted, which was ended by the dynasty interfering to force the Mechanic Emperor away. Frenzied Sword could almost feel how intense things were back then from just the words. After that, the army entered into a low-profile development period. Black Star no longer featured in the top news as often and quietly remained in the Flickering World. Then, in the year 716, the war with the Kundi race erupted. This was the first substar cluster native civilization that was eliminated. However, the records of this period of history were very sparse and vague. There was only a rough conclusion, and nothing could be found online. The only valuable clue that Frenzied Sword had was that the Black Star Army was now responsible for the transformation task of the Kundi race, which had been going on for 13 years. After the Kundi race war, the army remained low-profile during the second and the third phases as well. Everything had been peaceful and calm until only recently, when the army revealed its second Beyond Grade A, someone they were familiar with. Gila has become a Beyond Grade A. Seeing the name, Frenzied Sword's eyes widened in shock. No players born on planet Aquamarine were unfamiliar with Gila. Be it when she was the villain Crimson Snake in the Germinal organization or when she fought on their side during the mutation disaster of version 2.0, these impressions were all deeply rooted in each and every player of planet Aquamarine. Mainly because Gila's astonishing beauty made the deepest impression. All the old players knew that Black Star and Gila went way back, from planet Aquamarine to the universe. She was an old friend who appeared very long ago. Frenzied Sword had worked hard for 4 versions in the army, so the army was his home faction. Now that his own faction had another person to rely on, no words could describe how pleasantly surprised Frenzied Sword was. Suppressing his excitement, Frenzied Sword turned to the last bit of the records, the meeting of the gods that Black Star had hosted just recently, where he summoned more than 70 beyond grade as to gather in one place. Seeing the shocking influence Black Star had, even his heart skipped a beat. After 20 years, how had Black Star's position in the universe already achieved this standard? My God! Before Frenzied Sword could pull himself out of the shock, loud laughter exploded from beside him, startling him. Ha ha ha! Nice! Bunhit Dog guffawed into the sky with his hands on his hips. His mouth was opened so wide that it almost looked like it was going to crack. His smile was like the smile of an evil hound. Frenzied Sword covered his ears. What are you laughing about? Look at this. During the 20 years of the version update, look at how much has happened to the Black Star Army. This is all material for videos. This is a treasure. Bunhit Dog was exhilarated. With so much material, he would not have to worry about having nothing to make videos about for quite some time. He planned to include all the things the army achieved during the update to help the army players know about the army's history. Just thinking about it made him certain it would be popular, and he was sure he would probably go viral again. With that in mind, Bunhit Dog took a look around and realized that many people were looking at their communicators and browsing through the history of the army. He could not help but open the forums. He used his talent as the #1 reporter and uploaded the army records. At the same time, he gave the post an attractive title, Shock! The Army's Glorious 20 Years. At the start of a new version, countless players were exchanging information on the forums with excitement. As soon as this post was uploaded, it attracted a lot of attention in the Shattered Star Ring panel. Army Commander's Big PP, Old Black is fierce as always. Full Iron Alchemist. Old Black has been like this ever since the first version. He's undoubtedly a legend at starting from zero. Is there anyone in the entire universe more amazing than him? Stupid Cat. The ID of the brother above. Magnet Link. I didn't expect Gila to become a beyond grade a 2. By the way, do you guys remember Black Star's origin? He started as a traitor of the Germinal Organization, and Gila was a member of the Germinal Organization too. Tis-K. What an organization. Mysterious man. Germinal doesn't die. It only hides. While Frenzied Sword was deeply drawn to the stupid comments, he was suddenly dragged by Maple Moon toward the dock. Stop reading. Let's quickly go to the Flickering World. As soon as possible. With someone taking the lead, the players of the entire Black Star Army headquarters started moving and swarmed toward the dock. The forums, which had been quiet for quite some time, suddenly became extremely boisterous. After the army players scattered around various places understood what was going on in this version, they immediately headed to the nearest army base and boarded a fleet toward the Flickering World. No one wanted to miss out on the world server. As members of the Black Star Army, since they had such a huge advantage, they were not going to waste it. Every second counted. In the eyes of the foreign professional clubs, the exclusive faction advantage the Chinese players in the Shattered Star Ring had was just about the worst news they could receive. The guilds of the various countries hastily started private meetings to discuss the matter. Things are not looking good. The main storyline of this version is way too good for the Chinese players. The world server is right beside the Shattered Star Ring, and they've already been there. When our guilds enter the world server, it will be very difficult for us to compete with these top Chinese guilds such as Dynasty and Long Sky. We will certainly be at a disadvantage in guild wars, which will very likely affect the growth of our professional players. In the previous season, 3 teams out of the top 4 teams were from China. We can't keep letting them have such dominance over us no matter what this season. It's going to be tough. The Black Star Army is basically going to be the locals in the world server, and it's backing the Chinese players up. Are we going to join the Black Star Army? It's very difficult for the professional players and the guild top players to join other factions on a completely different side, or all the effort spent in the previous versions will go to waste. That's right. Even if we do change factions, we can't compete with what the Chinese players have built up in the Black Star Army over several versions. Let's observe how things go for now, see how the Chinese guilds respond to this. If it's not ideal, we might have to unite the clubs from the other countries. Although this was just the first day of the start of the new version, the situation had already made the clubs from various countries agitated. After all, the faction advantage for the Chinese players was way too huge. While the Americans, Frenches, Koreans, and Japanese were feeling indignant, they all had thoughts of forming an alliance. So all the players have moved. Han Xiao smiled after hearing Philip's report. With the opening of the Flickering World, the traffic of this starfield would explode. There would be demanded businesses everywhere, bringing opportunities. It would be like the age of digging for gold. The advantages the Black Star Army had been building for so long would now finally show their effects. To him, this was not the stage of exploration but the stage of harvest. With the territory he had, it basically meant he could just sit and watch while others brought him profit. Countless organizations would be competing there, so the players would have plenty of mission resources and countless ways to gain EXP, as well as no shortage of opportunities to fight. However, it's not that easy to harvest EXP at the start of the new version, Han Xiao thought. The players' current main goal was continuing to level up, so most of the EXP they earned would be spent on levels. It was not time to harvest yet. In order to quickly level up, Han Xiao had to wait for the players for a period of time. However, Han Xiao was in no hurry. Quite a number of new items had been added to the army store. No matter how petty the players were, he could make the players open their wallets. The efficiency of getting EXP from this still far exceeded him doing missions himself. His level, which had remained stagnant for so long, could now finally increase rapidly. Players from various nations swarming into the world server was an opportunity to enlarge his farm. For the Black Star Army to attract outside players now, Han Xiao no longer had to do much. The advantages he had obtained over the versions and his positive name were the core appeals. The bigger the advantage the army players had in the Flickering World, the more attractive the Black Star Army would be. However, due to exactly this reason, Han Xiao could guess that some foreign clubs might get together to fight the Chinese players. Therefore, helping the army players was a must. In his previous life during version 4.0, the clubs from the various nations kept forming alliances and betraying each other in all kinds of ways that made things almost look like they were in the romance of the Three Kingdoms era. His plan was to use the army's territory as a base to provide resources while helping the army players become stronger in version 4.0. At the same time, he would use the players' power to create trouble, attacking the enemies while protecting their own forces, attracting more players, and satisfying his need to level up. Modo Civilization, Primal Chaos, Mysterious Energy. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. It would still take the players of the various star fields some time to arrive at the Flickering World. Other than the players, these two matters were what he needed to deal with the most. The Kundi race's mission required him to take revenge against the Modo Civilization. Back then, the dynasty told him to only fully execute the plan when the Flickering World was completely open. Now, the Modo Civilization's troops had also entered the Flickering World. On his turf, Han Xiao had 100 ways to make life hell for the Modo Civilization. The mission reward was the proof of leadership talent, which was extremely useful for the leader of a huge organization like him. Han Xiao had waited more than 10 years, and he could finally make a move. The moment when the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy appeared would also soon arrive, and there would probably be quite a number of organizations who would fight for it. Han Xiao had already sent troops off toward the location marked in God's heritage. He had also researched its owner in his previous life. If he remembered correctly, it should be an ordinary person called Evans. He already had the location of Evans, who was also in the Flickering World and under his surveillance. If there was no one under his command that could control the Primal Chaos Mysterious Energy, he would find the owner from his previous life, who would definitely be able to control it. While pondering, Han Xiao told Philip, "Search for the current location of the Modo Civilization's fleet. I shall send them a huge gift to begin." Chapter 10:11. I'm going to beat you up. What are you going to do about it? Chapter 10:11. I am going to beat you up. What are you going to do about it? The Flickering World's Dawn Star Cluster was an area completely controlled by the army. It was also the first station after entering the Flickering World. As the fleets of countless organizations swarmed in, this star cluster became countless times more boisterous, gradually turning this place into part of the galactic society. There was profit to be found everywhere in the Flickering World at this time. All of the star clusters had demands that were not met. The outside organizations mainly had to choose where to set foot. The transit stations at the entrances of the star field contained huge profits. Many organizations and galactic residents scattered and headed right toward the transit stations as soon as they entered the star field, while more organizations went other ways to the further star clusters to look for opportunities, among which the Modo Civilization was one of the organizations that headed to the further star clusters. Their goal was to develop the territories of the third and the fourth phase. The reasoning was simple: the further the star clusters were, the less they had been developed, which meant that not only would there be more holes to fill in the various industries, but the dynasty's control would also not be as strong compared to the earlier star clusters. And this was extremely important to superstar cluster civilizations. The superstar cluster civilizations knew very well that the dynasty would definitely not let them develop comfortably. Therefore, almost all the superstar cluster civilizations gave up on the first and second phase territories. Even an ordinary person could see that the few star clusters that were about to be explored in the fourth phase would become crucial stages of competition for the external organizations. Inside the main ship's command room, a tall man stood before the command post, looking up at the star map. His face gave off a cold and tough vibe, and his expression was solemn. He was Roddick, senior general of the Modo Civilization, currently the commander of the Expedition Fleet. Expedition Fleet was the name of this fleet, a new fleet the Modo Civilization had built just for the Flickering World. They had gathered a large number of elites, among whom Roddick stood above all and took on the responsibility of commanding this crucial fleet. Clearly, the upper echelons of the Modo Civilization had high hopes for him. A member of the Modo race who was wearing a government official uniform asked, "Commander, How long till we cross the first and second phase areas? This man was a senior officer of the Modo Civilization. His name was Lagos as translated into the universal language. He was given the position of the inspector of the expedition fleet, responsible for monitoring Roddick. Lagos did not have much power in his hands, so he could not interfere with Roddick under normal circumstances. His main job was to report the situation to the upper echelons, as well as contact the temporary stronghold the Modo Civilization had built in the Shattered Star Ring. He also managed the resources and manpower. Hearing the inspector's question, Roddick stared at the star cluster and replied without turning his head. The time spent in the first and second phases was the longest. The Crimson Dynasty and their allies had already built full sets of long-distance portals long ago. Traveling was very convenient, so it should only take about 17 days to arrive at the third phase territory. Most of the time will be spent on the area between the stargates. Then, Roddick squinted and added, actually, the quickest route is through Geru. The Black Star Army's territory is connected in one line by the stargates, so the transportation there is even easier. But, as you know, the risk of that is too high, so we have no choice but to take a detour. Well, I can only say that's karma, Lagos said with resignation. The Modo Civilization knew very well that they had already insulted the dynasty because of what happened with the Kundi race, so they knew clearly that the dynasty would target them in the Flickering World. The best route toward the further star clusters was through the Black Star Army's territory, but Roddick did not dare go close to the Geru star cluster, so they could only take another route that was not as popular and convenient. Lagos shook his head and said, "The dynasty might send people to attack us. Stay vigilant." I know. The military equipped us with such a strong defensive force because of exactly that. There are plenty of armed fleets and high-grade supers. The expedition fleet size is sufficient to even participate in a galactic war. You're right. But the dynasty will definitely not send their official army to attack us in the Flickering World. Even if someone does come for us, it'll definitely be the dynasty's ally, Lagos said. Roddick frowned. Usual enemies are not a problem, but a beyond grade A would be very difficult to deal with. Don't have to worry about that. The upper echelons have already made private agreements with some beyond grade as to provide us with help. Lagos smiled with confidence. Who are they? Roddick, however, was not surprised. Superstar cluster civilizations making short-term deals with beyond grade as was nothing new. This was also a form of business for some beyond grade as, given how important the Flickering World was, it was impossible for the superstar cluster civilization to not make any preparations. They all brought out tons of resources to hire top-tier combatants, which led to some beyond grade as earning quite the fortune. Many of them also accepted jobs from multiple civilizations at the same time. Those galactic black market people with Beast Ancestor and Secret Master in the lead, as well as some neutral beyond grade as, some of the beyond grade as of the Federation and the Church have also made deals with us privately. They were probably given orders by their leaders to use us to attract the dynasty's attention. Lagos could not help but sneer. The Federation and the Church's intentions were as clear as day, but the superstar cluster civilizations did not mind being used, as they would benefit from it temporarily as well. Even though we have allies, that'll only help us when we pass through the first and second phase territories. I'm worried the dynasty might attack before that, Roddick said with a deep voice. After all, most of the organizations are taking the Black Star Army's route. There aren't many allies who are taking a detour like us. One of the hired beyond grade as is coming behind us just to protect us. The upper echelons convinced him to make a detour. Who? The Black Hole Edge's neutral beyond grade A? Garros, nicknamed leader of Colossuses. That summoner? I've heard about him. Roddick operated the star map for a while, marking the location of Garros' fleet, which was not far behind the expedition fleet. This made him feel less worried. This way, we won't have to worry about someone attacking us, Roddick said coldly. With our armed forces, as long as the dynasty dares to send someone here, they'll see that they might not be the stronger side. At this time, a communication request came. It was from one of the 3 kings of the Modo Civilization. The 2 of them immediately straightened their backs and put on serious expressions. They then accepted the communication request, and people appeared on the virtual screen. The two of them saluted. "Your Excellencies, what's the situation now?" one of the three kings asked. As leaders of the civilization, asking about the situation this soon after the expedition fleet entered the Flickering World seemed too impatient. But the Flickering World was way too significant to the superstar cluster civilizations. This was an opportunity to completely overthrow the situation they were stuck in. No amount of attention seemed too much. Furthermore, they had angered the dynasty not too long ago. Now that their forces entered the dynasty's territory, the three kings were even more on edge. "We're still on the way," Roddick answered formally. "Have you encountered any problems?" "Everything is normal." No matter what happens, focus on protecting the logistics team," the leader of the Modo race said. The armed fleet existed to protect the logistics team, which carried all kinds of necessary resources and devices to develop a star field. The armed spaceships could be depleted, but it would be extremely problematic if something happened to these important resources. Although they would still be able to resupply from their temporary stronghold in the Shattered Star Ring, it would tremendously slow down the speed of the development. All the forces in the Flickering World were competitors. Every second wasted meant profit lost, which would then affect the Modo Civilization strategy. Roddick nodded before speaking with a serious tone. "Your Excellency's three kings, don't worry, I won't let our enemies." Boom! Before his sentence even ended, the entire main ship trembled. The crew in the command room fell to the ground. Roddick staggered, too. He grabbed the table to regain his balance. "What's going on?" He was shocked and furious. "Commander, many unknown ships are approaching at a high speed and have attacked us." The radar showed that fleets appeared from every direction, surrounded them, and fired at them. Furthermore, the alarm also mentioned that the opponent had deployed a large number of space stabilization anchors in the area. This meant that they had charged right into a trap, and their hyperdrive was completely stopped, which was what caused the trembling. Even the stabilizing device inside the spaceship could not fully resolve the shock from suddenly stopping at such a high speed. "We're still some distance away from the next Stargate. Is this an ambush?" Lagos was stunned. They were just discussing the fact that there might be enemies and speaking of the devil. "What's the enemy's identity?" Roddick questioned. I don't know. The spaceships they're using are general models. There are no symbols on these ships, so we don't know which organization these belong to," the observer said with a nervous tone. The communication from the three kings had not ended yet. They all saw this and frowned. The leader of the Modo Civilization said with a deep voice and a grave expression, "Roddick, I'll leave this to you. You must defeat the enemy." "Understood." Roddick had a decisive look on his face. He immediately started to command the fleet and gave out orders one after another. The expedition fleet responded quickly. It shrank its formation to protect the logistics team while firing back. Neither fleet was huge. In fact, the Modo Civilization's fleet was a little larger. Roddick showcased his excellent commanding talent, and the Modo Civilization firmly stood their ground. Although they were ambushed, Roddick did not choose to break away but remained in place. FewabNovel.com. His confidence came from both the fact that his armed fleet was stronger and the beyond grade A Garros who was not far behind. As long as Garros arrived at the battlefield, he would be able to fight back using the strength of a beyond grade A. Roddick's style was tough and unbending. He was one to always take revenge. He was furious about being interrupted out of nowhere while speaking with the three kings. Compared to escaping, he would rather defeat the enemies. "I'll let Garros join the battle immediately." Lagos hastily took out his communicator to call for backup. "Okay. Do it quickly," Roddick sneered. "No matter who they are, they're not leaving easily." At the same time, Garros' fleet, which was not far away, noticed the situation as well. "Someone really attacked them? I thought they were paranoid." Inside the command room, Garros murmured to himself. This was not his first time accepting a job from a superstar cluster civilization. As a neutral beyond grade A with no background, this was a key source of income for him. He had also accepted jobs from 7 other organizations to protect their fleets. Everyone knew that due to the competition in the Flickering World, this place would very soon become a heaven for mercenaries. Even many beyond grade as had joined in. Your Excellency Garros, what do we do? Should we go over and help? His assistant asked. Garros nodded. He was hired, so he had to do his duty. However, just as he was about to make the order, the sound of a communicator ringing suddenly appeared in the room. Beep, beep, beep. Garros looked down and was surprised. It was his private communicator. Who would call at this time? As he took out the communicator to take a look, Garros' pupils constricted. The caller was shockingly Black Star. The two of them did not have much interaction in the past. They had only met during the meeting of the gods and exchanged their private numbers. I wonder why he is calling me. Suppressing the doubts in his mind, Garros walked to the side, picked up the communication, and asked carefully, Your Excellency Black Star, what is it? I have one thing I need your help with. Han Zhao's voice came out of the communicator. Please do tell. I need you to do nothing. Do nothing? What do you mean? Initially, Garros did not understand, but then, it suddenly occurred to him. The fleet that attacked the Modo Civilization, Han Zhao interrupted him and asked calmly, Can you do that? Garros was extremely troubled. With the Black Star Army's interference, this matter was no longer simple. The Modo Civilization would most likely be devastated, and from the depths of his heart, he did not want to take part in this. However, he was right beside the battlefield. If he did not take action, his reputation would definitely be tainted. Garros looked a little troubled. Your Excellency Black Star, I've already accepted the job from the Modo Civilization. If I don't do anything, with an expressionless face, Han Zhao coldly said, If you don't want trouble, back away. This is not something you can interfere with. Then he hung up without waiting for Garros' reply. In my territory, you listen to me. Han Zhao did not even bother with **ting with the Modo Civilization. I'm going to beat you up. That's all. What, you're not happy? Sure. Don't come to the Flickering World then. The army was now the biggest organization in the Flickering World after operating there for so long. If he did not act like a menace who had the right, Garros' face became stiff as he was secretly shocked. In his mind, Black Star was a very friendly person who made friends everywhere he went. He did not expect Black Star's tone to be this firm. Looks like this is more serious than I thought. If I interfere, it probably won't turn out well for me. Also, if I ignore Black Star's threat, won't I follow the steps of that seven-eyed dude? Garros trembled uncontrollably. The assistant came over and said, Your Excellency, Lagos is already hurrying us. Are you going to give the order? Garros hesitated for a few seconds before suddenly waving his hand. Don't help, just watch from here. The assistant was stunned, but seeing how firm Garros was, he could only tell the fleet to stand by at the edge of the battlefield. Sigh. This is a big loss. Garros smiled bitterly in his mind. He was just an ordinary beyond grade A. There was no way he could mess with someone like Black Star. Be it in terms of his strength or organization, he was far inferior. It was shameful to be forced away by just a few words. Garros had his pride too, and he did not want to be a coward. But, facing Black Star, how could he not back down? After having been a beyond grade A for so many years and still not having improved much, Garros knew long ago that he could not mess with the peak beyond grade as he was just a neutral beyond grade A without any background. If Black Star wanted to kill him, there would be nothing holding him back at all. Furthermore, during the meeting of the gods not long ago, Black Star had taken on the task of maintaining communication between all the beyond grade as he had to give Han Zhao face even just because of this. As time passed, the expedition fleet and the ambush fleet fought intensely. In the main ship's command room, after Roddick gave a few orders and finally had a little bit of time, he immediately turned around and yelled at Lagos. What's going on with Garros? Why isn't he here yet? Lagos was covered in sweat. They just stopped there. I've already hurried them many times, but they refused to join the battle no matter what. I don't know why either. Seeing their reinforcements back away right before them, he was stupefied and utterly confused. Outsiders are not reliable at all. Roddick was furious. He slammed the table and said, We're not going to wait for him. All units, listen. Change the strategy and charge toward the enemy's formation. However, Before the order was sent out, a sudden change occurred. Unrest suddenly erupted in the logistics fleet that was protected behind multiple layers of armed fleets. The logistics spaceships suddenly pushed away the armed spaceships in all directions, instantly causing chaos on their side. What's happening? Roddick's expression changed drastically. Our report. The operating artificial intelligences of these logistics spaceships were infiltrated and have gone out of control. We've lost contact with the crew. Like he had just awoken from a dream. Roddick clenched his teeth filled with rage and squeezed out the words from between his teeth. God damn it. It's a beyond grade of virtual mechanic. Chapter 1012, The First Shot in the Flickering World. Chapter 1012, The First Shot in the Flickering World. The logistics fleet was made up of mainly transport ships, cargo ships, and industrial ships, which were all rather large. Although they were also equipped with weapons and shields, their mobility and firepower could not match up to the combat spaceships with the same technology level. Therefore, they hid in the center of the formation, protected by the armed fleet. At this point of time, some of the logistics spaceships were virtually hacked, bashing at the guard ships, instantly tearing up the expedition fleet's formation. And these ships' weapons were put to use, too, firing continuously at the back of the guard ships. As the exterior part of the armed fleet did not put much energy into their rear shields, they were immediately damaged. Many divisions burst into panic. Control these spaceships. Hold on. Other spaceships. Strengthen the artificial intelligence firewall immediately and increase the system's self-check frequency. Roddick did not have time to think about anything else. He quickly commanded the fleet to deal with this sudden situation. Beyond grade of virtual mechanics had always been weapons of mass destruction in galactic wars that no fleet would want to face. The most direct solution would be to turn off the artificial intelligence on all of the spaceships, but in that case, the chain of command would collapse, which would be no different from suicide. Currently, controlling the spaceships and their communication with the quantum network was the best method. Although other methods such as magic or biological systems existed, they had more shortcomings. For example, magic could be used to modify spaceships into an organism, but the cost of doing so would be many times more expensive, and the efficiency in controlling such spaceships was much lower than the quantum network technology, not to mention their vastly inferior communication distance and efficiency. Also, they would not be as secure as the firewall of the quantum network and would just be as fragile when facing mages or psychics. All the civilizations in the universe had methods to prevent virtual intrusion, but whether it would work or not depended on how strong the opponent was. Facing Han Shao, who was now a peak beyond grade A, the artificial intelligence defense measures of the Modo Civilization clearly could not last. It could only stall for time until the other spaceships were hacked but not truly prevent Han Shao from intruding. No matter how much they struggled, their lines of defense would still be penetrated one after another. As for the spaceships that Han Shao had already gained control of, taking them back was an almost impossible mission. In the battlefield, the expedition fleet was being attacked from both sides. They had no choice but to send a part of their fleet to turn around and contain the panic caused by the haywire spaceships. The situation became very chaotic, and the Modo Civilization fleet was slowly losing their grip. Some of the out-of-control spaceships penetrated the formation and were obtained by the attacker. The rest launched suicidal attacks not just on the guard ships around but also on the other logistic spaceships that had yet to lose control. To prevent more damage, Roddick had no choice but to order the destruction of some logistic spaceships. Watching those logistic ships with key resources turn into fireworks in the cosmic space, his face was almost twisted. There were people everywhere in the flickering world. Although this route was unpopular, there were still people who passed by. The impact created by this battlefield spread out and very quickly attracted the attention of quite many fleets that passed by. Most did not want to get dragged into this mess and hastily left. But there were also some organizations that cautiously moved closer to watch from afar. Seeing the symbol of the Modo Civilization on the fleet, they chattered in the public communication channel. The Modo Civilization's fleet has been attacked? Who did this? Who dares mess with a superstar cluster civilization and still seems to have the upper hand? We've just entered the flickering world, but this attacker already has such a large fleet, so it can basically be confirmed that the attacker is from the dynasty. The attacker hid their organization symbol, so we don't know who it is. TSK, the very reason they hid their identity is to make sure not to leave any evidence. Watch what you say, and don't get into trouble. Although these organizations that were passing by were gossiping, none of them would interfere. No one wanted to get into trouble. As the intense battle carried on, Roddick made his fleet keep moving while fighting. The battlefield kept moving closer to the location of the next Stargate station. There were Dynasty fleets stationed at the Stargate station. Although Roddick knew that the attacker definitely had something to do with the Dynasty could not attack the Modo Civilization publicly, or the negative impact would be too big. Not only would that affect the Dynasty's promise to open the Flickering World freely, it would also be a stain on their politics. Growing up in a superstar cluster civilization, he knew all too well about what the three universal civilizations were like. In his eyes, not only were the three universal civilizations bullies, they also wanted to maintain a good image so that their position as rulers would be approved. With such a large crowd watching, Roddick knew that the Stargate station's Dynasty fleet had to reinforce him. Therefore, as long as he could move close enough to the Stargate station, he would be able to force the attacker to retreat. After the battle lasted a while longer, the attacker finally stopped the attacks and backed out of the battlefield. The fleet then entered hyperdrive one after another, turning into streams of light and disappearing. They've run away. Seeing this, only then did Lagos' uptight body relax. He said with hesitation, "Shall we chase them? We can't. This isn't our territory." Although Roddick was furious, he did not lose his senses. He clenched his teeth and said, "Clean up the battlefield and calculate the losses." The losses were very quickly calculated. The aide-de-camp walked to his side, not daring to look into Roddick's eyes, and cautiously reported, "Sir, we have lost 8% of the armed guard ships. 29% of the armed guard ships suffered various extents of damage. They're currently being repaired. The logistics fleet has lost 37% of its spaceships, 15% of which were captured by the enemy, mainly transport ships." Roddick almost fainted. The logistics fleet had lost more than 1/3 of its spaceships all at once. This ambush had caused seriously heavy losses. Unbelievable! The Three Kings' expressions were as furious as could be. The communication did not hang up throughout, and they had witnessed the entire process of the expedition fleet being heavily damaged. The three of them had high hopes for the expedition fleet and Roddick, yet they had suffered such a huge loss so soon after entering the Flickering World. The Three Kings' disappointment and anger at Roddick was clearly expressed in their tones and expressions. "Sorry. This is a dereliction of duty on my part." Roddick hastily turned around, clenched his teeth, and accepted this as his fault. As the commander, there was no way Roddick could get away from being blamed for this. It was not like he could blame the enemies for setting up a trap there. No matter what justifiable reasons he had, a huge loss was a huge loss, and not being able to protect the logistic fleet was a fact. If he still tried to reason, it would very easily give the Three Kings an impression of him making excuses. Therefore, no matter how justified this loss was, he could only put up with it and accept the loss. "We let you lead the expedition fleet because we trusted your abilities, but your performance is making us doubt if this was the right decision," one of the Three Kings growled. Roddick did not dare talk back to his leaders at all. He could only stand there, take the scolding, and promise that he would definitely keep in mind in the future. After giving Roddick a scolding, the Three Kings of Modo then told him to quickly settle the following issues before ending the call. Roddick finally stood up. He was about to explode with rage. He knew that he had left a bad impression on his bosses because of this. If he could not make up for it, his future would undoubtedly be filled with darkness. The room was filled with a cold atmosphere. Everyone present looked at Roddick while shivering. Roddick was supposed to give the next order to the fleet, but no one dared get on his nerves now. Lagos coughed, having no choice, and said, "The Dynasty only has so many beyond grade A mechanics. Although the enemy used virtual intrusion, he did not appear. According to the enemy's virtual intrusion speed, I'm guessing it's most likely Black Star. You don't have to guess. It's him." Roddick's tone was cold and filled with rage. "Sadly, we don't have any evidence." So what if we do have evidence?" Roddick interrupted him and ground his teeth. Even though they knew that the attackers were almost definitely the Black Star Army, it was no use. The Flickering World was their territory. With the forces he had here, messing with the Black Star Army would basically be suicide. Earlier, Roddick had tried to board the enemy ships and capture the opponent's crew as evidence, but the attackers kept their distance and did not allow him to do so. To him, even if there was evidence, it would not affect the Black Star Army much, if at all. In the Flickering World, the Black Star Army could do almost whatever they wanted. Although the Modo Civilization was a superstar cluster civilization, their base was in the primeval Star River, which was far from the Shattered Star Ring and the Flickering World. No matter how strong their forces were, there would be nothing they could do to the Black Star Army. Furthermore, they were not universal civilizations which had a ton of beyond grade A allies, so there was nothing they could do to Black Star personally. So, they knew who the attacker was, but there was nothing they could do. They had no choice but to watch themselves get targeted. Roddick took a few deep breaths, suddenly turned around, and glared at Lagos. Contact Garros. I want to question him personally about why he didn't join the battle. He had no choice but to vent his anger on someone. Nonetheless, Garros was indeed partially responsible for not joining the fight despite being so close. Roddick had no idea what the hell was wrong with Garros. His rage was reasonable. Lagos then contacted Garros again. The call quickly got picked up, and Garros appeared on the screen. "Give me a reason," Roddick yelled furiously. Garros frowned and coldly said, "Watch your tone." When facing Black Star, who he could not mess with, his attitude was full of respect. However, when facing Roddick, he immediately found the pride of a beyond grade A. There was just one word to describe him: pragmatic. "Why did you watch on the side? I'll cancel the job with your boss." Garros did not explain himself and immediately hung up the communication. When he accepted the hire, he thought that the mission would just be to deal with the competition with other outside organizations. Never did he expect to have to deal with Black Star. Hence, this job became unprofitable, so he did not want to do it anymore. Even if he would incur some losses due to breaching the contract, it would be better than getting involved in the conflict between the Modo Civilization and the Black Star Army. Since he was about to cancel the job, of course, he was not going to expose Black Star. It would be idiotic to offend both sides. Since he had chosen to be on one side, he was going to stand by it. Furthermore, he did not want to admit that he was afraid of Black Star, so he did not want to tell any outsider the reason. However, this arrogant and superior attitude made Roddick's blood pressure, which had just decreased a little, skyrocket again. "Oh, so you think that my position is not even high enough for you to give me an explanation?" Asterisks holes. Roddick was trembling with rage, and his fists were clenched tightly. "We have lost a lot of devices and resources, so we can only turn to the supplies in the stronghold in the Shattered Star Ring, which will definitely slow us down. This will have way too big an effect on our plan," Lagos said with a frown. All the organizations were competing. By being behind others from the start, how much potential profit would they lose? Lagos did not dare think too much about it. Could be said that the Modo Civilization's plan in the Flickering World was completely shattered by this attack. At this time, the Dynasty's patrolling fleet that was responsible for maintaining order finally came. They sent a communication request, and a Dynasty officer appeared on the screen. "We have detected energy reactions of a battle. What happened here?" Roddick took a deep breath and explained what had happened with a long face. The Dynasty officer nodded. "We understand the situation and will immediately send out men to track the attackers. We will notify you as soon as we find anything." Then, the Dynasty's patrol fleet turned around and scattered in the attackers' direction. It looked like they were sincere, but Roddick and Lagos both knew that this would certainly not lead to anything at all. At the same time, some of the attackers stopped in a certain area and entered stealth mode. They then gathered the seized logistics spaceships together and started moving the resources in them. The captured Modo Civilization crew members were all chased into a spaceship with its communication signals cut off, and all their devices were confiscated. These captives looked around at the armored warriors with panic. This time, an armored warrior stepped forward, took off his helmet, and exposed his childish face. It was Nero. Seeing him, the crowd immediately made a fuss. Some of them had seen Nero's data before, so they instantly knew that the attackers were from the Black Star Army. Nero looked around and tried his best to make a serious expression, which only made his childish face more adorable. Now there are two paths ahead of you. First, death. Second, give up your freedom in exchange for your life and work for us forever. The crowd went silent. At this time, a voice sounded. Are you not afraid of us betraying you? Nero squinted. Who's talking? Fruevil.com. A short man walked out and softly said, I'm the vice logistics manager of this fleet, also the leader of the engineering technical team. I'm a high-level engineer. Nero's eyes sparkled. It seems like we captured one of their high-level technical officers. You don't have to worry about that. You won't have any chance to come in contact with the outside world. You'll forever become the shadows of the army, Nero said slowly. Those who are not willing, we won't force you. The hatch is right there. Jump into the cosmic space yourself. Make your choice now. Looks like we don't have a choice, the vice logistics manager said with resignation. The people exchanged glances. Without much hesitation, all of them chose the second option. Very soon, Nero picked out the technical personnel. They were all useful people who would be secretly working for the army to make use of their remaining value. As for the other crew members, following Han Zhao's orders, they would be sent to the Kundi race's planet. Whether they became slaves or were torn into pieces by the Kundi race, it made no difference. One way or another, they were tools for the Kundi race to vent their anger. Since these people had taken part in the Modo Civilization's expedition, they were mostly soldiers. Maybe they did not know about the Kundi race incident, but they were definitely not innocent. Whatever their civilization owed, they would be the ones paying for it. Being soft-hearted did not exist in the process of revenge. Han Xiao, who was heading toward Black Star Palace, received Philip's brief report. He nodded with satisfaction. Now it will be even more difficult for the Modo Civilization to develop in the Flickering World. Han Xiao had ordered a fleet to hide their identity and attack the Modo Civilization's expedition team. As long as they did not leave any conclusive evidence, even if the Modo Civilization knew that he was behind this, he would not be affected. He did not plan to wipe out Roddick's fleet. He could not completely annihilate the Modo Civilization's hope. He would only be able to carry out long-term revenge if the Modo Civilization continued to put resources into the Flickering World. If they really decided to give up on the Flickering World, he would have to go to their territory in the Primeval Star River to deal with the Modo Civilization, which would be way too troublesome. Cutting meat with blunt knives was the most torturous. According to his memories of his previous life, the competition between external organizations would only become more and more intense. There would be many more incidents where people hid their identities to attack other organizations. Today, this is me firing the first shot in the Flickering World. A flash of light sparkled in Han Zhao's eyes. So just you wait. This is only the beginning. There's plenty more to come. Chapter 1013, What a Good Man. Chapter 1013, What a Good Man. Beep beep. While Han Xiao had these not-so-righteous thoughts in his mind, his communicator suddenly rang. It was a call from Tarakov. As he picked it up, Brother Tar's old face appeared on the screen full of smiles. Without any formal greeting, he immediately started praising Han Xiao. Black Star, amazingly done. I love it when you're this decisive. The external organizations were not sure who was really behind the organization that attacked the Modo Civilization. The dynasty, however, of course knew it was the Black Star Army. So, you don't love me otherwise? Han Xiao looked calm but chuckled in his mind. Don't forget to keep your promise and give me the resources we agreed on. Taking revenge on the Modo Civilization was also the dynasty's request. The dynasty planned to make an example out of them. Since the dynasty doing things themselves was not suitable, they borrowed Han Zhao's forces. Of course, they were not going to let the Black Star Army work for free and had signed a contract long ago. The Black Star Army would be responsible for educating the Modo Civilization with violence, and the Crimson Dynasty would compensate them with resources. To the dynasty, they were hiring allies to strike enemies. To Han Xiao, he was taking the dynasty's money to do his own missions while also earning some favors, which really was pretty nice. Don't worry, we've never not kept our promise. Terekov smiled before asking, "What do you plan to do with those captives of the Modo Civilization?" "I'll keep some of them in the army as secret manpower, and the rest will be thrown to the Kundi race." Old Tar nodded and reminded Han Shao, "No matter what, make sure to take away all of their means of contacting the outside world. The chances of them breaking through the measures I put in place to block their communication is infinitely close to zero. You don't have to worry about that. You're right. You're a virtual mechanic after all." "I'm overthinking it," Old Tar chuckled. "Actually, that was pretty much the only reason I called, just to remind you. Anyway, please go harder on the Modo Civilization. I shall hang up now." He then ended the communication. Han Shao tooted in his head. To disturb him for something this trivial, it was most likely a form of hinting, saying that the dynasty knew the movements of the Black Star Army. This was basically to tell him not to mess with anyone other than the Modo Civilization. The meeting of the gods might also have been a factor that affected this. Tisk. Making me read between the lines again, Han Shao put the communicator away and placed this matter at the back of his mind. All the players were heading toward the Flickering World. The Shattered Star Ring was the closest star field, so it would not take long for the army players to arrive at the Flickering World. As the version had just started, the players would need some time to get used to it before things got on track. In his previous life, the players fought their own factions. Other than some famous national war incidents, the usual reasons behind fights were mission conflicts and resources. In an environment like this, the solo players' lives became tougher and tougher. Gathering in groups became a trend, and more players started to create guilds. According to the official statistics, the number of player guilds increased exponentially during version 4.0. The more time passed, the more guilds there were. There was one famous event that caused the number of guilds to increase explosively in a short term. With a few large American professional guilds in the lead, such as the Devil Club, they formed a formal organization that became recognized by the outside world. They then obtained an extremely rare opportunity that other players had been trying to obtain for a very long time, which led to them being officially recognized. After that, guilds became even more important to the players. They started to gather in large groups, and guilds started to form alliances and official organizations recognized by the outside world. They then formed partnerships with other organizations in the universe through business and diplomatic means using their organization. With that, the benefits of guilds were extremely clear, as they would be able to obtain plenty more resources compared to ordinary players. This function had existed in the previous few versions too, but it only showed its true potential in version 4.0, leading to a turning point in the players' careers. The main reason was the increase in the players' strength in version 4.0. Their influence throughout the universe was on a completely different level, which was why the organizations they built were taken seriously. Now, because the faction benefits that I'm giving to the army players are too useful, the players of the other star fields might work together to suppress the army players' advantages. When everyone gets used to the new version, the army players are bound to suffer some losses. After all, there are too many who are against us. Since the army players had the advantage, he did not mind pushing it further so that the army players would always be in the lead. Initially, all the players would have to take some time to get used to the version before entering the stage of forming guilds and organizations on a large scale, so Han Shao wanted to let the army players enter that stage in advance. This needed some adjustments in the system that would encourage this behavior. Han Shao thought about it for a while before summoning Philip. He thought of a new system that would only be targeted at the players, which meant the immortals. Those who are promoted to high positions through making contributions or farming contribution points, and have reached grade B or above, will be allowed to create a new type of combat team. The team shall consist of 2 or more members with no upper limit of number of members. The division name can be chosen freely. After forming such a team, they can report it in the army. Every month, according to the missions completed and total contribution points obtained by all the members, they will receive special team merit points. Team merit points can be used to purchase large amounts of resources, including equipment, knowledges, and abilities. They will also have a crucial use to purchase the positions to manage the various businesses of the army on behalf of the army, as well as to bid for certain special projects, or exchange for the mining right of some resource-rich planets. Not only that, but with enough merit points, they can choose to become a subsidiary organization under the Black Star Army and be considered semi-independent. For those teams, the merit points can be used to request the Army's reinforcements, use the Army's name to execute legal strategic actions, or submit a request to have both sides work together for a certain matter. They will basically be semi-independent organizations that are partners of the Black Star Army. This should be about it. Han Xiao then looked through the main structure of the new system a few times and nodded. This system would legalize the players' guilds. Originally, guilds only existed between the players and were not recognized by the Galactic Society. For example, the NPC had no idea the Temple of Gods Guild existed, nor did they know who the members were. This system would make the players' guilds be recognized in the army systems, so they would become official organizations with proper documentation. This way, the players' guilds would become organizations that actually existed in the universe. The use of the team merit points would encourage the army players to create guilds without needing to get used to the version. There would no doubt be many who tried this out, especially those official guilds of large clubs. During version 4.0 in his previous life, there were always players who left NPC factions to create their own. With this new system, however, it would at the very least tremendously reduce the players' need to do so. The price, of course, was that with the independence granted to the player guilds, the army would suffer a certain amount of unrest. Nevertheless, at times like this, giving the players more freedom was the path that had to be taken. With more strength, the way to treat them had to be improved too. Han Xiao was no evil boss. He gave the players enough benefits even though he would also gain every benefit he could from them. Version 4.0 was the turning point for the players. From here onward, the players would truly be difficult to control. They would start to spread the seed of anarchism everywhere. There was no way he could control the players as much as he did in the previous versions. He planned to change that long ago, to give the players opportunities to grow their guilds and provide more resources to them. Only then would he be able to make the players continue to work for him willingly despite their growing strength. At the same time, this system would also attract foreign players. It was killing two birds with one stone. Master Hum, are you sure about implementing this new system? Philip, who was like a little fairy, sat on Han Zhao's collarbone with his big eyes sparkling and looking up at Han Zhao's cheek. His two tiny legs waved left and right in midair. Announce the preview first. Han Xiao planned to officially implement this system only after all the players arrived at the Flickering World. Before that, he wanted to let the players have time to prepare and gather their friends. Okay, Han Xiao paused, suddenly thought of something and said, "Some time ago, I studied Rista's logic structure and had some new ideas. I'll give you some updates in a few days' time to increase your speed." Hearing this, Philip's eyes sparkled, and he flew up to Han Zhao's face, hugging onto Han Zhao's nose and staring into his eyes. "Phillips loves my master the most. Stop acting cute." Han Xiao raised his brow and flicked Philip away from his nose. The news about the Modo Civilization's significant loss spread in the Flickering World. Many organizations talked about this privately. The other superstar cluster civilizations heard about this too. Many superstar cluster civilizations had a meeting immediately. The dynasty is most likely the one who attacked Modo. We didn't expect the two of them to start fighting this soon. Could this be the first step of the dynasty's plan to target us superstar cluster civilizations? Doesn't look like it. It seems to be a private matter between the dynasty and Modo. After we pass the areas of the first and second phase, we should help Modo when we can. We can't let the dynasty beat them up too badly. As they knew the three universal civilizations would not let them comfortably develop in the Flickering World, most of the superstar cluster civilization had already formed secret alliances to fight against the three universal civilizations' hostility together. As Modo was attacked, according to their alliance terms, the other superstar cluster civilizations all decided to provide help when suitable. Although this did not seem to have anything to do with them, the Superstar Cluster Alliance did not want to give the dynasty the chance to break them one by one. Although the Modo Civilization was their competitor, fighting against the three universal civilizations' pressure was the top task in the eyes of the Superstar Cluster Alliance. Therefore, they did not mind helping their competitor. Only then would they be able to break through the three universal civilizations' control of the new star field. With assistance from the army and the dynasty, no witness discovered the attackers. After some days, the Black Star fleet that had attacked the Modo Civilization finally rendezvoused and returned to the Geru star cluster through a secret route. The selected captives were then sent to the Kundi race's planet in the Odoran star system. With help from the Black Star army, every colonial planet now had plenty of cities. They were not short of resources. The Kundi race had been peacefully resting for more than a decade. Although they had yet to recover from the wounds of the war, many chose to enjoy the peace and new life. In the past, the communication from all these colonial planets toward the outside world was blocked. The residents of the planets could only log into their planet server network. Therefore, they had absolutely no idea what was happening in the outside world. It was like they were stranded on an island in the universe. The army and the dynasty had control of all the media channels and did not allow the existence of civilian media corporations. The Kundi race members could only accept the cultural transformation from the dynasty in the form of literature, music, and entertainment. The various entertainment sources would slowly change their ways of thinking. Living so peacefully and not having any chance to resist, they could do absolutely nothing even if they were furious. Many people could only accept their fate with resignation. Today, however, the official channel that had been playing cultural transformation shows every day suddenly announced a piece of news that made countless Kundi race members thrilled. His Excellency Black Star kept his promise back then to avenge the Kundi race, and he had now captured the captives of some of the people behind their tragedy. These people would be sent to the Kundi race colonial planets very soon. This piece of news immediately caused a sensation. The Kundi race of this generation could not resist, but they did not forget their hatred. Compared to the dynasty, they hated the people who used the Kundi race back then even more. As the date approached, countless members of the Kundi race arrived early at the designated dock and looked up at the sky, waiting for the arrival of these captives. Whoosh! More and more spaceships penetrated the atmosphere and quickly landed on the dock. As the hatches opened one after another, batches of Black Star Army warriors escorted the unarmed captives out. The captives that were sent there were all filtered, so no strong soldiers were present. They all wore the same prison uniform, and all their possessions were confiscated. They carried no threat at all. The Kundi race around them were innumerable. As the many captives saw so many ferocious-looking creatures surrounding them, they became uncontrollably nervous, and their bodies started to stiffen. What planet is this? Why were we sent here? What are these creatures? Beasts? They're wearing clothes. They're intelligent. Why are they all staring at us? It's a little horrifying. Using the Kundi race was a secret only the upper echelons knew. Of course, these normal soldiers had no idea. Many did not even recognize this species at all. They were lost and had no idea why these intelligent beings were staring at them. At this time, a stone suddenly flew out from the crowd and landed on a captive's head. Pa! This captive grunted and quickly covered his head. Before his other friends could respond, countless objects flew out from the crowd and were thrown at all these captives. Whining and wailing sounded immediately. The captives were bleeding everywhere. The Black Star Army warriors watched coldly from the side. After they had been attacked for quite some time, they finally activated their shields to block all the flying objects. The floor was quickly covered in random objects. Although no lives were lost, the captives were still frightened. Why are they hitting us? Why did the Black Star Army send us here? They were making a fuss. As they looked around with terror, they finally understood the look in the members of the Kundi race's eyes around them. They were filled with hatred and rage. At this time, an army warrior snorted and coldly said, "They're the Kundi race, a native civilization of the Flickering World." During the second exploration phase, the Modo Civilization secretly used the Kundi race and provoked them to fight the dynasty, causing the Kundi race to be eliminated. All of you are their enemy. Stay here and pay for your sins. After hearing this, the captives went silent with their eyes widened. Sending us to the territory of the people who hate us. You're using us for them to vent their anger. We were promised to live, but this is worse than dying. We're done for. The captives were filled with negative emotions. They did not dare look up as they were pushed forward onto the land transports toward the prisons. The land transport slowly departed from the dock. From start to end, the Kundi race around had always been staring at the captives. The crowd did not dissipate. After some time, someone finally spoke. Black Star promised to bring us justice back then. It's actually true. Black Star has been keeping his promise. I misunderstood him. Turns out he's someone so noble. Many Kundi race felt the same way. In the past decade or so, the Black Star Army had managed the planet and provided them with countless resources. Together with the promotion in the media, the Kundi race was already quite familiar with the army. In terms of emotions, the Kundi race did not have much hatred for the Black Star Army. But not many of them believed Han Zhao's promise back then. After all, the Kundi race was just a group of prisoners who could not fight back. Why should Black Star waste his energy to bring them justice? After more than 10 years, they thought that he had already forgotten this. However, Han Zhao had proved to them that he was not joking with results. In the eyes of the Kundi race, Black Star immediately became the only hope to bring justice for their race. While shocked and surprised, a sense of appreciation grew in the hearts of the Kundi race, together with more hope. Black Star, what a good man! Chapter 1014 Picking Up the Old Profession. Chapter 1014 Picking Up the Old Profession. The Stargate tunnel built by the Black Star Army was the top choice for countless external organizations. It had become the most popular and most convenient route. There were countless spaceships passing by every second. One reason was that the Black Star Army's territory was huge, including border star systems at 2 different directions with direct stargates, so it would save a lot of time. Another was that Han Zhao's edge of knowing the star map well was taking effect. Within the territories he had chosen, there were a ton of transport hubs and strategic points which had been the most prosperous locations in his previous life. Now, they had the same importance as in his previous life. These financial groups who invested in the Black Star Army were also starting to get their returns. Han Zhao promised to give some of the businesses in his territory to these investors to manage. Now, there were countless financial groups operating in the army's territory, quickly filling up the businesses. More than half of the outside organizations chose to take the Black Star Army's route. Han Zhao, of course, would not provide free services. A huge number of spaceships were entering the Geru star cluster every single day, and the profit from that was exploding. Countless streams of light escaped from the entrance stargate, turning into blurry silver rainbows that lingered in space. This time, spaceships with the Black Star symbol flew out from the stargate one after another, following the crowd and slowly moving forward. So, this is the entrance of the Black Star Army's territory. There were plenty of army players on every one of these ships. They were all squeezing in front of the porthole and looking outside with curiosity. When Planet Black Gate entered their sights, compared to the deserted image the players had of it, the Planet Black Gate now could not be more boisterous. Countless spaceships landed on and took off from it, so the traffic flow was very dense. The surface of the planet was filled with buildings. The countless lights shrouded the planet like a curtain made of jewels. On its side, a silver stream of light extended in the cosmic space all the way to the end of their sights. This was made up of the flame trail of the countless spaceships entering the border. These spaceships passed through in hyperdrive like meteors, and as it was too frequent, these trails did not dissipate for a very long time. It was like someone used a silver pen to draw a line that could not be erased along the entire Stargate route. It had almost become the guide for the route. Planet Black Gate belongs to the Black Star Army, a large border entrance transit station landmark of the Geru star cluster. Maple Moon read the data shown on the communicator. It's so boisterous. It's completely the opposite of how it was last version, Frenzied Sword commented. He could only feel how dreamy the change was after arriving at the army's territory. Frenzied Sword was the earliest player to follow Black Star. He experienced every single step of Black Star's rise. It was hard for him to imagine how his own faction really grew to this point and have such vast territories. Just the size of the territories was equivalent to 10 star system civilizations, which could even match up with some star cluster civilizations. It was stunning. In his eyes, Black Star became even more dependable. While he was still deep in thought, Maple Moon said, "The Flickering World is the world server. We've arrived earlier than the players of the other starfields, so this time advantage is very crucial. Do you have any plans? Don't worry. The guild will be going to the army to register as a subsidiary organization. We will then follow the guild to do things. We should be going to the 4th exploration phases area to grab the opportunities before others, Frenzied Sword said. I didn't expect the army to announce such a revolutionary system. This is almost as if he's letting the guild split from the army. This will completely change the way we play the game. Of course, it's a good thing for us, but from Black Star's perspective, I have no idea what he's thinking. Why is he willing to give up power? Maple Moon mumbled. Even though it had already been a few days, she was still surprised. This means my speculation in the past was correct, of course. As the grade of us players increases, the influence we have on the universe will increase too. Seems like this version will be the turning point of that. Frenzied Sword had a smug look on his face. Originally, many players were lost about how to make full use of their advantages in the Flickering World. However, the new system Han Xiao announced not long ago immediately showed all the army players a clear path. The team merit point system was almost specially made to aid in the growth of guilds. Almost every known Chinese guild decided to register as an official organization in the army. At the same time, this had also created a trend of creating guilds. Just during the time they traveled there, countless army players had already called up their friends to create guilds. Han Zhao's plan was proven to be very effective. The fleet flew for some days before arriving at the Black Star Palace. This was the first time the players had seen this new main base built during the version update. Its magnificence amazed many players. This group of players who arrived first came to the most outside base and gathered in a hall. Philip had summoned them here to have them be inspected. After just a short wait, 2 people walked in. The players all looked over and were excited to see who they were. It was the army commander, Han Xiao, and the second beyond grade A of the army, Hila. Wow! Hila has become even more beautiful. The face, the body, the aura. Please let me die here. Save the nonsense. It's no use. Ah, how I miss the feeling of being killed by Hila. Maybe this is what love is. No, this is being a pervert. Woman? Boring. Strong men like Black Star can make you hard to breathe. A big group of players rushed toward them with their desire to farm favorability written all over their faces. Hila was surrounded by even more people than Han Xiao. Han Xiao complained about sexism in his mind. Before Hila started to slaughter everyone out of impatience, he repelled everyone away, saying with a deep voice, "Silence. I have serious matters to announce." The players gradually quieted down and looked at Han Xiao with curiosity in their eyes. Han Xiao cleared his throat and slowly said, "Currently, the Flickering World is open to the outside world. With the outside forces entering, the exploration of the new star field has entered a new stage. The peace that once existed is no more. In the future, countless conflicts will erupt surrounding the resources in the new star field. And we, the Black Star Army, have to adapt to this change. I believe everyone already knows that the Army announced a new system recently. This is the first step of the change. You're all from my home planet and my comrades who grew alongside the Army. The term immortals has a very important meaning to the Army. You've all made a lot of contributions. Therefore, I've decided to give you more independence, and I hope you can make full use of your talents to achieve great things." As soon as his sentence ended, shock appeared on many players as they exchanged looks. They were very surprised. This seemed to be the first time Black Star had called them immortals. Before this, although they were working for the Black Star Army, they did not feel like they were very important. Although the outside world called them immortals, their army commander did not seem to have said anything about this in any public occasions and had always been treating them like the normal members. In version 1.0, the Germinal organization had studied the players, and similar situations still existed. All the players knew the fact that they were immortal might pique the NPC's interest, but to most people this was just a way to improve the sense of realism. They did not pay too much attention to it. Now, however, having suddenly heard what Black Star said, the players present all had a strange feeling as if something they had ignored for a very long time had resurfaced again, the fact that they were really special. In their eyes, Han Zhao's image became more alive. Other than this strange feeling, The players were also glad to hear their faction leader Black Star personally saying they were important to the army. Many people were very motivated and felt a subtle sense of achievement and belonging. Han Shao looked around and saw the expression on everyone's faces. He suddenly smiled and said, "You don't have to be shocked. Although both Gila and I are beyond grade as now, you're all my people from the same mother planet. In this cold universe, we're on the same side. Therefore, you don't have to be too cautious in front of me. I have high hopes for you. Remember, the Black Star Army will always have your back." Everyone was thrilled to hear this. From the same mother planet. That's right, how could we forget that? We and Black Star have this bond. Seeing Han Zhao's attitude, everyone felt that Han Shao had become more friendly. Inside the crowd, Maple Moon quietly poked Frenzied Sword's waist and softly said, "Why do I feel like Black Star seems to have changed?" Fiwinvel.com. Changed? Haha, you're wrong. He's not changed at all. Frenzied Sword was filled with excitement. This is the Han Shao in my mind. Not that cold and beyond reach important Black Star. His voice was so loud that many professional players around looked over. He's right. How long has it been since Black Star has had close contact with us? Second Prince murmured. With Black Star becoming stronger and stronger, it has been very difficult for the others to come in touch with him. To think that he's still as friendly and down to earth as he was in version 1.0. Looks like he really sees us as one of his own. Sleepy Winter smiled. Many people were discussing this quietly, while Bun Hit Dog focused on recording this moment with joy on his face. Han Shao very discreetly glanced at him shortly and nodded in his mind. In the previous versions, with the rapid increase in his position, the opportunities for the players to come in contact with him had constantly decreased. After 2 versions, his image had already become cold and beyond reach. However, in version 4.0, as the players would become much more useful, Han Shao decided to be more down to earth and close the distance between him and the players. This would strengthen the players' emotional attachment to him, which was a key factor in influencing the players other than Prophet. After all, he was a player himself in his previous life. How could he not know what the players liked? Seeing the players were filled with joy, Han Shao coughed and spoke again, finally getting to the point. The competition in the Flickering World has become very intense. I will be deploying some fleets toward the 4th exploration phases area to compete with the external forces. You can choose to participate. As long as any member of a registered subsidiary organization participates, the organization will receive more team merit points depending on the number of members participating and will be allowed to build strongholds on the planets in the Army's territory. At the same time, they will all enjoy a 30% discount in the military supply store for all items. As soon as he stopped speaking, a faction mission popped up on the interfaces of the players. Many players' eyes instantly brightened. Not only would there be a massive-scale faction main storyline mission, but also 30% off in the faction store. They would even be allowed to build official guild strongholds in the Army's territory. Black Star really is the same old Black Star, a walking bag of profit. Seeing that everyone was excited, Han Shao called an end to the meeting. The players scattered almost immediately and headed right to the military supplies store to shop. They still had the money they saved from the last version. Most players had a lot to spend. Their purchasing power was ample. The 30% off was a promotion method to encourage the players to spend. Although the players were focusing on leveling up with such a big discount, they would definitely be influenced. This was to harvest the players' experience. Han Shao had stockpiled mission completion cards for 20 years. He was now LV307, so he would be able to go through his promotion as long as he reached LV320. The few star clusters in the 4th exploration phase would be where the competition would be the most intense, as well as the main stage of the conflict in the world server between the players. This move also served to encourage the players to secure their advantages before going to the 4th exploration phase area, helping the army players keep their lead so as to avoid them being bullied by the foreign players working together. Allowing these guilds that had registered as official organizations to build guild strongholds was also a profit bundle. With their homes in my territory, the cost of them leaving my faction will be even higher. All ploys and tricks. I'm such a bad man. Han Shao shook his head and chuckled. He led Gila out of the hall and the two of them walked in the army while chatting. This time, Gila suddenly said, "Black Star, I plan to go to the 4th exploration phase area 2, to take part in the army's exploration in the front line. Are your hands getting itchy?" Han Xiao glanced at her. I'm not you. You can remote control your avatar while being at home. I want to fight with more beyond grade and now is a good opportunity." Gila nodded. After reaching beyond grade A, her motivation did not disappear at all. Knowing that the difference between herself and Han Xiao was still vast, she wanted to become stronger. Shattered Star Ring was not suitable for sparring. Now that they had reached the Flickering World, it was a good opportunity to improve herself. "All right, you shall take the position as the commander of the fleet. Just a reminder, dozens of beyond grade as will be fighting in the 4th phase areas. For a very long time in the future, that will probably be the most dangerous place in the entire universe. If you meet anyone you can't deal with, tell me. My avatar will be following the fleet at all times," Han Xiao said. All these beyond grade as were not there to sightsee. They were all there to fight for the profits in the new star field. Without Han Xiao's restraint in the Flickering World, these people would have fought all the time. Not just Gila, Han Xiao planned to let his avatar be stationed there for a long term as well. After splitting up with Gila, Han Xiao walked to his room and opened the player forums, browsing the movements of the players in the various star fields and enjoying the nonsense of the idiotic comments and posts. While he browsed the posts and relaxed, a new post was suddenly pinned. Han Xiao looked at it and his eyes sparkled. It was the first episode of Galaxy Times since the new version. After more than half a month, it's finally here. Huh? Chapter 1015, The Great Mechanic Han's Control from Behind the Curtain. Chapter 1015, The Great Mechanic Han's Control from Behind the Curtain. Han Xiao clicked into the post, and as soon as he opened the video, the two new hosts appeared on the screen, still one male and one female. "Players and friends, good evening. I'm Away," the male host said. "I'm Flower," the female host said. "This is the Galaxy Times, dedicated to sharing first-hand gaming news. Your gaming career is our top priority." After the usual opening, the two hosts started the show with the usual awkward conversation. It has been more than half a month since the start of the new version. The players of the various nations are all trying to adapt to it. Compared to version 3.0, 4.0 comes with a lot of changes. Just a preview, the content we have today is very rich. We're going to tell everyone about the way to play this new version. Speaking of the new version, that reminds me of something. I have a friend. Before he finished, Flower interrupted him and said, "I got it. That friend is you. Please carry on with your performance." That friend of mine had a ghost-related incident happen to him recently. "Where did it happen?" Away replied, "On this one day, when my friend returned from working overtime, it was already late night. His family was sound asleep. He washed up then went straight to bed hugging his wife to sleep. Then, at midnight, he suddenly heard footsteps outside the door, and Flower suddenly interrupted again and said with a strange expression, "Wait, what does this have to do with the new version again?" "Ahem. I was just looking for an excuse to start the topic. Don't mind these details. Go on." Flower rolled her eyes. My friend and his wife were the only ones in that house, so he thought a thief had broken in. He quickly got out of the bed to turn on the light, only to realize that there was no one else, and the gate was properly closed. So he went back to sleep. However, when he woke up the next day and went to work, he realized that the gate was open slightly, but nothing was missing from his house. He thought that he had only dreamed about the previous night, so he woke up his wife to ask her if she had heard anything last night, to which she replied no. "Don't you think that's scary? It's definitely a ghost. Eat more greens and vegetables in the future. It improves mental stability," Flower replied. "So what would you do if you really encountered a ghost?" "I'd beat it to death, of course. Do you think my materialism aura is fake?" After this interaction, the two hosts successfully pulled the players' excited mood back to regular standards, all turning from thrilled to poker faces. As Han Xiao listened through the awkward conversation stage, the two hosts finally entered the main theme. Back to business. It has been more than a half-month since the start of version 4.0 Flickering World, and the uniqueness of this version is already showing. That's right, it's the world server. Away said. Yes, after 3 versions, the players from all nations can now finally gather in one place and interest in the same star field. Flower continued. This is a major play-style revolution. We can see that this version will be exceptionally boisterous. There's the possibility of national wars happening, so it will be a giant battleground for the players from all nations. Speaking of what might happen, I recall the speculation we made in the last episode of version 3.0. Back then, we speculated that version 3.0 would fully open the function of cross-star field traveling. Now, our speculation has proven to be half correct, only that we did not guess the opening of the world server. Due to the appearance of the world server, the Shattered Star Ring players now have 2 natural advantages. One is their geographical location, as these 2 star fields are next to each other, which means the Shattered Star Ring players can arrive in the world server earlier than the players from the other star fields. Another is that the Shattered Star Ring players have exclusive faction advantages. That's right. Among the factions that the players are able to join, the Black Star Army is the only one that made contact with the Flickering World in the previous version. The players followed the army to participate in the first exploration phase of the Flickering World and built their foundations. Not only that, the Black Star Army has already become the strongest force in the Flickering World in this new version, apart from the Dynasty. I can still remember the Black Star Army being the guiding faction for the Shattered Star Ring players in version 2.0. Now that they have grown to become such an enormous organization, they will provide tremendous help to the Shattered Star Ring players in the Flickering World, giving them exclusive advantages. Nonetheless, I feel that there are 2 sides to everything. The Shattered Star Ring players who have such clear advantages might become the joint target of the players from all the other star fields. As for the play style of the world server, there have been many posts analyzing it across various boards. According to our conclusion, the competition in version 4.0 might revolve around guilds. The players without guilds will have more freedom and more choices, but the efficiency in obtaining resources will not be comparable to guilds. The source of this is the system the Black Star Army recently announced. Away suddenly paused, hesitated, and said, "Speaking of which, how many times have we made version speculations based on the Black Star Army's actions?" As soon as this was said, the players who were watching the show started a rampage. Countless comments flew across the screen. Too true. Everything starts with the Black Star Army. Without the army, the Galaxy Times wouldn't even know how to do their shows. Away. Making speculations is easy. Just see what the Black Star Army is doing. Trash show. Completely reliant on the army. Smiley face. Black Star. That's right. I'm the most handsome man in the Shattered Star Ring. As the viewers started to joke around again, Han Shao smiled. This compliment feels quite good. The benefits I've provided all along to guide the versions didn't go to waste. Flower coughed and said, "All right, back to the main topic. The Black Star Army is indeed an important factor when it comes to predicting version development. The core mechanism of the new system they announced some time ago turns guilds into official organizations in the universe and allows the players to become somewhat independent. The independent playstyle has always been unpopular in the previous versions, mainly because the conditions had yet to mature. However, in version 4.0, with the increased maximum level, the influence the players can have as independent organizations has increased. This playstyle might become very important. The Black Star Army has led this playstyle, and according to what they have done in the past, this will very likely become the mainstream playstyle of version 4.0, encouraging more people to create guilds. However, attention to all players. Becoming independent through normal processes will require you to leave your original faction. As of this moment, the Black Star Army is the only faction that has a system of semi-independence. This means that only the army players can be independent while still getting to keep their identities as members of the Black Star Army. This is another unique and exclusive advantage. We still don't know if this is one of the specialties of the Black Star Army. If the factions that the players in the other star fields are in don't have this system, I feel that many foreign players will join the Black Star Army. Therefore, here comes the problem. If they become players in the same faction, Will national wars still happen? Quite accurate analytics, Han Xiao thought. This was a good thing for him. It would help to promote how superior his system was so that the players would better understand how amazing the army was, increasing the appeal of the faction. The show went on to analyze the possibilities of the world server in detail, as well as what was happening to the players in the various star fields. Han Xiao watched from start to end, mainly to see the movements of the players of the other star fields. Unlike the Shattered Star Ring, the players in the other star fields did not have a unified faction. They belonged to many different factions and were on their way to the Flickering World with their factions. There were also many solo players who quit their factions, mainly Americans and Europeans. After all, the love for freedom was in their blood and bones. The exterior factions that had players were worth paying attention to, but they were mostly small organizations. Small organizations were nothing to worry about. The Flickering World had way too many powerful organizations. The methods of joining them in version 4.0 would increase drastically. The players would not be able to resist the temptation to join bigger organizations. Furthermore, some might even sell out their old boss in exchange for contribution points from the new boss. Han Xiao could recall many examples where players deliberately used small organizations' names to mess with enormous organizations. They would then betray the small organization while bringing the small organization an undefeatable powerful enemy, which led to their doom. Afterward, the players would then join the new hostile faction with a higher position and salary, and this was the definition of completely shameless anarchism. To many players, virtue was complete horse sh*t. Small organizations were unattractive and weak, so players would not miss them or be attached at all. A large faction like his, however, would mostly be treasured by normal players, and they would not cause such trouble. Other than medium and small organizations, there were also foreign players who worked for powerful organizations such as the Limitless Financial Group, Galactic Black Market, Extinguish Army, and some star cluster or even superstar cluster civilizations. Depending on the location, they had differing numbers of immortals from different nations working for them. Especially that piece of sh*t Sorokin. He recruited quite a number of players and even tested the army players in the past. He might poach my people in the Flickering World. Han Xiao curled his lips. The Limitless Financial Group was mainly recruiting in the Sea of Star Spirits, which mostly included Japanese and Korean players. The Extinguish Army was a key faction for the Americans. The players under these organizations should be the highest in numbers other than the Black Star Army. Speaking of the Extinguish Army, Han Xiao was reminded of Baoni. Baoni was the leader of the Pyre Demon tribe, while the Extinguish Army consisted mainly of the Ice Demon race, so the two of them were considered enemies. Baoni controlled the land of the Fire Corps, while the Extinguish Army controlled the land of the Ice Corps. Even their race treasures were similar. While thinking about that, Han Xiao suddenly felt something and opened up his attribute interface. His EXP gauge was increasing at an astonishing speed. Hehe. My promotion is working. The top-tier professional clubs such as Dynasty, Temple of God, Long Sky, and so on had all registered as official organizations in the Black Star Army. Their organization names remained unchanged and could be used as their guild name. Having been ordered to do so by Han Xiao, Philip quickly processed the procedures of guilds becoming official one after another. The organizational structure of the army players changed drastically as they officially became recognized subsidiary guild organizations and had documents in the army. After the registration, these guilds immediately told some of their members to take part in the main storyline exploration mission so that they could receive the many discounts Han Xiao had mentioned. To these large guilds, they could also use these discounts to attract many players who did not have a guild yet to join them. It was a win-win. Through the hard work of the logistics department in the past 20 years, the various models of equipment in the army were all the latest, while the items the players had were all abandoned models from 20 years ago. They needed to upgrade. Plus, with the 30% discount, their desire to spend was at the peak. A shopping spree started in the military supplies store very soon. To the great mechanic Han, the ANAs earned from the players now was just small profits. What was important was EXP. He had added EXP price to more items in the faction store and introduced a new system. The players could choose one of two purchasing methods, ANAs or EXP. If they had no money in their pockets, they could use EXP to buy things. In the eyes of other army members, this would look a little strange, as if equipment were given out for free. However, Han Shao did not have to be as careful about the way he treated the players as he was before, given how strong he had become. All he had to do was say that the immortals had privileges, and no one would ask any more questions. The result of that was the explosive increase in the efficiency of harvesting EXP. EXP was a special type of currency only belonging to the players. Currently, only the Black Star Army had the service of using EXP to buy things. The other factions would not be able to do it even if they wanted to. Millions of army players arrived at Black Star Palace over several days, while the players from the other star fields were still on their way. According to the schedule of these players, the players that would reach the world server the second fastest should be the Southeast Asian players in Black Hole Edge, mainly Thais, Vietnamese, Indonesians, and Singaporeans. However, that was still many days away. The Chinese players had more than enough time to exploit their advantages. As deployed by the Black Star Army, many players were split into mostly two directions. One group followed the fleet led by Gila toward the area of the fourth exploration phase, ready to interfere with the competition between the outside forces. The remaining players were mainly guild members who made use of the benefit Han Shao promised and went to build guild strongholds in various locations of the army's territory. At the same time, they used team merit points to purchase resource points and the operation rights for various businesses, starting to build stronger foundations for their guilds. With Han Zhao's control behind the curtain, all the army players had moved. This was developing according to the path he had pointed out. The mainstream play style proven by what happened in his previous life was expanding his lead in the world server step by step. At the same time, the fleet led by Gila arrived at the area of the fourth exploration phase together with other organizations. Chapter 1016 Garutan's Provocation. Chapter 1016 Garutan's Provocation. The exploration area for the fourth exploration phase was 4-star clusters. They were considered as the center of the Flickering World in terms of geographical location. Opening the new star field to the outside world was the dynasty's way of splitting the cost of construction. The third phase areas were basically properly split and highly controlled, so they were considered areas with high security. These 4-star clusters, however, were areas for all the forces to compete freely. The dynasty did not restrict the outside organizations from fighting for territory, so they were low-security areas. The external organizations would choose one or more star clusters to explore while at the same time fighting for their territories. At the initial stage of the exploration, these organizations focused on occupying their territories first before slowly exploring the further unknown areas. It had not been long since the countless outside organizations had arrived there, so the exploration area was still limited to the edges of the 4-star clusters. However, the situation was already looking complex and chaotic. If there was a star map that marked the territories the various organizations now occupied in detail, that would be the most complicated star map in the entire universe. Most organizations had already foreseen the intensity of the competition and formed various alliances here and there. Roughly speaking, the main factions that were active in the free competition zones could be classified into the following categories. The first category comprised the local snakes, consisting of the dynasty and its allies. They all had some territory at the edge of these 4-star clusters, so their position was quite above the others. After all, most of the outside organizations did not want to fight with them, and the organizations belonging to the dynasty did not put too much effort into exploring as well, so they did not participate in the intense competition. The second groups had alliances of different civilizations, among which the Superstar Cluster Alliance stood at the top. The rest were the Star Cluster Civilization alliances of various star fields. They had been expanding ruthlessly and occupied plenty of areas that were close to each other. These alliances were strong contenders in this free competition zone. The third category covered the financial groups, who mostly had mercenaries under their command, mainly focused on making money. The territories they occupied were quite scattered. The fourth group included the external Beyond Grade A organizations, which were also very strong contenders, but there were not many of them. The last was the civil organizations from all over the universe. This group had the most complex composition and the most scattered territories with the most conflicts that often changed ownership in the previous life. As for the Federation and the Church, they were both keeping a low profile in their corners and did not seem to intend to expand. They were only letting their allies take part in the competition freely. The three universal civilizations had the silent agreement of giving the stage to let the other organizations fight and compete. Currently, although there were occasional conflicts in the free competition zones of the four-star cluster, there had yet to be any large-scale armed conflicts. The exploration had only just started, so there were still plenty of unknown areas. Everyone was exploring further from the edges of the star cluster. The organization structure was far from saturation. Currently, these organizations mainly feared the dynasty's stand on this, but the fight would start sooner or later. With the Black Star Army firing the first shot in the Flickering World, this process would be sped up tremendously. In one of the free competition zones of the fourth phase within the Emerald Star Cluster, the enormous Black Star Army exploration fleet rode out of the dynasty's military stargate and arrived at the border of the star cluster. Inside the command room, Gila stood before the operation console with a poker face, carefully looking at the holographic star map before her. She had changed her clothes and was wearing a combat suit made of nanomaterials that Han Xiao had specially made for her. It was a black uniform with 2 rows of buttons. Its style was the luxurious version of the army officer's military uniform, skin-tight, showing her beautiful curves. The army symbol was on her collar, and there was also a wide high-collar cape behind here in the color of black and gold with magnificent patterns. The inside of the cape was red. This set of clothes suited her unique vibe and elevated her aura. The combat suits model was Crimson Snake, 1st Gen, beyond Grade A equipment. It consisted of tons of top-notch technology. Its usual mode was like a piece of normal clothing, but when in combat mode, it would showcase its powerful performance as a beyond grade a mechanical suit. This combat suit was not built at the last minute. In fact, Han Xiao had made this equipment long before Gila returned. When Gila received this gift, although she did not say much on the surface, she had been wearing it since. She clearly liked it a lot. Deputy Army Commander, where are we going now? The female aide-de-camp beside her asked. Gila pressed on the holographic star map and zoomed in on one area. This was a planet at the edge of the Emerald Star Cluster called Planet Phyri. Its location was a little rural, so no one had occupied it yet. Here to build a bridgehead, said Gila. She was now the commander of the exploration fleet. Han Xiao had given her a lot of freedom in terms of making decisions, only limiting the Army's exploration target to be the Emerald Star Cluster. The details would all be controlled by Gila. The reason Han Xiao had chosen the Emerald Star Cluster was that this was also the main exploration target of the Modo Civilization, as well as a relatively prosperous area in his previous life. He remembered that there were also some hidden factors in the region. There was the wreckage of an old civilization that was discovered in the star cluster, and it was quite an advanced civilization with plenty of technical information. It caused conflicts between countless organizations in the previous life, but he did not know the exact location of it. Most importantly, the Emerald Star Cluster was one of the locations where the primal chaos mysterious energy might appear in. According to ES God's heritage, there were many coordinates the primal chaos mysterious energy might appear at, and Han Xiao could not judge which one was real. Since ES God did not die in his previous life, this information was not leaked, and he had secretly secured the primal chaos mysterious energy without attracting the attention of the outside world. Even the players did not know much about it. Nonetheless, Han Xiao had always been secretly monitoring Evan's whereabouts. This man who was the owner of the primal chaos mysterious energy in his previous life found a job after he was freed from prison and became an ordinary member of a financial group's exploration fleet, responsible for cleaning and repairing spaceships. The fleet he was in had come to the Emerald Star Cluster. Therefore, Han Xiao was quite sure that the Emerald Star Cluster was where the primal chaos mysterious energy would appear. After all, after the primal chaos mysterious energy was defeated by ES God, it had definitely found an owner nearby, so the area where Evans was in had the highest possibility. Of course, Gila did not know about any of that yet. She casually issued orders and commanded the fleet to head to Planet Phyri. Meanwhile, some player guilds did not follow the main fleet but spread out on their own. These guilds that had completed their registration had the authority to move on their own. In order to obtain their own stronghold, they did not want to move together with the main fleet. This was approved by Han Xiao silently. Furthermore, he even prepared quite a number of missions just for the players in the army interface, which had rich rewards. This was to encourage the guilds to move on their own and expand their lead. Somewhere in the Emerald Star Cluster, Beast Ancestor Garutan's fleet was stationed on one planet, building a bridgehead. Although Garutan was the protector of the galactic black market behind the curtains, he also had his own organization. If there was anything special about this organization, it would be that most of its members were his offspring. Garutan stood at the peak of a mountain, looking down at the ground that was slowly being covered in metal. Above him was the dark galaxy, and northern lights flew in the sky. His muscular and fearsome body was completely nude. The lion-like fur all over his body swayed with the corrosive wind, and dots of light surrounded his body, each of which was made of highly condensed pugilist flames. As a peak beyond grade A pugilist, his training method had ascended from purely training his body. He had to use every inch of his body to feel the way the universe operated. It was very mysterious. Garutan had stopped taking baths in fixed stars like Heber long ago. This time, numerous meteors flew over from the sky and landed behind Garutan. They were all Calamity-grade officers, and there were more than 40 of them. Everyone lowered their head and spoke with respect at the same time. Father! These officers were the Beast Ancestor's offspring, and they all had different appearances as if they were different species. Garutan really lived up to the Ancestor in his nickname. In fact, he had a more down-to-earth nickname among the civilians, Seed Spreader of the Galaxy. After he evolved to become a beyond grade A species, he had obtained a very powerful reproductive capacity. His genes had extraordinary adaptability. He could have offspring with most species, and his way of expanding his race was brutal and simple. He captured females of different races for mating to give birth to all kinds of hybrid species. If there were any outstanding mutants in his offspring, he would then turn that offspring into his mating machine to breed even stronger offspring. This way of doing things contradicted the ethics of some races, so Garutan was disliked by quite many civilizations who felt he was like a savage beast. However, many races did not care about it. After all, the ethics of every race were different. Garutan turned around, not minding the fact that he was fully nude in front of his offspring, and said with a deep voice, "What is it?" An offspring stepped forward. This offspring had the appearance of a spider-like insect but had a human-like face. His 6 pedipalp-like arms held a communicator at the same time to express his respect to Garutan. "Father, Sorokin is looking for you." Garutan took the communicator, and Sorokin's hologram appeared before him. "What's this about?" Sorokin smiled calmly. "Remember my plan for the Black Star Army? It's time. When the Limitless Financial Group firms its ground, we will start to target the Black Star Army's businesses in his territory. Before that, we need to restrain the Army's exploration. And you need my help? That's right. Right now, the Black Star Army's exploration is heading to planet Phyrai, which is not far from you. I hope you can occupy planet Phyrai in advance. Their leader is Gila. Test her depth. Best to force the Black Star Army to retreat and delay their exploration progress while damaging their reputation. Why not do it yourself? My original body isn't in the Emerald Star Cluster. Plus, I can't beat Gila." Sorokin smiled. "Humph, we made a deal with you because I don't want to deal with the Black Star Army personally, but now you're asking me, the employer, to help. Why is that so?" Garutan snorted. As a peak beyond grade A, he was not afraid of offending Black Star. He just did not want to work for free. "My abilities are limited. I only have some strengths in terms of operating a business," Sorokin slowly said. "If you don't help me, I won't be able to restrict the Black Star Army's exploration. By then, don't blame me for not giving Black Star enough pressure. Also, I can leak this information to you. The Federation and the Church have plans to get rid of Gila. Oh? Are they not afraid of enraging the dynasty and starting another tragedy of the Pinnacles? Well, the fact is, Gila belongs to the Black Star Army. She did not agree to join the dynasty. So, killing her will only enrage Black Star. Gila becoming a beyond grade A is an unforeseen issue, but it has also shown us a new way to damage the Black Star Army." Garutan squinted. "Have you forgotten what Black Star said during the meeting of the gods? There are too few beyond grade as anyone dying won't be beneficial to us. Haha. Is that really the case? Sorokin smiled. The Mechanic Emperor is extremely ambitious. He hopes to gather all of the beyond grade as to obtain more things, but when you think of it, aren't we being used by him? My thoughts happen to be the complete opposite of his. If there are fewer beyond grade, as those who are left will be safer. They'll be more important to the advanced civilizations. Garutin frowned. Are you betraying the shared battlefront of the beyond grade as there has never been such a thing as betrayal? What have the others got to do with us? Is the situation the beyond grade as are in now not good enough? Sorokin did not care at all. When we plot to obtain things that don't belong to us, this kind of ambition will only lead to our demise. Don't ever say something like that to me. I'll take it as if I didn't hear what you just said. Garutin waved his hand impatiently. For the sake of our relationship, I'll help you this time. I'll visit planet Phyrai, but double my dividends for the next quarter. Or there's no deal. Okay, Sorokin smiled. Garutin ended the call and looked back at his many offspring. Prepare the spaceships and follow me. This time, one offspring could not help but ask, Father, for us to mess with the Black Star Army in the Flickering World, is it really worth? You think Sorokin is the first person to have asked me to do this? Garutin snorted. In the Flickering World now, there are all too many organizations that want to deal with the Black Star Army. In the middle of their travels, the Black Star Army exploration fleet suddenly received a piece of information. The female aide-de-camp hastily rushed into the room. Your Excellency Deputy Army Commander, there's a situation. Gila, who was meditating, opened his eyes, frowned, and said, What is it? Planet Phyrai was occupied by someone before us. Its beast ancestor Garutin's fleet. Should we use another planet as our stronghold? Garutin? A tint of coldness flashed past Gila's eyes. We did not hide our whereabouts, so the outside world knows our target. Yet he deliberately snatched planet Phyrai. This is a provocation to the army. If we take a detour, it will damage the reputation the army commander has put a lot of effort in to build. But Garutin is a peak beyond grade A. The aide-de-camp did not dare continue. Your army commander is also a peak beyond grade A. There's no reason to back away. Gila stood up and said with a deep voice, Advance at full speed. So what if it's a peak beyond grade A? It's not like I haven't been beaten by a peak beyond grade A before. She was not someone like Garros who had already reached his peak. She was not afraid of challenging someone strong. She believed that only fighting with strong people could stimulate her own potential. At the same time, Han Xiao, who was counting his EXP with a grin every day in the Black Star Palace, received Philip's message too and was slightly surprised. Garutin? When did I offend him? Han Xiao scratched his head and was a little speechless. Although he did not know the reason behind this, he was not a nobody anymore. There was no reason to back away. Well, since you've decided to cut short your lifespan, it has nothing to do with me. Chapter 1017 Pinnacle Tier Pugilist. Chapter 1017 Pinnacle Tier Pugilist. Streams of light flashed across the universe, stopping not far from the planet. It showed itself as the exploration fleet of the Black Star Army. Deputy Army Commander, we're here. On the bridge, Gila gazed at planet Phyrai through the porthole and saw Garutin's fleet docked in orbit, facing them directly. Open the wide area communications and contact them. Gila decided to be show manners before they acted. The signaler sent out the message, and after a while, the communication call popped up on the screen. After connecting, a bestial humanoid's picture appeared on the screen. It was a calamity-grade officer. I'm Goragons, the son of the beast ancestor. I pay respects to your Excellency Gila. What is the meaning of this? Gila frowned. Lord Father hopes to invite you for a meeting in planet Phyrai, and he's waiting for you on the surface right now. Discuss what? I do not know of Lord Father's thoughts. The issue here is, do you dare to come? Goragon aggressively replied. All right, then clear the path for my fleet to land. We can talk after. Apologies, but Father has mentioned that he will only allow you to proceed. The rest of the fleet must remain. Then ask him to scram. Gila immediately replied in a decisive manner. All battleships heed my order. Advance forward, and annihilate any that dare to block us. At this moment, the communicator's screen flickered, and Garutin's figure appeared. Facing someone of the same level, appearing completely nude would be too impolite, and thus, he had put on a simple, sleeveless tunic, standing with his arms crossed and an impassive expression. Not bad. It seems like the Black Star Army has a tough deputy army commander. Seeing this, Gila immediately raised her fist, stopping all orders. She narrowed her eyes. Garutin, I'm very curious. The Black Star Army and you have no conflicts, so why are you provoking us? Do you want to know why? If you meet up with me, I'll tell you, Garutin replied. Depending on whether you have the courage, I'll be waiting on the surface of the planet with the answer. As he spoke, Garutin's fleet took the initiative to shift away from planet Phyrai, putting the planet in between both fleets. Right now, Garutin was left alone on planet Phyrai. Gila thought for a moment before turning to address the Vice Fleet Commander. Activate a full-scale detection of planet Phyrai and its surroundings to check if there are hidden vital signs or energy sources. The commander nodded and sent down the order. He came back moments later with a report. The surroundings are clear, and there's only a life signal on the planet representing Garutin. How about it? Should we fire? Before his superior could give any orders, this vice commander was already thinking of ambushing and getting rid of Garutin. Since he has shown such sincerity, I want to hear what he has to say. Wait on standby and keep the weapon system on alert mode. The moment the enemy's fleet shows any abnormal reactions, just fire straight at them. Even if her fleet attacked, it would not deal much damage to Garutin. Since he dared do such a thing, he was definitely prepared for all consequences. So Gila could only meet with him since she could not guess his intentions. Maybe Garutin wanted to set the battlefield to attack her, but she was not anxious. This was what she wanted. Even if she could not beat a pinnacle beyond grade a super, she still had the confidence to block their attacks for a period of time. Gila sat in a small spaceship and rapidly descended the atmospheric layer of planet Phyrai, stopping at a high altitude. Shwa! The hatch opened, and Gila stepped out onto the air, looking down on the surface of the planet. Within the rugged barren plains, Garutin sat on a boulder, with his elbows placed on his knees. He looked up at Gila as he slowly spoke. As an Esper, the fact that you dared come so close to a pinnacle-level pugilist shows that you have courage. The sound that came out from his mouth seemed to cause the air in their surroundings to oscillate, spreading out far like the echoes of thunder. Gila did not land, choosing to remain floating in the midair as she replied, "Get straight to the point. What did you want to meet me for?" Garutin stared at Gila before explaining, "I don't know how people will look at this, but in my eyes, you have the most potential among this batch of new beyond grade as..." So, Gila raised a brow. "Someone with your talent will rise to a higher realm in the future. There's no need for you to remain as someone's subordinate. Moving out as an independent entity would suit you better." Garutin drily spoke. Gila's eyes flashed dangerously, and she coldly snapped, "Who are you representing in trying to drive a wedge between Black Star and me? The 3 universal civilizations. I'm only representing myself and the Galactic Black Markets Management Committee. You can just take my words as a sincere suggestion. Don't you think that you're meddling too much?" Gila snorted. "I can see that you're someone who is extremely stubborn and does not like to heed the commands of others. There will be a day when you'll eventually choose to be independent." Garutin had a look of interest in his eyes. "When that day comes, I'm willing to give you an invitation to become one of the members of the Galactic Black Market." Not only was he sowing discord, he was also trying to poach her. However, Gila showed an expression of indifference. "My communicator is on. Black Star can totally hear your words. So what if he hears them?" Garutin did not mind it. "You have the freedom of choice. You're not his slave. I'm not interested in your invite." Gila remained unmoved. "Are you done? If so, you can take your troops away, and we'll take it as though this provocation did not happen." "I don't think this is provocation. Planet Phyrai does not belong to your Black Star Army. It's a free competition zone, not your territory." No one stipulated that others could not occupy the planet that you guys are interested in. Garuten shook his head. You long had the intention to occupy this planet, but you chose to wait for us to make our choice before you took it for your own. If this is not provocation, then what is? Hila said. Don't be too overbearing, little kid. Garuten grinned. It's first come, first served, so it's you who needs to leave. Go find another planet. This is my stronghold now. The moment he spoke, the atmosphere became tense as both people faced each other. He had been entrusted with this by others, no matter what Hila's reaction was, but he would not have given way either. His goal was to force Hila's hand so that he could test out her skills. In his view, this mission was very simple. He just had to fight with Hila, allowing the Black Star Army to suffer some losses. Then he could decide if he wanted to withdraw or not. While this type of conflict and provocation would draw Black Star's ire, it would not be to the point of wanting the other party dead. He was certain that just as he did not wish to make an enemy out of Black Star did not wish to make an enemy out of him. Both sides were not so easily provoked. Hila's expression turned frosty. Garuten was right. The Black Star Army was being unreasonable. However, if they retreated, the other party would not only not praise them for being reasonable, but they would treat them as weaklings. If all problems could be solved through reasoning, there would be no need for disputes and wars. Since neither side wanted to retreat, the only solution left was to use force. Looking at Garuten's expression, which bore no good intentions, Hila fell silent for a few seconds before she suddenly moved. Boom! A tremendous death energy storm swept through, turning into a tornado as it blasted downward. Pretty scary. Garuten twisted his neck a little before stepping down hard. Bang! The earth cracked, and he stomped upward, leaving a huge ring-shaped crater on the ground, scattering dust everywhere. He seemed to have turned into a comet, slamming into the torrential rain of death energy. The dark brown pugilist flame wrapped around his body, revealing a wild, arrogant temperament. Bang! Before Hila could react, the fist wreathed in pugilist flames landed squarely on her stomach. The shield surrounding the battlesuit was shattered, and there were even cracks on her outer armor. Hila was slammed outward like a bullet, her speed breaking the sound barrier. Insane strength, insane speed. Hila's expression slightly changed. The shock absorption properties of the battlesuit could not withstand such a strong impact, and Hila could only feel that her internal organs seemed to have been flattened by this blow. The pain was overwhelming, and she only managed to stabilize her body in midair after much difficulty. Both Garuten and Black Star were at the pinnacle of beyond grade A, but the feeling she got from crossing blows with Garuten was completely different from Han Xiao. Han Xiao had displayed a complete suppression, where he was without weaknesses, controlling the battle from start to finish as though he could just adapt to anything. However, Garuten's battle style was complete savagery, just like the invincible rampage of a beast. Hila's impression of beyond grade A pugilists mainly came from Heber, but fighting pinnacle-level beyond grade A pugilists was a totally different ballgame, and they could not be seen as being on the same level. Be it speed, strength, or energy intensity, there was a qualitative change. Objectively speaking, one Garuten was enough to pummel 3 or 4 Hebers to death. Only upon reaching the SS tier would someone be considered at the pinnacle of beyond grade A, and this battle strength was nothing to be joked about. After his hit, Garuten did not pursue her but rather remained floating. His head lowered as he observed the death energy eroding his body. Because of his tanky body, the majority of the attacks were blocked purely by his body's strength. The damage done to the body was small, and only a few layers of death's erosion had stacked. A corrosive energy related to vitality. It seems like the rumors were true. You used such a method to gravely injure Tolian. The more you accumulate, the stronger the power. Garuten glanced at Hila before covering himself with a jet of energy. It shattered the death's erosion stacks, directly dispelling them. As pugilists relied on their bodies, they naturally had many skills to dispel negative statuses. This is going to be tricky. Hila gritted her teeth, but her eyes lit up. She found that Garuten's combat capability was overwhelming, but this did not make her back down, instead increasing her fighting will. The next moment, Gila took the initiative to start another round of attacks, and the death energy surged like a wave, attacking while wrapped around her. The tsunami-like crimson wave surged over, and Garutan launched himself into it. In an instant, an invisible shock wave was generated and exploded in midair, enveloping the incoming death energy. Boom! The vibrations echoed around the entire space. Garutan's lunge was actually a skill, which caused the particles in the space in front to oscillate at high frequencies, collapsing the layers of incoming death energy. It seems like your strength is unworthy of your attitude. Garutan's expression remained indifferent, and his figure disappeared suddenly as he started to move at full speed. Whoosh! The difference in their speed was too great. Before Gila could react, he had already arrived beside her, and his leg containing great power whipped and slammed hard on her back. Boom! Her entire body arched like a bow from the impact, shooting up like a cannonball all the way out of the planet's atmosphere. Cough cough. I cannot fight him in melee battles. Gila felt as though dozens of bones were broken just from that kick, and she immediately changed her strategy. When faced against Tolian, she could still rely on her vampiric abilities to hold on, but comparing him with a pinnacle level beyond grade A, her attributes differed too much, to the point that she could not even see his figure. In melee battles, a pinnacle level beyond grade A pugilist was nigh invincible, and forcibly going head-on with them was just asking for death. In a one-to-one battle, I have no way to retaliate. I need to complicate this battlefield. As Gila thought about the possible battle tactics, the built-in communicator rang, and Han Zhao's voice came from it, with a tone that seemed as though he was smiling. How is it? Have you felt the power difference? Do you need help? No need. Gila shook her head. If she always relied on Black Star for help, how could she grow? But you're not his opponent. If you can't do it, just let me take over. Han Zhao raised a brow. He had known long ago that Gila would not be able to cope against Garutan. During the meeting of the gods, he had collected the attribute information of Garutan, and there were a great deal of question marks. Even he himself might not be able to beat Garutan head-on, so Gila would have it worse. If a pinnacle beyond grade A could be dealt with so easily, there would be no need to use them as deterrents. But he knew that even if Garutan could not be beaten, Gila would not be the one at a disadvantage, so he did not interfere to allow Gila to gain more experience. Humph! Wait till I'm almost beaten to death before you help. Gila stabilized her body and turned around. While using her death energy to attack and contain Garutan, she tried to increase the distance between them. This was not even considered a struggle, merely a unilateral beating. If not for Garutan deliberately slowing down the offensive to force out Gila's abilities, she would probably have already been beaten up. The high speed and strength he possessed was enough to break through most methods. But truth be told, Garutan did not have it easy either. After suffering from the repeated attacks of death energy, he felt a slight fear toward it. What a strange ability. If I couldn't forcibly crush it with my strength, her abilities would put me in a lot of danger. Just as he knocked Gila back with yet another punch, he discovered that Gila had tweaked the direction of her knockback, flying toward his troops. She actually took the initiative to fly toward my troops? Isn't she afraid of being besieged? Garutan stopped in shock, but this time, Gila suddenly made a different gesture, and a sudden surge of mental energy burst out. The world before his eyes warped and turned into an inky black space. Lowering his head, all he saw were the grudges of countless creatures. Abyss of the dead. While pugilists would also temper their minds, their psychological resistance was not high to begin with, so Garutan easily fell into the mental attack, freezing on the spot. Taking this chance, Gila accumulated her death energy and ran straight through the shield established by the Garutan fleet, rushing right into the fleet formation. What is she trying to do? Goragon, who had previously spoken with Gila, stood in the command room of one of the spaceships, looking confused. Before he could take any action, Gila raised both her hands, and the death energy exploded, enveloping the entire fleet. What? Goragon got a shock, immediately commanding the fleet to retreat and avoid it. However, his command had yet to be sent out when the dark red energy encompassed his entire sight. Goragon's eyes widened. Bang, bang, bang. In a flash, Countless battleships were chewed up by the death energy like biscuits, and countless children of Garuten were reaped. With the vampiric effect, she obtained enough vitality to recover her HP. Just that short exchange previously made Hela clear that she was far from being Garuten's opponent if they fought head-on. With her own HP, she could not sustain the battle for a long time, so the only way was to enhance her endurance by turning it into a group fight, absorbing more vitality for herself. Her combat capability in a large group fight was much higher than in single-target battles. Hela ran rampant within the fleet, killing wantonly, and her status quickly picked up even as countless screams were drowned in the explosion. At this time, Garuten finally got rid of the mental attack from Abyss of the Dead. The moment he returned to his senses, he was greeted with the image of Hela slaughtering his descendants. His expression warped in fury. In his view, Hela was killing his descendants to vent her anger. You dare. Chapter 1018 Confrontation. Chapter 1018 Confrontation. The death energy ravaged the fleet, eroding and penetrating the outer armor of every spaceship. They burst apart like fireworks as Hela's figure sailed through. Uncountable troops on Garuten's side were killed by the mixture of physical and mental damage. The death energy sapped their vitality, supplementing Hela's HP instead, and their soul fragments were absorbed by her to enhance her powers. After receiving this attack, the fleet was in chaos for a short moment, but they quickly retaliated and fired a volley at Hela. However, most of their attacks were evaded or blocked by her death energy shield, and only a small portion caused damage. In front of Hela's highly efficient vampirism ability, those injuries were healed in the blink of an eye. Garuten's eyes seemed like it was about to spit fire, his anger reaching extreme heights. He suddenly raised his speed, almost instantaneously breaking through the death energy barrier surrounding Hela. This time, he did not show mercy, raining blows on Hela's body, pummeling her. Boom, boom, boom. Bursts of compressed air blasted out from his fists, shattering Hela's internal organs and bones. The angered pinnacle beyond grade, a pugilist's fists exuded great killing intent, as though he wished to beat her up into a ball of flesh. However, Hela had received stolen plenty of vitality from the people she had just killed, so her HP constantly dipped and soared, barely supporting her through the intense attack. Hela continued to dodge the blows as much as she could, and she even opted to retaliate at times, trading injury for injury. You're seeking death. Garuten's fury knew no bounds, and as he pummeled Hela, he gazed with killing intent over at the Black Star Army's fleet. Since Hela had dared to kill his subordinates, he could do the same to pay respect to the Black Star Army. But his eyes soon narrowed, as he saw that within the Black Star Army's fleet, a mechanical troop flew out from within one of the spaceships, standing at the very forefront. The lead mechanical soldier gave off frightening energy fluctuations. It was likely that Black Star had chosen to descend as an avatar. Han Zhao's mechanical army remained in position, without any intention to save Hela, but Garuten knew that if he were to attack the fleet, then it would become a 2-against-1 scenario. There's only one of me, and I can't even summon an avatar. If I attack Black Star's fleet, I'll have to face off against him. Hela will then be able to freely slaughter my subordinates. As this thought flashed through his head, Garuten could only dismiss the thought of attacking the Black Star fleet, becoming even angrier in the process. He was a dignified pinnacle beyond grade A, so why did it seem like he was being forced to train the enemy? Black Star, do you think that I really won't kill your subordinate? Good. Since you are not going to act, I'll beat your deputy army commander to death. From the time Hela began to slaughter his men, the degree of conflict had escalated, and Garuten no longer held the mentality to test out her skills, but rather had the intention to kill. I shouldn't provoke Black Star? So what? We're both beyond grade A pinnacles. Does Black Star think that I'm afraid of him? This daddy here also has a temper. Garuten immediately stepped up his offensive, bombarding his opponent in front of him. Such a mad attack would mean that he was more prone to vulnerability. Hela was bleeding all over, but she ignored the pain and kept calm, staring at the increasingly intense death energy on Garuten's body. Her eyes flickered with an unknown light. At this time, Garuten's fist swirled with a violent aura, and after utilizing his skills, the power surged. Space seemed to warp around his fist. Swoosh! The fist passed through Gila's chest, as though piercing through it, separating the red ocean of death energy surrounding her. But Garutin's eyes narrowed. He did feel as if he had hit something concrete. Gila's body dissolved into a mass of death energy, and disengaging from Garutin's arm, the ocean of death energy took on the shape of a humanoid, reshaping into Gila's body. Advancing in the Dead Sea, Gila could turn her body into an energy life form and perform teleportation in any area filled with death energy with just a short cooldown. This was one of her few displacement skills. Garutin frowned. After beating his opponent for such a long time, he had assumed that she had no ability to teleport and dodge. Just as he was about to pursue her, Garutin felt his fist sinking. In that instant, Gila had commanded the death energy to wrap around his fist, releasing a huge attractive force that was forcing his arm to sink in the ocean of death energy. At the same time, the Death's Erosion stacks on his body soared from 10 to 15 stacks. Extradition of the dead. Gila's method of superimposing the Death's Erosion stacks was not just based through general attacks. She had the ability to stack multiple Death's Erosion instantly onto a target, and this skill was one of them. She had initially been hiding her skills, all for this sudden blitzkrieg. She covered all 15 stacks on Garutin in one swoop before detonating them using Reaper of Souls. She had only attacked Garutin's fleet to activate her vampiric effect, creating a battlefield that was conducive to herself to improve her endurance, as well as to attract hatred. In her point of view, only by using a decoy and provoking Garutin's anger would he reveal flaws for her to obtain the opportunity to attack. As long as he stepped up his offensive, the energy spent toward defense would weaken. Gila's eyes were calm, and the moment the skill came into effect, she did not give Garutin time to react, seamlessly connecting it with Reaper of Souls, detonating all 15 stacks. Boom! Garutin exploded with a dazzling red light. Gila took the opportunity to back away, distancing herself. However, a dark brown pugilist flame wave burst out from within the explosion right after, evaporating all the death energy along its way as it slammed directly into Gila, pushed her all the way toward planet Phyri. The brown ray of light penetrated planet Phyri like a toothpick going through an orange. The next second, the light fully pierced through both ends of the planet and began to expand rapidly, revealing the red glow of the planet core. Buzz! Everyone's eyes were greeted with an expanse of white, forcing them to subconsciously close their eyes. If the battleship porthole did not have the function to automatically adjust spectrum and brightness, this level of light would have been enough to burn the eyes of the majority present. Warning! Warning! High energy reaction detected. Reaction output level. Planet annihilation. A harsh alarm sounded on every ship, and when everyone reopened their eyes, the huge planet had disappeared as though it had never existed. All that remained were some bits of dust floating in its place. The entire planet had been collapsed and annihilated, and Gila was nowhere to be seen. This moment, the death energy from Reaper of Souls collapsed, revealing Garutin's body, which was covered in corrosive wounds and slowly healing. Because his level was too high, the judgment of death was unsuccessful, but he had still lost 20% of his HP from that one blow. Ever since he had stepped into the pinnacle level of the Beyond Grade A realm, Garutin had rarely suffered such a serious injury. He had expected it to be a simple matter to deal with this newly born Beyond Grade A. He did not expect to suffer from such a loss. In this fury, Garutin had activated one of his aces, his self-created pugilist technique, Beast Ancestor Style, Light of Annihilation. This was not just a pure pugilist skill but also contained the laws of the universe that ran through his body. On the surface, it seemed to just be a pugilist flame beam, but it actually stirred up the space around it, creating a terrible radiation energy to amplify its damage. Hitting the planetary core would cause a chain reaction to occur, resulting in planetary obliteration. Gila's HP was not full to begin with, and with this blow, it was likely that she would have been instantaneously killed. Garutin's murderous eyes turned toward Black Star in the distance, the aura around him rising exponentially. Having killed the deputy army commander in front of him, Garutin did not think that Black Star would remain unmoved, so he began to prepare to face this formidable foe. However, much to his surprise, Han Shao and his mechanical troops did not rush over as expected but rather turned to watch the smoldering wreckage of the planet. Just as he was feeling puzzled, specks of gray shone around the wreckage of planet Phyri and gathered to form a whirlwind. Gila's spiritual body was within that whirlwind, and this also attracted Garutan's gaze. The next moment, Gila's body reformed within the whirlwind, and the death energy draped around her like a cloak, only revealing a face that was deathly pale. One of the mechanical soldiers threw out an army emblem, which Gila activated, turning it into countless nanoparticles that formed a crimson snake battlesuit around her body. Immediately afterward, the life potion of Aurora that was built within the suit was injected into her, and Gila's sluggish state after defying death quickly vanished, her HP recovering to more than half. Not dead. Garutan's eyes narrowed, his expression sinking. If he had not intended to kill Gila, that would have been all good, but since he had already revealed his killing move, this only made Garutan feel even more humiliated. But Black Star had already intervened, so continuing his attack was out of the question. Garutan frowned, choosing to rearrange the formation of his fleet instead. In his view, since Gila did not die, Black Star definitely had to give him an explanation. On the other side, Gila flew back to Han Zhao's avatar, and Han Shao glanced at her with a slight smile on his face. "How is it? Do you want to continue being beaten up?" Gila shook her head. "I can't beat him, but I managed to give him something to remember." She felt that this battle was quite rewarding, allowing her to accumulate more experience and lessons on dealing with other beyond grade as. At the same time, she had harvested a lot of the opponent's troops, and her ability strength was slightly enhanced. In particular, there were several calamity grades who had died by her hand, so the bonus provided was quite impressive, better than the beasts she had slaughtered during her training. As she spoke, Gila suddenly paused and said with some uncertainty, "This time, did I cause trouble for you?" In order to reverse her disadvantage, she had attacked the other party's fleet. This sort of combat method made it too easy to incite hatred, so Garutan would probably have a deeper hatred against her. Of course, Gila had no intention of apologizing to Garutan at all. The moment she entered a fighting state, the enemy's life was nothing but a mere blood bag in her eyes. She would only apologize to Han Shao. "My character seems to make enemies easily. Perhaps staying in the Black Star Army is the wrong decision." Gila could not help but think that way, pursing up her lips. She was still the same goddess of death who treated life like weeds. This could be a characteristic brought by abilities. The only thing that was better was that she would not kill ordinary people indiscriminately, and her cruelty was only aimed toward the enemy. Han Shao knew that Gila was not good with words. She spoke her mind frankly, and expecting her to stay her hand was impossible. Han Shao shook his head, answering with an unquestionable tone. "We'll talk more when we return. Just go and rest. I'll deal with the rest." Hearing this, Gila opened and closed her mouth repeatedly, but in the end, she nodded quietly and boarded the spaceship. Han Shao controlled his avatar to move slowly toward Garutan's troops. Upon reaching the center of the two fleets, the troops threw out a multitude of compressed orbs, which transformed into a small floating sanctuary of around 1,000 square meters. The door of the base opened wide, and Han Shao made an inviting gesture toward Garutan. The latter narrowed his eyes but flew into the base. The sanctuary was full of fresh air, and in the middle was a long conference table with a high seat at both ends. Han Shao sat on one of the seats, nodding toward Garutan. "Please sit, freebnovel.cm. Garutan plunked down on one of the chairs and grumbled, "Black Star, your deputy army commander is really brave. I haven't seen such a beyond grade A who seeks death so readily. Does she think that she can do as she pleases with you as a backer? Haha, what sort of words are those? She has always been bold, and it's nothing to do with me." Han Shao shook his head. "I don't want to continue talking nonsense with you." Garutan waved his hand. "I'm giving you face by not wanting her life, but she killed my descendants, and this debt must be settled. Let's discuss how to solve this. I think it's simple." Han Shao controlled the avatar to stroke its metallic chin. "You take your troops to leave this place, and I won't pursue the matter any further. How about that? What did you say? Say that again. Garutan glared furiously, his pugilist flame raging around him. Don't get too agitated. Han Shao waved his hands to placate Garutan. I don't think Gila promised to challenge you, so who is to blame for this? And I think you probably discovered it, but she attacked your fleet not to vent her anger but rather to show her abilities and create a favorable battlefield for herself. After all, she's not your match, so of course she needed to utilize her surroundings. From my perspective, it seems like it was your entire fleet facing off against her. Isn't that more unfair? I've not come into contact with you much before, but it seems like your reputation really precedes you. You're every bit as shameless as the rumors say. Garutan coldly laughed. Is that so? Han Shao clicked his tongue. A pinnacle beyond grade A bullying a newly born beyond grade A. Is that very glamorous? I have no grudges nor hatred with you, yet you choose to provoke and bully my deputy army commander. Of course, she is not your opponent, but you actually didn't even allow her to create a favorable environment for herself. If that's not bullying the weak, what is? Garutan's words were stuck in his throat, and he finally growled in a deep voice, no matter what, many of those killed were my descendants, and some were even calamity grades that I'd painstakingly raised. She attacked my fleet first, so this matter was incited by her. I won't let this go. Han Shao laughed in response. Wasn't this entire thing started by you? Why is it now our problem? Furthermore, you actively provoked me first, and now you're saying that my subordinates have gone too hard on you. I feel that you're more shameless than me. Bang! Garutan slammed the table heavily as he stood up, the fury apparent in his expression. Black Star, watch your attitude. All right, let's say that you make sense. Then, what do you want us to do? Of course, I want compensation. Garutan coldly replied. I won't force you to repay a life with a life, but I want you to compensate me and make Gila apologize to me. Oh, sounds reasonable. Han Shao smiled. But I refuse. Black Star. Garutan smashed the table between them into smithereens, bellowing, You wish to make me an enemy. At this moment, Han Zhao's pleasant tone turned cold. You think you're the only one who's angry? You bullied my old friend and even wanted to poach her. I haven't settled this with you. And also, what sort of mistaken notion makes you think that I cannot afford to make you an enemy? The Lord's avatar slowly rose up, floating until it came before Garutan. The two of them stared straight at each other, and their gazes looked as though it could wipe out planets with it alone. Han Shao slowly spoke. It's far from your turn to manage my people. As he spoke, he raised a hand, poking at Garutan's chest as his voice grew steely. You people come and test my patience and limits every day. You think that I'm without a temper? This daddy here has killed your people. You want to play with me? I'll play to the end with you. Can you even afford that? Chapter 1019 Shortened Lifespan, Dark Clouds. Chapter 1019 Shortened Lifespan, Dark Clouds. The moment he spoke, the atmosphere turned sharp like drawn daggers. The anger in Garutan's eyes almost condensed into reality, and his energy fluctuations continuously rose, exuding huge pressure on their surroundings. The surrounding metal walls gradually cracked as they vibrated from the high frequency. Want to attack? Han Zhao's eyes crackled with electricity, his whole body flickering with blue-gold electrical serpents, producing harsh popping sounds. This stalemate continued for another 10 seconds or so before Garutan suddenly collected his energy outburst, and the pressure in the room drastically lessened. The rage on his face quickly faded, and he coldly said, Black Star, you really gave me quite the surprise. You're really unyielding. Han Shao crossed his arms and replied in a level tone, We can speak more of whether I'm unyielding in the future. Right now, what do you intend to do? Garutan remained expressionless, only wagging a finger toward the avatar. I'll remember the matters today. We still have scores to settle. He turned and strode away, leaving the sanctuary and flying toward his own fleet. You're really good at spitting vicious words. I really thought that you would take action just now. Han Shao shook his head. He walked to the door, watching as Garutan led his fleet and vanished from sight. This minor conflict had ended with Garutan's retreat, so Han Shao withdrew his machinery, controlling the Lord's avatar to return to the main flagship. Gila had been waiting for him the whole time. The moment he entered the command room, Gila came up. What sort of conditions did you promise him, or did you force him to retreat? Han Shao shook his head. It was nothing like that. He left on his own. Garuten had eaten such a loss. Could he even swallow his anger? Gila was suspicious. At least on the surface, he has not taken a loss. He has annihilated the planet we chose and delayed our exploration speed. We have no choice but to change our target and find another planet, and you have killed some of his subordinates in return, so we should be considered even. Will he take this lying down? Gila frowned. Of course not. We've already formed a grudge with him, and he will not leave things be. Gila slowly spat out a breath, whispering, I increased the conflict between us and got a new enemy for the army. Don't blame yourself. You did what was necessary. Han Shao interrupted her as he waved his hands in dismissal. Garuten's challenge was a kind of test. Just like how the winds howl around the highest peaks, the number of people who wish to test us are numerous. Behind Garuten might exist even more organizations and forces. If we are not tough and vicious to them, every organization will think that we're easy to provoke. Furthermore, the strength between both of you is too vastly different, and he challenged you to bully you. Thus, there's no need to feel bad since you got beaten up by him, or else the prestige of the army would have fallen. Gila stared at Han Shao, her eyes shining with a weird light as she tilted her head. So, you don't care if I make more enemies? The part one like about you is your ferocity, Han Shao casually replied. So what if Garuten was just testing you out? Are you going to obediently accompany him to put on a show, then let him leave after patting his butt? Remember this, he actively sought us out to make enemies of us. It was not you who sought him out. If one is not vicious, they cannot stand firmly in their territory. I brought you over to the competition area not to let you be a softie but to crush through all that blocks your route. Right now, the status of the Black Star Army was different from before. It possessed the largest territory in the Flickering World, and it naturally had more responsibilities such as bringing benefits and prestige to the dynasty since it was holding the fort there. Really? Of course. Han Shao smiled, patting her shoulder. You're an important fighter of mine, and the main thing that is needed is to have deterrence. If I don't defend you, should I speak for the enemy instead? Wouldn't that be ironic? Originally, Han Shao only wished to borrow Gila's Esper ability to let Garuten suffer some losses. Provoking Garuten was out of his plan. However, while things had gotten to this point, he had no fear. Since the other party had chosen to provoke him first, getting beaten to this point was his just desserts. Hearing Han Shao reassure her, Gila's expression relaxed a little. She paused before asking, So, what did you say to him just now? Han Shao simply narrated the prior events. Hearing this, Gila could not help but smirk, and she wondered, you were so unyielding. But he actually did not start fighting with you? Huh? I'm still a pinnacle beyond grade A after all. Han Shao laughed. Furthermore, it's because of you that he did not make a move. Me? We have 2 beyond grade as here, so a battle wouldn't be in his favor. Furthermore, Garuten is not in his peak state. Making a move would bring him more disadvantages than advantages. If it was just a normal beyond grade A, Garuten might not have cared, but Gila had used Reaper of Souls to inflict heavy damage, which provided a strong deterrent effect. This resulted in Garuten's HP not being at maximum capacity. If he faced off against Black Star as well, the risk for him was a bit too high. Han Shao hypothesized that this should be the reason for Garuten's withdrawal. While pugilists had heads of steel, they also knew how to judge the situation. In the face of an obviously unfavorable situation, it was better to retreat. He also did not wish to force Garuten, as a pinnacle beyond grade A pugilist had a lot of burst power. He was there as an avatar, not his true form. Furthermore, with his reputation as a tank, Garuten would definitely choose to attack Gila first, and with her death immunity skill still on cooldown, it would be more dangerous. Both sides had their own reservations. After a pause, Han Shao said, Garuten will come at us again, so it's important to pay attention. There's a high chance he will target you. Maybe we can take the initiative and launch an attack. Gila's thinking was forever that extreme. Launch an attack? Depends on the situation. Han Xiao shook his head. It was not that the idea was not possible, but he needed more assurance. Now that the players had returned in version 4.0, he could finally continue his rapid upgrades, and his stagnated level could finally increase once again. Based on his current strength, it would not be so easy to deal with Garuten. He hoped to complete one or maybe even two more advancements before resolving this matter. Other than his plan to make Garuten an enemy, Han Xiao had been lying low for over 20 years, letting the outside world think that he was also facing a bottleneck. But the moment he exchanges blows with another pinnacle beyond grade A, he would have to reveal his current strength, and that old jerk Manison would be sure to come out once more. It is safer to first complete my advancement at level 320. This is the most important thing currently, Han Xiao thought to himself. If he foresaw things properly, the worst-case scenario in this matter might result in a dangerous chain reaction. He needed to be stronger to deal with it. When the conversation ended, the Lord's avatar fell dormant once more, and Gila returned to her position. Since planet Phyrai had already been reduced to dust, they had to look for a new planet to build a stronghold. On the other side, Garuten's fleet was returning to their planet that served as their stronghold. Garuten reclined in the tall throne, holding a huge cup that fit his figure and continuously poured a special spirit down his throat. Several of his female descendants were around him, some holding medical tools to treat his wounds, whilst others held scissors to help him trim the hair near his wounds. The rest were in charge of massaging him. "Lord Father, is it comfortable? Use more strength." Garuten wiped his mouth, throwing the empty cup to the side. He looked down at the calamity grades standing below the dais and coldly said, "Is the casualty report out?" "It's already out. Please have a look." One of the calamity grades walked up, passing him a communication terminal. Opening the virtual screen, he glanced at the figures and snorted. "She actually dared to kill 5 of my calamity grades. I'll kill that Gila sooner or later. Then there's that black star B****. To dare be so unyielding. If not for my minor injury, I would have torn his avatar apart." Seeing Garuten in a rage, everyone wisely kept silent. "Don't think that it's because I'm afraid of Black Star. He does not have the ability to force me to make concessions. I blasted planet Phyrai apart and slowed down their progress. I have accomplished what Sorokin requested." Garuten coldly snorted. He had chosen to stay away from Han Zhao's sharp edge because of his current condition, as well as the fact that there was no need to fight Black Star alone. His original goal was just to slow them down and test out the other party's skills. Thus, if he wanted a better way to level the playing field, he would have to follow Sorokin's recommendation and approach the Federation and Church to get rid of Gila, since they already intended to do so. He would not need to move. Garuten then changed the topic. "Since a batch have died, raise another batch of hybrid descendants on our home planet and bring them here. Are you personally going to spread your seeds?" Garuten waved his hand. "Just use those from the storage." In his main camp, there were females responsible for bearing descendants at all times. After all, their efficiency of mating and multiplying offspring was too low, so a large amount of beyond grade A DNA from Garuten was stored in a freezer to be used for reproduction. It had extremely strong vitality and adaptability, and using artificial insemination would allow them to produce offspring on a larger scale, supplemented by hormones such as oxytocin to help accelerate childbirth. After many years of experimenting, he had accumulated a variety of hybrid combinations that would allow them to produce excellent offspring. Through mixing with different species, he could produce offspring with various racial talents, so females were hoarded in his camp to be used as a medium for offspring. As for the origins of these females, as a beyond grade A who sat high above, he naturally would not waste time falling in love with so many females. Some came willingly, others less so. None of the people who ran the galactic black market were clean people anyways. At this moment, Garuten coughed twice. "Lord Father, your injuries," one of the officers muttered in a worried tone. "Gila's Esper ability has a strong lethality and high explosiveness to wound even me." Garuten frowned. "During the battle just now, I did not feel it, but my body is a little weird." As he spoke, Garuten closed his eyes, diving into the cellular level to observe his body's situation. Among the super systems, the pugilists had the greatest degree of control over their bodies. Everyone turned silent for a while before Garutan suddenly snapped his eyes open, abruptly standing up. The female descendants around him were all thrown back. Damn it! Her Esper ability can weaken the vitality of cells. Garutan's expression distorted. He almost turned mad with fury. Even when that batch of elites had died under Gila's hands, he had not been so mad. The vitality of a cell was related to the number of cell divisions it could make, and this sort of property was extremely secretive, to the point that beyond grade as normally could not sense it. It was only now that he discovered that his lifespan had been cut. Not merely just his lifespan, but fertility was also closely related to the vitality of his cells. With the reduction in vitality for his DNA, there would be a decline in the quality of his progeny. Boom! In his rage, the pugilist flames erupted, strong pressure forcing all his descendants to sprawl on the ground and tremble. Fruobnovel.com. Such a devilish, damaging Esper ability. The veins of Garutan's forehead throbbed as his hatred for Gila practically overflowed. He did not expect that this operation would actually result in his lifespan being reduced. An absolute loss. Garutan's chest heaved up and down violently, and his breaths came out in gasps as he entertained the thought of rushing back to kill her. Lord Father. At this time, his descendants started to plead with him. Seeing the situation, Garutan could only reluctantly reduce his anger, and the raging pugilist aura slowly calmed down. All of you scram. Everyone rushed to get out of the room as fast as possible. They were aware that they should not be around their father when he was angry. Only Garutan remained in the room. He sat on his throne for a while before picking up the communicator and calling Sorokin. After 3 rings, the call connected, and Sorokin showed himself on the screen, smiling as he spoke. Your Excellency Beast Ancestor? How's the situation? Garutan coldly glared at him for a while before finally saying, the matter has been settled. I blasted planet Phyrai apart and have also tested Gila out. However, I lost quite a few of my descendants in the process, and I also almost got angered to death by Black Star. That's great. Your Excellency is indeed reliable. I'll compensate you for any losses. So, what is the result of your test? Gila's Esper ability is extremely dangerous, possessing frightening explosive power. Garutan relayed his discoveries in battle, pausing at the last part before continuing in a deep voice. Her Esper ability also has a terrifying property. As long as it hits a life form, it will be able to reduce the cell vitality and the lifespan of the target. I suffered a huge loss for this discovery. Sorokin paused, his smile vanishing immediately. His expression also turned grave. Are you serious? I shouldn't have told you this and allowed the Federation and Church to activate their people. After they discover that they have shortened their lifespans, they'll blame you for the information lapse. Garutan coldly snorted. I understand. Sorokin narrowed his eyes. I hope that you will truthfully tell the people in the Federation and the Church what I've said. Don't play any tricks. Or else, even if I'm a shareholder of the Limitless Financial Group, I'll still beat you up. Garutan's eyes were cold. Relax. I have integrity. Sorokin solemnly nodded before cutting the call. Garutan threw the communicator to the side, his expression cold and his eyes gleaming with an unknown light. By allowing the Federation and the Church to know that Gila's Esper ability had the power to reduce one's lifespan, 2 things could happen. 1, because of fear they would give up on targeting her. 2, because of fear they would not allow her to continue living. Based on what he knew of the Federation and the Church, the latter had a 99% chance of occurring. If Gila had such strength, the universal civilizations would not allow her to grow. In the past, Gila had belonged to the chaotic evil faction, and there was no clear distinction in their powers. Furthermore, most people were reluctant to provoke such a crazy woman and dying in vain. But the situation was different. Gila was a member of the Black Star Army. She was a stinger that belonged to someone and would only point her deadly stinger toward her enemies. As a result, the organizations and powers opposing Black Star Army would feel an immense threat. In terms of targeting the pinnacle combatants, Gila was like a formidable chronic poison, causing a dark cloud to form over everyone's head. No one was willing to have their lifespan reduced. Nobody was willing to have this dangerous character oppose them, let alone see her continue to grow. Such super high-risk Esper abilities, whose very existence was a sin, should be killed as soon as possible. Garutin was certain that, as long as the news spread, most beyond grade as would not want to see this ability grow. This would also help solidify the Federation and the Church's intentions to kill. Chapter 1020. Don't blame your brother for not having values. Blame your wife for being too alluring. Chapter 1020. Blame your brother for not having values. Blame your wife for being too alluring. Everyone had their own way of survival, and in the eyes of the top organizations, Sorokin was a miraculous existence. He was obviously hired by the Federation, the Church, and the galactic black market, yet he could slowly penetrate and become the middleman of all these influential organizations. Under his manipulation, Garutin's testing of Gila quickly spread to the Federation and the Church, immediately attracting the attention of the upper echelons, who convened their allies for an urgent meeting. The main base of the Arcane Church was located in another star cluster within the free competition zone. At this time, the projections of the majority of Beyond Grade as affiliated with the Church were gathered, and there were also several important bishops and officials present. After circulating the intelligence on Gila, everyone had a noticeable change in their expression as they read it. Tolian jumped up, his face pale. Gila's Esper ability can reduce the lifespan of Beyond Grade as he was not a pugilist, so he did not have the ability to look into the microscopic changes in his cellular activity. Before this meeting, he did not know what had happened to him. Not only did he lose in a fight with Gila, he even lost God knew how many years from his life. This was such a huge loss for him. Tolian felt intense regret. How could he have been so unlucky as to meet such an opponent? Even fighting would reduce his lifespan, so who would want to do that? Even the craziest person would think twice. If he had known, he would not have agreed to the duel. No, if he had known, he would not even have sought Dragon Emperor Ames out. I'm going into closed-door cultivation. Everyone shot him a pitiful glance, which lasted for about 3 seconds. Then they no longer bothered with him, instead beginning their discussion. I didn't expect this new Beyond Grade A to have such a strange Esper ability. This resembles the power of death on the list of super high-risk Esper abilities. Sun Hunter was sat at the table. I remember this being the ability of one of the primordial ones, but now it has resurfaced once more. That's right. I also remember the file. What was their name again? Kasui cut in. Nurkiz, the controller of death. She had an elder sister who was dubbed Mother of All Things, and she could spread her life force to any living organism. Right, it's those two. They were pretty famous among the primordial ones, being born from different civilizations. While they had no blood ties with each other, they happened to meet by fate within the vast and endless universe. Their Esper abilities, which were completely in line with each other, allowed them to become sisters even without a blood tie. Ah, what an artistic legend, totally revealing the atmosphere of the exploration era. Perfect. One of the Beyond Grade as exclaimed emotionally. His name was Lawrence, and he had a subclass of an artist. He was always dressed flamboyantly, full of impact to one's eyes. They weren't blood sisters? One of them scratched his head. That's not true. After so many years, the legends have long been distorted. Those that are kept in our base are the truth, one of the senior officials commented. Your Excellencies, can we return to the topic of Gila now? Child of Light, Sagman nodded. The power of death is a super high-risk Esper ability that can easily reap lives. If we sit and watch Gila mature, once she loses control like Thousand Shadows one day, that will be the disaster for the entire universe. This is secondary. The greatest problem is, she's under the Black Star Army, which is our enemy. Sea Spirit, Dylan gritted his teeth. Such an ability is dangerous. If not handled well, when Gila matures, we'll have to worry about such things when we deal with the Black Star Army. World Gate, Taylor added. They were all participants of the Planet Lighthouse battle and had suffered a loss to Han Shao. They had the strongest hostility toward the Black Star Army and always wanted to give him a slap back. Psyker thought for a while before nodding. That's right. To us, beyond grade as a decrease in lifespan is too scary. Sun Hunter threw him a sideward glance. I don't think you need to worry about this problem. Psyker jerked back. What do you mean? Based on the strength that Hela showed when fighting against Garuten, if you were pitted against her, you would probably be beaten to death immediately. Thus, a reduction in your lifespan should not matter to you. Psyker thoroughly felt the evil of this world in this very moment and turned his head to follow Tolian, going into closed-door cultivation. Stop fooling around, Kasui blandly said. He turned toward the officials. How do the upper echelons of the church view this matter? The few officials exchanged a glance before one of them solemnly said, They hope for you to persuade Hela to join us, to become our ally. If it doesn't work, eliminate her. Everyone's eyes flashed. They thoroughly understood why the Arcane Church would think this way. In addition to the threat she posed, her very presence in another faction would also affect the recruitment of Beyond Grade as newly born Beyond Grade as would choose to join the faction that she was in so as not to face her. While Hela belonged to the Black Star Army, she had yet to officially join any advanced civilizations, so the Arcane Church naturally hoped to obtain her allegiance and grasp this lethal weapon. This was something Garuten did not think about. Only when it was impossible for them to obtain her would they choose to destroy her. The Beyond Grade as even thought another layer deeper. If Hela's skill only affected Beyond Grade as due to their long lifespans, would that mean that the Arcane Church planned to use her to act as a deterrent for all the Beyond Grade as present? If this was in ordinary times, no one would have this thought, but everyone present had coincidentally attended Han Zhao's meeting of the gods and had been instilled with the same ideology by Manison, the idea that all Beyond Grade as were standing on the same front line. Thus, everyone could not help but think deeper. The entire place fell silent as many of them struggled with their internal thoughts. Kasui's expression remained unchanged. However, he glanced around before saying, I feel that we can put the plan of pulling Hela over into action immediately, but as for elimination, we must think twice. While we're all in the Flickering World, and gathering is convenient, our every movement is more likely to be watched. Killing Hela will also provoke Black Star, so it's better to wait and see what the Federation of Light does. After all, they received the same intelligence as us. I understand. One of the officials nodded. We have yet to be repaid for the loss of Ninja, so we do not wish to work with the Federation for now. It's indeed better to wait and see. However, when we decide to move, I hope everyone will readily participate. No problem. Other than Psyker, the rest of the participants of the Planet Lighthouse battle expressed their fervent attitudes. Kasui did not speak, his eyes flickering with an unknown light. On the other side, the Federation of Light had also convened a meeting, but the topic was vastly different from that of the Arcane Church. Hela's ability is indeed dangerous, no doubt, but dealing with her will incite the wrath of the Black Star Army. And that is not worth it, Hades replied. One of the elders frowned. But in the long run, Hela is obviously more threatening. Incurring the wrath of the Black Star Army is worth it. Are you sure? Hades shot back. Have you forgotten about the 10,000 deity scepter? Once these words were spoken, everyone in the Federation of Light jumped before falling into deep thought. The 10,000 deity scepter possesses a similar level of threat. In fact, it even has a higher priority level than Hela. This might be an opportunity for us to reach a deal with Black Star to unlock the Spacetime Amber Seal for us. It will be profitable for both parties, Hades said bluntly. At this moment, Manison dryly added, That's right. I feel that we need to consider Black Star's attitude. The 10,000 deity scepter is more important for now. Everyone turned to look at him, some with surprised expressions, while others seemed to know his underlying meaning. Many of the Beyond Grade as knew that Manison had expressed his intention based on the 10,000 deity scepter, but in actual fact, a great part was due to the impact of the meeting of the gods. Manison was the main proposer of all the Beyond Grade as sharing the same battlefront, and he also valued Han Zhao's influence within the Flickering World. He hoped that Han Zhao could build an interaction platform based around this shared battlefront, so he was unwilling to antagonize him. Speaking of which, if not for Han Zhao organizing the meeting of the gods and having spoken about the shared circumstances of the Beyond Grade A, The beyond grade as would probably not have had many reservations about dealing with Hela. Could this have been within his plans as well? After considering the matter, the chief elder replied after a pause, "Indeed, if we're able to undo the seal on the 10,000 deity scepter, then the problem of Hela can temporarily be placed aside, but our chances of success are close to nil." He paused and slowly added, "The Arcane Church will definitely take action, trying to poach or eliminate her, and we can warn Black Star of this, but this isn't great leverage. Behind Black Star is the dynasty, and they do not require our help in terms of combat strength. Furthermore, being an ally of the dynasty, he will definitely have his worries that if the 10,000 deity scepter is unsealed, we can use it against him. Under all these circumstances, there is no way he will agree to deal with us." Hearing this, everyone nodded. From the perspective of Black Star, he would not possibly agree to this. The main point was that the Federation's leverage was not enough to move him. In fact, the Federation had always wanted a good relationship with Han Shao, so as to be able to unlock the seal on the 10,000 deity scepter, something they currently could only see but not touch. However, the evolutionary totem was a strategic asset related to the future of their civilization, and it was countless times more important than the 10,000 deity scepter. Thus, the Federation could only temporarily suspend the matter of the scepter at that time, targeting the Crimson Dynasty and the Black Star Army. However, Hela's problem now allowed the Federation to see another chance at obtaining a deal with Black Star. "We need more leverage." Hades' eyes flashed. For example, Hela herself. Everyone felt their hearts stir. "You mean we should capture Hela alive and use her to deal with Black Star, exchanging her for undoing the seal of the 10,000 deity scepter?" The chief elder sighed before beginning to feel as though this was a headache-inducing matter. This plan would not require any killing, no incurring of Black Star's wrath, and it would even allow them to unseal the 10,000 deity scepter. The plan also seemed easy enough, a good idea. If this plan succeeded, the Federation would earn the most, being able to utilize the 10,000 deity scepter, giving the green hat to the Arcane Church. Though it was not their problem whether the Arcane Church profited or lost. It's better to die without friends than to die poor. To understand this concept, just look at Hades, who suggested this idea. "TSK, what a lowlife." The chief elder coughed. Since Hela's skills specifically deal with living life forms, the best class to take her down would be a mechanic. "Mechanic Emperor, would you?" "I have no interest in bullying a new beyond grade A," Manison said. As a mechanic surrounded by plenty of armor, he was naturally unafraid of Hela's ability to deplete his lifespan, but he was not willing to bully a newcomer. This old man could not wait for more newcomers to appear, so why would he go and suppress them? "All right then, someone else go." The chief elder could only shake his head in resignation. They did not have the ability to force Manison. One of the beyond grade as helplessly said, "To have so many people targeting a single person, the last person to have this treatment was probably ES God. She can only blame her life for this." The free competition zone was currently chaotic, and the movement of the local tyrants such as the Black Star Army were all closely monitored. Very quickly, news of the spat between Garutan and the Black Star Army spread. Planet Phyrai, which was chosen by the Black Star Army, had been destroyed, and they could only choose a new stronghold, but Garutan did not get off lightly either. He had lost quite a few subordinates, so they counted it as a tie. Hela and Garutan's battle was considered a normal result by all means. She would never have been the opponent of a pinnacle beyond grade A, but Garutan suffering an injury was not something any newcomer could cause, so many organizations secretly raised the value of Hela's combat power in their files, thinking that she could very well be the strongest person among the recent newcomers. As for Hela's ability, the intelligence was only circulated among the 3 universal civilizations and a few advanced civilizations. The rest of the world remained blissfully ignorant, unaware of the violent undercurrents. After the fight between the Black Star Army and Garutan, the rest of the foreign organizations that had conflicts no longer curbed themselves, all beginning to fight over the scarce resources. This battle resulted in a rapid increase in armed conflicts, and the law and order crumbled like an avalanche. However, there were still many empty areas, and there was much room for exploration in this 4th exploration phase. Thus, the conflict was kept at a manageable state, far from the intensity in Han Zhao's previous life. As for the guilds that had broken away from the army, they had also begun to exert their independence, joining in the competition as formal organizations. Somewhere within the Emerald Star Cluster, a small fleet was slowly inching forward, its outer armor engraved with various emblems of organizations, with some of them being emblems of the guilds. After completing their registration through the army, they would be able to customize their own organization name and logo, and the guilds would naturally use their own emblems. This fleet included the guilds from the well-known first-tier clubs such as Long Sky, Rivervale, and Thunderstorm, acting together. In the version currently, the efficiency of making money for the players was much higher, and if they gritted their teeth to save money, buying an ordinary spaceship was not a problem. The first-tier guilds had even more funds, so even with the suicidal price of 130% of the market rate that Han Xiao gave, many of the players still managed to purchase small spaceships. At this moment, the core members of the various guilds were gathered on the battleship of Long Sky for a meeting. Many of the Pro League players were present. We're not far from Planet Harker. Our estimated time of arrival is in half an hour. Let's go through our plans. The president of Sky Territory, the official guild of the Long Sky Club, Jade Green Sky, said. Twinkle Fried Rice recalled the memorandum and recited, Planet Harker should have sufficient resources and is currently occupied by 7 small organizations. There are 3 financial groups, 2 private armed forces, and 2 star system level civilization gathering teams present. They are unable to drive each other out, so they can only try to snatch as much as they can. Our objective is to strike a deal with the financial group and establish a resource base on this planet, laying the foundation for construction. The most important thing now is how to negotiate with them, Sleepy Winter said. Leave that to me, Maple Moon replied. I know what to say. Everyone nodded, giving her a few words of encouragement. With Han Zhao's secret hints and guidance, the players in the army were the first to understand that the focus of this version was to build up the reputation of their own organizations and interact with the NPC organizations. After experiencing a few versions, the players were already aware that the actions of the NPCs were no different from real people. Every word and action would trigger a different reaction and response, and the freedom of this open world was off the charts. Thus, they had to use proper words on the negotiation table, and the higher one's charm value, the easier it would be to negotiate. In the guilds, there would definitely be someone who was good at negotiating. As someone who loved games for the plot, Maple Moon was keen to interact with the NPCs. The new style of the army had given them the status of a semi-independent unit, and coupled with such freedom, these guilds had begun to exert their initiative, proactively analyzing intelligence and looking for opportunities. While it was safe to follow a large organization, their movements would be restricted, so players had the mentality that they would rather be leading a small group than be nobodies in a large force. This was exactly the situation that Han Xiao wanted to see. He had released many incentives in the form of missions to encourage independent movement, trying to spread the army players to penetrate more sites. This would allow for an expansion of advantages and the tapping of new interests in different territories rather than sticking by He. These guilds acted in concert with each other to increase their strength. Instead of following the majority, they chose to head to Planet Harker to compete against the smaller forces, precisely to maximize their own advantages. At present, most of the players in the guilds were at Grade B, which could be regarded as the backbone of a fighting force. As a subsidiary organization under the Black Star Army, just their name had plenty of influence on the smaller organizations. Borrowing their backers' prestige, they could increase their leverage during negotiations. After a while, the fleet began to decelerate, and Planet Harker drew closer. There was a scattered defense fleet suspended in outer space, belonging to various organizations. Seeing the players' fleet, the defense force of Planet Harker activated a defensive position, initiating a communication application. Frenzied Sword patted Maple Moon's shoulder and whispered, "They're all yours." Maple Moon spat out a breath of air, blowing a raspberry as a form of warming up, eager to try it out. Relax. Watch how I fool with them. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart, and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.